All right, everybody's ready. And yours. Now we can't hear you. All right, I'm gonna call us to order. 8:57 a.m. Do we still hear background noise? Or are we good? Nope, I hear background. Are you muted on yours? It doesn't.
No.
I just hear it.
Chanda's not muted on mine, didn't like. All of us will have the microphone, Chanda's is broken.
Can we see because
Sound from.
Oh, I think it's
Yeah.
just your sound.
unmute that one,
Yeah.
Chanda, that one has.
There, I'm at 0 now.
Okay, now I can't, we don't have any feedback.
Okay,
I think we're good now.
I was muted, I just had volume.
All right, everybody, if you'll rise for the pledge this morning, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of perfect friendship among the united cultures. All right. Mrs. Chairman, roll call, ma'am.
Mr. Clausen?
Here.
Mr. Rodmio?
Here.
Miss Lorenzo? Here. Miss Salazar? Here. Mrs.
Present, we do indeed have a quorum. Adoption of agenda for members, anything on the agenda? Is there a motion to approve? Oh, superintendent.
I just have a question.
Oh, yes,
on the
ma'am.
Agenda.
Yes,
It
ma'am.
says that, the last 30 minutes of today are on strategic plan.
Yes.
I'm just curious how that happens in 30 minutes.
It's gonna be opening discussion about it. It's not gonna be
A final one?
implementation, the final draft,
Okay.
none of that. This is just work session. So it will be discussion about that. Okay. Anything else? All right, superintendent. You have a,
Do we take action?
we're taking action because
Okay.
it's on the agenda, sir.
Okay, I recommend that we adopt today's agenda.
Board members, is there a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you. And a second.
Second.
All right, it is moved by Mr. Hadamio and seconded by Mr. Clausen to approve the agenda as presented. Discussion, board members. No, good. Mrs. Turley.
Mr. Clausen?
Yes.
Mr. Rodmio?
Yes.
Miss Lorenzo? Yes. Miss Salazar? Miss B.
Aye, the motion carries. We have the greatest person here to help us get our work session started, talking about boardmanship. Mr. Widener, would you like to introduce our very special presenter this morning?
I would love to. Board members, I was tasked my first year as superintendent to find somebody who could mentor me and support me in my growth as a new superintendent, and searched far and wide, and I found a really great one that actually has been my friend for the last 35 years or more. We worked in agriculture together, and we went into administration together, and so when we first started talking about consulting and mentoring, Mrs. Lightfoot told me that she could come and help support the board too, and work with the board. She's been a leader in the School Superintendents Association. She's been a leader in the Coalition of Educational Leaders, and works a lot with advocating for schools and school boards and superintendents. So the last 2.5 years, it's been a great partnership. Having Mrs. Lightfoot work with us, she not only mentored me, but she worked with our previous board. She worked with all of our administrators and coordinators and directors. And about a year ago, we shifted her work, and she's been working on all of the systems and procedures for the district. So when we have Amanda at our board meeting and Amanda's bringing these policies to you, Bonnie's working on the other side, making sure that we have procedures on how to roll out those policies, how to keep it fair for our employees and our children, and really make sure that we're adhering to the laws of New Mexico. So I'm very excited for Bonnie to talk to you today. She's a great one, and she knows a lot. So without further ado, Bonnie Lightfoot.
Okay, well, that was way kind of you, Lane. I appreciate that. I'm gonna try to be in camera view since that's what you guys do, but I'm not real good at that. So if I get close and like meander over here for a little bit, you can sort of tell me to go back anywhere else. But I'm a very casual, informal person. My very favorite thing in the whole wide world to do is to wash hogs before a county or state and national fair. I love to go all over the place with my kids and livestock, so I dress all nice and hope I look pretty, but my favorite thing to do is just get real dirty. So I'm a very casual person. So I hope it's okay if you guys feel comfortable calling me by my first name, and it's okay if I call you by yours. I think that's how you develop relationships. And just for my own personal story to you, the best people who I respected most in my career, the ones who I gave the most to, the ones who I sacrificed whatever was to, was to be who trusted me enough to call me by my first name and back and forth. And just so you know, I'm part of the team. And I'm new to some of you, right? But I've been part of the team for 2 years, so much so that I was here. It's not a sympathetic story. It's just the truth. I was here on Thursday. I actually came here on Monday. And I was here until Thursday, 5-ish, something like that. My husband had a medical procedure. I live in Chicken Carry, so that's 4 hours away from here. We go to the doctor in Amarillo, which is an hour and a half past that. So we keep driving east, right? So we had a medical procedure yesterday in Amarillo. So left here on Thursday at 5 to drive to Amarillo to take care of him, do his thing. Got home last night around, I don't know, 6, something like that. I got up this morning at 3 and leave my house 3:30 or 4:30 to be here today for you because I wanted to be here because I'm committed to grants. I told Francie like my 3rd or 4th month, dang it, I've spent my life with my career on the wrong side of the state. I felt like I've been part of the team since the beginning. So I hope the 3 of you guys who are new can welcome me as I hope to welcome you and just keep moving forward. It's been a great relationship and a great partnership in my career and in my personal life and my professional. There's some great people here. But I do need to tell you a little story, and I want to know your story as we kind of get rolling. You clearly already know I can talk fast. If I talk too fast, tell me time out, okay? Our very first presentation that we did, I had about this long. It was on Zoom. My camera didn't work. My computer was dying. I was talking really, really fast. I hope today's a little bit more engaging and not so fast paced. I am going to disagree as we get a little bit moving forward. So I've already talked to your president here. I'm going to push on some things. I hope that can be done respectfully because I'm not here to be a yes man. I'm not here to tell you what you think you want to know. If that's what you want, then you don't need me. You already think you know. So I'm going to respectfully push back where I think I need to push back on you and your teams. Quite frankly, some of the directors in my time here have needed to be pushed on. Your superintendent has needed to be pushed on. Your principals have needed to be pushed on. Everyone needs to be pushed on because I am not the person. If you want to do the status quo to keep what you're doing, then keep what you're doing. But then don't ask me to help you, right? If you know what you're doing and it works still and it's functional, well, then that's a good reason. But to keep doing it what you're doing because you've always done it that way is a terrible reason, right? Why? Is it working? Then that's the reason. Then don't upset the apple cart, but don't just keep carrying on. So I hope I can do it respectfully. I hope I never do that insultingly, and that's not ever my intention. But I also don't really have the skill of beat around the bush. So I hope that's okay with you. I do need to tell you on this story that I'm going to go around the room here. So I'm going to start with Blaine. The reason I'm here as a consultant and not still a superintendent of schools, quite frankly, is because I got fired. There it is. You want to Google Bonnie Lightfoot? It's all over the place. And I got fired, and here's my story. I got fired because I defended an 11-year-old kid. I got fired because an 11-year-old kid who was in sixth grade said some very unfortunate things at school that he should not have said. And it was related to violence, and it needed to be intercepted, needed to be intervened, needed to be investigated, needed to be handled swiftly, and all those things for the safety of himself, for the school, for everybody else. There needed to be some swift action, which I took immediately. Textbook. Followed the safe school plan, followed all the things, got the mental health professionals, got law enforcement, all the stuff, right? Took care of it. But I didn't tell the community what I did because they don't have the right to know. Because he's 11. He is federally protected as well. He has rights himself. And was it unfortunate and not appropriate for him to stay in school? Absolutely. But just because you now think there's something happening doesn't mean I'm going to throw this 11-year-old under the bus. And so if the community needed to have a common pledge, they could have mine, but they could not have it. So I did. And here's what ultimately happened. They renewed my contract in January. This incident happened in March. They said, we love you, but you got to go. I said, well, you can't think you love me in January and then have me follow the law and then tell me I'm worthless and have to go in March. You're going to have to pay me because I have a contract you just renewed and I don't want to go. And so they did. And so they had to pay me and make me go away. I needed to, as the investigation kind of continued on, I got this blemish on me that was unsafe for children and unsafe for kids and all of things. So I couldn't be hired in my little area. So I ended up having to retire just because I have some kind of income. I was at year 29 in my education. My son is graduating this year right now, and I wanted to go till this June 30th. That was my goal. Get to June 30th, 2026. Didn't happen. So 3 years ago, I did retire, and they wrote me a big check. And then I got superintendent of the year. So I was the fired superintendent of the year. And I tell you that story because you don't want to be the board that makes those kind of decisions. Right? You don't want to be the board who does things that the community fires up and does all the things that are emotionally based. You want to be the board that makes the wisest, most informed, best decisions for the students of this district and people who like to do and your own personal consciences do the right thing. So I don't tell you that story to give the whole top story, but you need to know the person mentoring you has been fired. So there you have it. Hope that's okay with you. If it's not, I guess I can go now, but that's my truth. So Lane, tell me a little bit, just real quick, like I'm gonna monitor our time. I do have my stopwatch already set, so I don't talk too long. Just in 2 or 3 sentences or minutes, tell me why you are in grants.
I am finishing year 8 in Grant. And I never realized that Grants would be my home. When I came here, it just clicked and I love our communities. I love our kids. I love our people. It's really a great place to be. And so I found my home. And as you know, I told you the other day, I didn't really aspire to be a superintendent. But 3 years ago, the opportunity came open and I thought, you know what, I really care about our community. And so I want to be the superintendent. So it's been
Thank you.
a great experience.
Thank you. Walter, I know you're born and bred here your whole life, so I'm assuming that's why you're in grants. Now, your question is, why are you on the board?
Well, I'm on the board for several reasons, but one of the ones that I'm more on the board for is to, I see these kids, 50-60% of the kids don't go to college. They're not going to be doctors, they're not going to be physical therapists, and they're not going to be teachers. So I'm here to figure out what to do with that other percentage of kids. So I'm mostly for CTE programs, figuring out ways to get them to fill in those blue collar spots. We need plumbers, we need electricians, we need all those other guys, IT guys. So that's why I'm here. And the other reason is keeping the kids from going to prison and getting in the wrong, so I figured if I could start with this kid in kindergarten, if in the 12 years, change his direction, hopefully he's going to be a productive paying taxpayer eventually down the road. That was my goal.
Thank you, Walter. Francie, why are you on board?
I'll echo a little bit of what Walter said. I think a big part of why I'm on the board is to try and make sure the students in our community, the children in our community have the best education that we can provide them here locally, but also so that they have the opportunity to choose whatever pathway they want, whether it is medicine or law or going into the trades, agriculture. You know, I married into a ranching family, and so agriculture is kind of our lifeblood, and making sure that we have that. But also, I would say probably the main reason why I'm on the board is because I know my child is going to be okay or children, because they have me, but I want to be that voice for all of the other children who might not have that in their homes. I want to be their voice so that they will also have the same opportunities that my children have had.
And Courtney, where are you on board?
I'm on board because my kids, my two oldest, one's gonna graduate this year, one's a sophomore, are homeschooling because they don't like school, they're not learning anything, and I don't know, that's not the case. But it's not fun for them, in high school it's a blast for me. And so I wanted to get on board and address some of the things they talked about, try and make high school fun and engaging, and address some of the things that post-COVID type stuff that we kind of got stuck in a rut on. See things out of that.
Thank you. Monica, how about you? Where are you on board?
My kids graduated from Grants High School. I graduated from Grants High School, community member. But there's a lot of issues like bullying, and background and corrections. So where is all of that tying in? And just figure out, like, these kids need to feel safe in school and at home. And so, the goal I have for my kids is I'll raise you, but also teach you, you have to be able to do a lot of these for yourself. And so if the kids can learn, I do have a voice and I have rights, then I can start having my own decisions, but making right decisions and learning that they can do it by themselves if they have.
Thank you. Ellen, how about you? Why are you on board?
Thank you. I am on the board. I have a social justice and leadership governance background, and so I'm familiar with Yazi Martinez, and my advocacy has primarily been around strengthening resources and making sure that services are equitable for our underserved populations to address disproportionality. And so I really come with that lens and wanting to make a difference for those who are underserved in systems across the board.
Good. So let me tell you what I just heard you say. I just heard you say you're hurting kids. Right? I didn't hear you're here for an agenda. I didn't hear you're here to fire somebody. I didn't hear you say I'm mad at this and that and whatever else. I want to fix this and that and the other. What I heard you say is you want to take care of kids, right? And so no matter which part of the district you live in, I'm pretty familiar with the district because my first 9 months, I think it was 9 months, I said, if you're asking me to partner with your leaders and principals and directors and school site people, I want them to come to me at central office. I want to go to them. So I've been all over the district and their offices and their classrooms and their campuses and on all of your campuses. So I've driven around the district for a good little bit. So I know how far and wide it goes. But let me just remind you, no matter how far and wide it goes, you're not here for those kids that you live near. You're here for the kids in the whole district. So it's good for you guys all use what you just told me, and so you're aware of that. So I'm glad of that. Okay, well, let's get rolling. I do want to monitor the agenda. I do have my stopwatch going. It says we have 59 minutes, 18 seconds, skip through part one. So I'll let us go here. There is a lot. As you see the agenda, we have Open Meetings Act, Board Communications, Policies in the Board, and Strategic Plan. And they're about somewhere between 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and an hour each, right? Each one of those can be like a lot. So that by full admission, I'm not giving you the deep dive today. I'm giving like the 30,000 foot view. And I know some of you guys have been to several trainings beforehand, Walter, especially in Ramsey beforehand. but in previous board stuff, you guys who got on the board after elections in November, you may have gone to January, and maybe you haven't. It depends on who's where. Maybe you went to December and January's investigative training. Just, it depends on where you are, but I know you have some experience in these things. I was asked to bring you some things from my lenses about how these might interact and what you do as a board, but in full transparency, it's not the deep dive each one of these could possibly be, right? If there needs to be more information, we can go farther. Should you choose to have me involved in your board actions moving forward, I'm here every month. I come on a Monday night and I stay and work with the leaders of the district Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I go home on Thursday every month. And so if there's something you need me to do when I'm coming back, or other times, I'm happy to be of service to you. So with that said, I hope you can see, the white font probably isn't the greatest, but I thought the color pencils were pretty cool, so I started there. So again, my name is Bonnie Lightfoot. I am happy to be here. So here we got the introduction. So we already did the brief introductions, and we're going to discuss the agenda, the norms and goals for the day. I want you guys to feel perfectly comfortable, even with the camera, to ask me questions. This isn't a sit and get. I don't want you guys to sit there and take notes and get on your laptop or whatever. If you have questions, or go, wait, hold on. Don't be afraid to ask me right in the middle of the stream. I'm not going to be offended at all. I'm almost unoffendable, almost. And sort of just norms again. We don't want to talk over each other. We want to make sure that we're listening to each other and have that be kind of our standard procedure. And I hope I do that too. An hour for Open Meetings Act, an hour or 30 minutes for board communications. We'll take a little break at 10:45, so we can have a little breaking these things in half. We'll do policies in the board at 11, and then strategic plan from 11:45 to noon. I'm not certain if I will stay your afternoon. I gotta watch my texts. My husband is the ag teacher in Logan, and they are in Hobbs today, a judging contest. So if I go home, there's all kinds of things I could be doing, but also I want to be part of your team. So if I invite myself to stay, I'm going to stay. And if I don't, then I'll go back to Tucumcari. But I'll be here at least through noon. Fair enough?
Thank you.
I have to watch my texts too, just so you know, I'm not like trying to be rude. I'm looking at my phone because I have my kids next in and
And it's
checking
a
in all the
Saturday.
time.
It's a Saturday. You're good.
Yeah, and Courtney.
Almost.
I'm on call too, so.
Almost undefendable. All good. You can bring us some food. I'm good.
That's what I say, the food's here, the water.
All right, well, here we go. Open Meetings Act 101. What does that mean, right? What does the Open Meetings Act mean? First of all, it is the basis that government depends on informed electorate. The people who elected you to have a right to know what it is you're doing, right? And there's certain definitions of things in our Constitution that say you need to meet in public, right? And school boards are one of those things that say you need to meet in public. And so the government depends on having informed electorates as they make decisions about who they're going to elect, but then also how they're going to live in the community and all the things they're going to do to participate in the things that you vote on, right? So that's the informed delegate or informed electorate kind of piece. The public is entitled to have information. That's why you have to post that you're going to meet. That's why you kind of do a public, hey, we might be together in a social study at graduation. There's a Christmas play at the elementary. There's a this and that and the other. We may be together in a quorum may exist, but no decision or no action will be taken, right? And so you do have to post things a certain amount of time. We'll get there as we get closer. A certain amount of time ahead of time. And you can't just change it up either. You can't just go, oh, I feel like this came to me, or I got a phone call last night, or I got a mad mom and dad, this, that. You can't just kind of change it up because now it's a sense of urgency on your plate, right? You have to follow the rules that say on the agenda, certain number of hours and days ahead of time to keep people in the public informed. But that also then guides your conversation. When you come to the board meeting, because it is posted and it is an agenda, doesn't mean you get to talk about anything under the sun, right? You talk about what's on the agenda and the story. That's it, right? No policy formulation in closed meetings. So later on, I'll tell you the difference about a closed meeting, some call executive session. You don't get to do things behind closed doors, right? That doesn't mean, and respectfully, again, I'm going to say this several times throughout the day because I think it's true and real. You don't have to have every conversation on a camera, right? Matter of fact, my understanding, as I do all this lobbying work in Santa Fe, and I right now, by the way, I'm the assistant director for something called New Mexico Coalition of Educational Leaders. We do lots of lobbying work in Santa Fe. We do lots of stuff with the School Board Association. From time to time, when Joe and Lily Mae can't be there to do lobbying on behalf of school boards, they say, hey, can you represent the school boards when you talk about superintendent stuff? Absolutely, I can. So there's some language that has been thrown out there in terms of what's real and what's not real. I don't think you have even a requirement in a work session to take action, right? And you took several actions already.
Yep.
Right? You called the meeting to order. I don't think it's appropriate. You adopted the agenda. I don't think it's appropriate, right? You took roll. I don't think it's appropriate, and you don't have to have a forum to have a work session, right? So I already told Francie this on your behalf. I'm going to do some digging, and I hope y'all do some digging too, right? Because you have meetings, and I'm going to show you what the definition of your policy says that you have that says what a meeting is and what a work session is not. Right. So as we go along, that's just so you know, we'll be friends now, we'll be friends later. I disagree that you're on a camera. I disagree that you took action because you're not taking any policy. You're not making any decisions, right? And as far as I know, you're going to make one more decision today, which is to adjourn the meeting, and that means you took 4 actions, and you're not supposed to take any, in my view. Okay, so we'll just move along, and we'll get to the answer, because I know you've been pushed on for a long time by attorneys, right? And I'm not an attorney, right? I'm just telling you, attorneys like to play safe all the time, right? And I think that's not the definition of the law. So
And
there is no policy in closed meeting.
Right, and I'll just, and not a pushback, just an add to the conversation. Board members, so that you know where I'm coming from, because Bonnie and I are in agreement on wanting to do things right. Senate Bill 137 in 2024 said that local school boards in New Mexico are generally required to provide live audio and video webcasts of meetings. Now, the attorneys have told us that technically a work session falls under a special board meeting. And again, up to interpretation. I have operated these last 2 years plus, a couple of months under that premise that a work session is a special meeting. And so because of it being a special meeting, it would fall under the Senate Bill 137 that we have to video, live stream, etc. And this is where Bonnie and I are saying we're still going to be friends at the end of the day, because I have been operating under what our school attorney has been advising me of these last, couple of years. And so that's why Bonnie is making the clarification from her perspective up in what she's encountering up in Santa Fe with the legislators, with the lawmakers, etc.
So we'll find the right answer, because I think here I'm going to step out of the role of trainer and in the role of human, right? Sometimes you want to have conversations that you're just talking about stuff.
Yes.
Right. Sometimes you want to just think out loud. Sometimes you just want to go, hey, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And I don't know all of you very well, but I just know, I get to go back to student cameras, right? So the camera scared me less than it scares you probably, but you're probably feeling like, I don't want to talk out loud. Like, it's recorded. I don't want to see. I don't know if I come across that or if I ask a question, but I don't care. So I can talk because I'm leading, right? But I just want you to know, we want to find the right thing for you and for whatever else. I wanted to publicly say that before we get going too far. You're not doing policy in your meetings. And so there's some examples of things that I think attorneys have led districts, a lot of them, down the wrong path. And I will commit to you to find a percentage of districts, about all 89, because I have an avenue to do that. How many of the 89 are doing work sessions on recording? Because I bet there's less than 10% of the districts actually are. So I'll commit to doing that for you.
True, what? Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
It just says Senate Bill 137 in 2024.
So let's not get into the mud there. Let's go on this, okay? But I just want to let you go there.
Yes,
You need to act and open meetings act collectively, right? Doesn't mean it has to be unanimous every time, but you do need to act collectively, right? If there's not a quorum, you can't take action. If there's not a quorum, you can't vote. Can the vote be 3-2? Absolutely, you can. That's still collectively, right? Doesn't mean you all have to agree every single time. My personal recommendation to you is, unless it's really problematic, and if it's a good idea, I know you're superintendent, I know him well, and I know most superintendents, right? We don't get up in the morning going, how can I mess up the kids in this district today? Like, what can I present to the board is going to be a bad idea, right? They don't do that. They're going to bring you good ideas. They're going to bring you things that are going to help support kids. So in general, I don't know why it wouldn't be a 5-0 vote in general, right? It just, but you don't have to. The word is collectively. You have no independent authority, right? You're just one individual. You're just two individuals. Even if you're 4 or 5 individuals, but you're not in a meeting where you've actually called it to order, you have an agenda to follow and you're making decisions, you don't have the authority, right? By yourself, you have none, right? So when someone calls you to say, hey, XYZ thing, cool, thanks, have you followed the chain of command is your answer, because you don't have any authority as an individual, right? You don't have the authority unless you're convened together. Okay? And actions occur in meetings, right? And so when you have a reason for executive session, for legal action or for legal discussions or personnel matters or whatever, you're very clear about come out of executive session. And that's a roll call vote, by the way. I've only gone to a couple of your meetings. I noticed you guys have a habit of doing roll call votes, also not necessary. Voice vote is perfectly fine. But that's just a customary, in executive session, you have to have a record of it. A record of a roll call vote going into executive session and a recorded vote coming out of executive session, because you take your action in the meeting, right? Not in executive, come back to the meeting. So what is the definition of a meeting? I'm going to show you. Meeting definition is, it requires notice. There's a quorum and you're discussing public business, including electronic communications, by the way. A quorum is an email thread and a text thread. And if you guys have done a group text to say, hey, let's do this, this, and this, and this, and you're all included, guess what you've done? Rolling quorum, right? Bad juju, don't do that. If you have an email that says, oh, you're all 5 connected, even if the superintendent is not, and the 5 of you have a thing going on, you have now violated that, because now you have an opinion, you have a potential opinion about something you're going to vote on, and potentially you have said, hey, I love this thing for this reason, you better vote with me. Or, hey, I hate this thing for this reason, you better vote with me. Either way, you've done this persuasive action outside of the boardroom, outside of the confines of the meeting, and that does need to be recorded. Right, that's a problem, and I'll tell you more about how this is described.
So,
Yes.
like, what about when we're out of town, like at a training in Santa Fe, and we have a group text thread going? Like,
Let's keep going, and we'll get there. Let's keep going. All right, it includes in-person meetings. So quorum includes in-person meetings. It includes virtual meetings, and includes telephone or electronic deliberations. We just kind of talked about that just a second ago. I will look up for you also. Someone asked me this week while I was here about virtual meetings. I know that was a COVID thing. I don't think the law has changed, because that's kind of the way of the world these days. I think you still can have a Zoom option for your meetings. I think people hate it now, because you just need to come together for people. That's why I left my house at 4:30 this morning, because I didn't want to do this on Zoom. I could have been on Zoom. I'm on Zoom right now to do my slide, right? But I think you want to be together. I don't think it's prohibited by law. So any of those kind of things are considered to be law. Okay. That's the definition of a meeting. I promise I'll get to your question. I won't forget it. All right, so now you're in a meeting, okay? So boardsmanship and board preparation, what do you do as a prepared board member, or to be a prepared board member? What do you do prior? Prior is the key word. Okay, what do you do about board preparation? First thing, suggestion. Review the agenda and packet, of course. Right, what are you going to be doing in the meeting? You have 72 hours, you have the packet that's produced, what you need to review, what's in there, right? What's going to be tasks of you? What's action? What's presentation? What's just for information? What do you need to be doing as you come prepared to make a decision? Review it. Secondly, you should submit questions in advance. I'm going to challenge, if you ask questions here, you've done a couple things. Again, I'll curtsy, be polite. If you come with this many questions to the packet that you've had now for how many days, what I hear you telling me is you haven't reviewed the packet, right? And you're about to take action on something you're not prepared to know about. And you have the answer to the question you have right now. You didn't have a couple of days to think about it. You didn't have a couple of hours to think about it. You didn't go, oh yeah, but what about this? Oh yeah, what about that? You have the information right now and you're fixing a vote, right? So you're telling me a couple things, again, respectfully, you're not prepared, you're voting on district business, and you don't have the information to make an intelligent decision because you're asking the questions right now, right? I hope none of you heard me say it's not okay to have questions. It is absolutely perfectly fine to have questions. Ask them ahead of time. Right? Because then the other thing is you come to the board meeting, you have questions, you take the time, you're not prepared, you're making a bad decision. And if I'm the other of you and there's this buggled long list of questions, the thing that's most valuable to me in terms of my own personal skin is my time. I can't get it back. Right? And you guys have a great rapport in grants you have since I came, right? But here's the bottom line, respectfully. You're not friends. You're not supposed to be friends, right? You eat all the time. You have meals all the time. You're very hostess oriented. You take care of people. That is all wonderful, fine, great, dandy. That's not the purpose of the board, right? You're not supposed to be friends. You're supposed to make decisions on behalf of kids. And so when you tell me all this stuff, A, you're not prepared. You have all these things, and you're taking my time because now you have an hour-long list of questions you could have asked ahead of time. That would make you more prepared, make you better able to vote correctly, and you're wasting my time. That doesn't develop word on my how many he doesn't have. Just me. Okay.
Is the
Submit questions in
72 hours, is that like business hours or does that include weekend?
That includes that clock,
Okay,
72 hours on the clock. Okay, yeah. So again, submit questions in advance. Okay. How many employees do you have? Where should your questions go? Right. And I've been telling him since I got here, you need to have office hours, you need to have whatever else. If the agenda's posted this day, you need to have this many hours and you block it out. Chanda is your person. Is Chanda your employee, by the way? Do you ask Chanda to do things? I'm sure you have. Should you ask Chanda to do things? You should not. She's not your employee at all. She's the nicest lady in the whole wide world. And she'll probably say yes, but you shouldn't ask. She's not yours. She's his. Right? And so if you have questions, it goes to him and then Chanda can help him. This is my block of time for the board. This is the exclusive time. And if the time he has doesn't work for you, then he needs to say, hey, when does it work for you in the 72 hours? So you have a conversation about getting the answers met because you have a right to your questions and you have a right to the answers in the meetings in appropriate time, in my opinion. Okay. Avoid deliberation outside meetings, right? When you answer your questions with him outside of the meeting and have all this information, you shouldn't then all of a sudden go, hey, I just left Lane's office to the text. Hey, I have this information about the thing we're going to vote on. What do y'all think? You don't get to do that, right? That's illegal. That's illegal. You can't do that. You get the information, you come, you deliberate here, and then you vote. Right? It's not hard to do those actions, but it definitely is a contradiction because you want to communicate. You want to talk about dinner. You want to talk about the thing. I'm just telling you the perception is you're talking about district business. Right? You want to not to disclose conflicts. We should have wrote that differently. Disclose conflicts, please don't do that. Right? You want to not have conflicts because I just said you don't have to have a 5-0 vote every time. Right? But if it's a good idea and you have the instinct that it's good for kids in the district everywhere, there really shouldn't be conflict, but there could be different opinions, and maybe there is some conflict. Maybe that's why it's a 5-0 or 3-0 or 5-2 or 5-4-1 or 3-2 vote or 2-3 or 0-5, whatever, however that works. There might be some conflict, but you don't want to have that be recorded for all the world to see, right? And let me just, again, as your outside person coming in, part of the reason that the people in the school sites and the directors and coordinators trusted me so much is because there was such a bad taste for the board. Right? The people who work in this district had some experiences over the course of time that led to erosion of trust. Right? Led to public kind of right. And you guys, by your own admittance a minute ago, said you're here for kids. That's the only reason you should be here. Right? So don't disclose conflicts. Of course, you want to maintain confidentiality. People are going to say things to you that you're going to know about. You're going to say things to each other that you're going to know about, right? You're going to have conversations. That's not the same thing as a rule. Notice an agenda. Again, reasonable advance notice is kind of the language. The specific terminology is 72 hours, and that is by the clock. Agenda limits discussion and action, right? Limits your discussion. You can't talk about whatever's on the agenda, and you definitely can't take action if it's not on the agenda. And you don't just get to decide to take action. If the asterisk isn't there that says you take action, you don't just get to decide to take action. You got to do that next month. right? You don't get to change it. Whatever the agenda says you do, you do. You talk about, you vote on it, that's it. If you want to talk about it, vote on it at a later time, then table it. Do it next time and have the language on the agenda be different. But when you're looking at the agenda you have now, that's what you do. That's your script. That's your guardrails. And because it's notice and agenda, the public is informed of topics. So again, I'm committed, but I'm another example, not to harp on this, but another example. Public is informed of what you're supposed to do. If it's me and y'all are having work session today, I'm gonna say, hey, public, 72 hours ahead of time. Hey, public, the board's gonna have a work session and we're gonna discuss boardmanship, strategic plan, board, I don't know, whatever, what are the big points, like 3 little bullets. That's it, done. No specificity. Right, a quorum could be here, a quorum could not be here. Not required, it's a work session. The purpose of a work session is to dig deeper and get more information, but you do have to public advertise it, right? And then if based upon what you've written on there, the whole world want to come sit in these seats and they can watch the whole time, but guess what? They don't get to say a single word. They can watch the whole time, but they have to come. Right, they have to come. They don't get to interact with you on your work sessions, not the same thing. And speaking about the comment, it's an opportunity for input, but it doesn't mean it's a conversation. Right, you don't back to respond to them. Well, what do you mean by that? 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 Well, hey, I have a question about that. It's not a conversation. And some boards, I'm not going to advise for or against this. I'm just letting you know some boards have taken public comment out of their agenda altogether. Because they felt like then therein lies the whole drama and trauma. Therein lies the whole little axe to grind or a personal agenda to come and do X, Y, and Z thing on the board. So they said, we're not even going to have public comment. But again, that's not my place to say yes or no. I'm just letting you know that is a reality.
Our policy says obviously that they are able to, respectfully, but it also says that we as a board may not respond to anything that is being said to us. All we basically can do is say thank you.
Right, duly noted. Yes.
And it's only
Good.
what's on the agenda.
Yeah.
And
they
I'm sorry,
can
what?
only-
And it's only what's on the agenda. They can't bring in what happened yesterday.
They have been a whole laundry list of things
Yeah.
to complain about. What? Okay, of course you want to maintain stability, right? If there's 2 different opinions about something that they're going to have public comment about, you have a gavel for a reason, right? In some places, things have gotten so contentious, law enforcement has to come to board meetings because it's so contentious. That's a true thing. There are some pretty passionate people about some specific things across our state, right? So that is a true thing, but of course you want to maintain stability. And then no deliberation by the board following comment. So a couple things. One is, it's not a conversation from you to the public. It's also not a conversation for you amongst each other after they make their public comment. Right? Your deliberation is not allowed. Conversation shouldn't happen, right? I'm not saying it doesn't allow, but it shouldn't be a conversation. Okay?
Would it be appropriate to reach out to that person afterwards, talk to them about their concern? If someone came and addressed the board, then we just say thank you, whatever they need. Would it be appropriate to follow up with them afterwards?
My short answer is no. Whose job is it?
Okay.
Right? And we have a whole thing about communication about that coming up later. Yeah. That I'm not sure what you're thinking in your mind. My short answer is no, not appropriate. You should never go to the public about something that they brought to you.
Because they'll track you down later.
Yeah. And you should also,
Yeah.
let's say for communication, that's coming later on. All right, during the meeting, Robert's Rules of Order is loose in most boards, but doesn't have to be. As an ag teacher, my formal training led me down the avenue of parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rules of Order, I have like 16 copies of it at my house. I'm a certified parliamentarian. I have a national winning parliamentary procedure team to national debate level. Still the only coach in New Mexico history to have that title. I'm very proud of that from 2005. So Robert's Rules of Order matters to me. Gaveling matters to me. Order matters to me. How you proceed in meetings matters to me. I'm telling you here, it can be less formal than that. Okay, most boards don't have a clue what any motion is, right? They get the basic idea, right? They think, some people get hung up on a second, right? Do you have to have a second? The answer to that question is no. The purpose of a second is to make sure that more than one person wants to talk about the thing, right? If the debate deliberation among the board kind of clues you in that more than one person wants to talk about the thing, it's kind of an implied second. You don't have to have a record of a second, right? You can, it's fine, doesn't matter. But boards are kind of loose. you determine, right, what level of Robert's rules you want to follow. Because I'm telling you, it can be a little stricter than others, and it can be a little looser than others. You decide, right? If you guys like the whole roll call thing, that's y'all's decision, carry on. I think it takes time. I think it's too formal. I think it has an appearance of you're trying to be more kind of thorough about things. And sometimes people want to see you, what are you doing about my kid? Right? Don't have the air of formality if you're really acting in a way that makes me think you're here for my kids. I don't care about your formality then. Right? So y'all decide what you're comfortable with. I'm just telling you, roll call vote is an example of Robert's rules. You don't have to do so tightly. During the meeting also, if it's not on the agenda, don't discuss it, period. That's it. We've already talked about that. And I put capital letters, period. If it's not on there, don't talk about it. Right? Hallway beforehand, if you want to, after you're done, after you want to, I don't care. If any public session on the agenda is off limits if it's not on there. Precautions, just Bonnie's word of wisdom based upon some board meetings from you that I've watched. Precautions about board members asking questions and then making comments in the public meeting to some of your presenters sometimes. Just because I have seen this board in particular make presenters feel like they had to answer questions they were not comfortable at answering. Right? So when you're asking questions, you got to be careful about those. If you have questions about something or other, be careful about those. Because I watched in this room, this board make presenters go. Because now you have this formality. You've taken roll, you've hammered the gavel, you have this air of now you're asking me a question. So I'm like, I have to answer you. I don't want to answer you. I'm very comfortable answering you. Right? But you're asking me, right? Like I have to answer you. But just my precaution, just because I've watched this board in this room do that. Questions and comments sometimes need to be tempered. Fair? Like I should critique again. This
So, most of the time I make a comment.
Well, with that, like if we had a question on budget or whatever thing,
Mhm.
then go to the superintendent and ask him to set up a meeting with that person and go question, get
So,
answers there. Or
yes.
get from him or.
and always the questions go to the superintendent, right? And some of the questions are, so those formal questions about budget, that's your purview as a board member, right? I'm talking about some presentations that aren't about the things that you're supposed to do as a board, other things about the district, right? Other things that we're gonna show off this great thing that we're doing. And so you want to ask about this great thing that you're doing, but in asking about the great thing that you're doing, you make the presenter feel uncomfortable. Put them on, they weren't prepared.
Okay.
Make
So-
sense?
I have a question around that because my thought around it is like transparency. And if I have a question about something, somebody in the audience or somebody watching probably has the same question.
Mhm.
So can you give me more of an example of like, because I'm I guess I'm interpreting that even though it says precautions about like, then we just don't ask any questions.
This particular example involves students.
And
That
I'll give you guys some feedback on that. We had a situation through my 8 years. We've had lots of kids come and present to the board and they come and help with with the dash plans and they help with the portrait of a graduate. Sometimes we ask the kids, we as a board, and not our new board members, but our previous board, we'd ask the kids like, well, where's your family? What village are you from? And who's your mom and dad? And some kids don't have dads, and some kids, or mom and dad are gone, and I live with my grandma, and so I think that might be a time where you've seen
Mhm.
people have to answer questions that weren't comfortable.
Right. And remember, so that was my very specific example, true. But then also, remember, you have one employee. The presenter isn't your employee. Right? So transparency is definitely something you want to honor. And if there's clarifying questions, of course, but those on the spot kind of questions that feel like you're trying to trap somebody or they feel like trying to trap them, not that you should trap your superintendent, but he's your only employee. And so if he has people coming to the board to do different presentations, and I've seen some boards don't do presentations, right? Everything you need to know the superintendent gives you. That's all, right? So that you're only asking him. hey, you said this thing about this thing, what do you mean what do you mean about that? Hey, you said this thing about this thing, what do you mean about that? Right, because the people presenting are his employees. Right, so if you ask them questions about something they're doing, it's probably because he gave them the directive to do that. And if you disagree with the directive, well, you're kind of supercommitting the idea of he's their boss, not you. So transparency for sure, but having people feel like you're trapping them or doing something that's kind of a little bit like weird is, again, just a precaution.
So
It's on her question there. Data would be one without asking a question. If we directly ask the data person, which we should be asking,
Yeah.
they'd say, well, where did you get the data from? Or what baseline is the data? You know, just a simple question back and forth over data. So when we say, so if we have a data question, we gotta go to Elaine and say, so where did they get the data from? Or, you know, like sometimes you just go straight to the person that did it. You know, I don't know. I don't understand how we would intervene with the presenter. I'm talking about data as one of them.
Yeah.
Just saying, okay, these are where the kids are.
Right.
This is the data we got. This is the beginning of the year, end of the year. So we've got to be able to converse.
So Walter, how about this? How about this? Lane, your data person just gave us this graduation stuff or this proficiency stuff or this on whatever data they're going to present. Lane, I have a question about this thing. Do you think your presenter would be comfortable answering? And then Lane could have a quick eye contact with the presenter, like evil stare down, right? Like, because maybe I'm not prepared to answer your question. Right, back to the preparation of board members, if you, and you get do you get the presentation in your packets?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, again, back to the examples of questions, right? If you review the packets and it's in there and it makes you think about something, then you can go, hey, what about, I don't understand this point, this paragraph, that's line, I don't understand what that is. Then you ask ahead of time, because you're gonna find some people who don't care and they're gonna like tell you an answer, right? They don't have any problem talking in public. They have no problem disclosing. They have no idea. Other people are paranoid about public speaking. They just can't give you the best answer. Right, but you have, back to your point about transparency and your point about data, if you prepared your agenda, you looked at your stuff, and you might think, Walter, at that presentation,
We might not have
right
seen
at that
time,
moment.
but then he might have said something way off
right,
from what you
Yeah.
what we've read.
totally, absolutely, that's gonna happen, but I'm gonna say, hey, Lane, I have a question about that specific thing, do you think we can have an answer right now? And then Lane's gonna need to know his people enough to go, their body language is saying, I'm not prepared to answer that question, and then Lane's just intervene and step in and say, that's a great question. I'm writing it down. I'll have an answer to you within next Tuesday
And
or whatever.
another one is our principals will come and then they'll tell us about the graduation, one's online. This one's on barely in the red or yellow. And then we'll ask, well, then how close are they? So sometimes we will intervene with the presenter.
I'm just, again, the word was precaution, right? Just my little words of precaution, because you don't want to have a bad answer. You want to have your answer be answered, your question be answered. You don't have a bad answer. You want to be ill prepared. But all of these kind of discussions are what you want to do when you're thinking about kids, which is why you guys are here. And it's funny you asked about data, Walter, because while I was here this week, I said, hey, Lane, when's the last time you had a deep dive in your district about student achievement data? So I'm pushing on that because data is important. Like, why are you here? Right? But again, back to the thing about, again, precaution, transparency, preparation, be ahead of time, get questions answered, but don't put people on the spot to make you feel like, because they're not your bot, they don't report to you. Like,
I'm wondering, because that was my question primarily around data, right? And transparency around data. And like what's in the packets, right? Like it's more quantitative and the presenter is given qualitative data. So I can look at data and be like, oh, okay, great, like whatever. But then when I'm hearing the qualitative stuff, that's when questions come up.
absolutely.
And so if we don't have like qualitative information to know what to ask or how this data is going to be presented, like that's information that I'm going to have questions around. So
Sure.
I guess during the presentations, we just direct the questions or comments to Lane.
Yeah, and it just said it's a personal reflection kind of thing, right? Have you prepared before you got to the meeting in the 72 hours you've had? Have you done your due diligence as a board member to prepare for your questions? Right? Because back to my original point, if you haven't prepared and you come to the table right now and you open up the packet for the very first time right now and listen to my presentation right now, and now you have questions, well, back to my original point, you're unprepared, you're making a vote, potentially on a vote of something, you're wasting my time, and you look like you haven't been prepared in front of everybody else because you haven't been prepared. Right? None of that was about not having questions. all that was doing your ahead of time due diligence, to make sure you're making the best decision when you get to the table.
Yeah, I don't know that preparedness, non-preparedness is entirely that, because I mean, a lot of us have like full-time jobs
Sure.
and kids and right, like
Yeah.
other obligations.
Yeah.
And so, 72 hours is not a lot of time to be able to ask questions. And definitely not a lot. That's why I asked, like, is this business hours or does it include weekend? Because
No.
we're not, if we're not able to ask
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
So.
So again, back to the office hour thing, you're gonna need to figure out when are you available, when are they available, make that work.
Yeah,
Go back to
Lane
the-
has, he has
Yeah.
done that, but again, like there's other conflicts, life conflicts.
No, I totally get that. I totally get that. Just remember also, if you haven't done, I'm gonna just do blanket, right? And I don't know, you want to know if you did or didn't, and I haven't watched the last meeting, y'all have been instilled, I don't know, or installed. But if you haven't done your time ahead of the meeting at all, like literally, if you get the packet, you sit down, you open it up, and you sit down at the table, right? Then you really aren't prepared to take the vote you're about to take. So there's a balance between life and preparedness, right? As you go on, and you're true, back to Walter's original point, you're gonna think of things you didn't know you're gonna think of while the presentation's been happening, right? But then back to, hey, Lane, your person said blah, 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 right? Can you add to this?
Principals come. He said, oh, they do a dash plan. All it says is a dash plan, but then they go a little bit deeper in the meeting. So then light bulbs
Right.
light up and you think, oh, yeah, well. you
Just
know,
remember, you have one employee. One.
I mean, how much involvement should, like, I'm thinking of my previous board. How much involvement should they have in the data dive? Should they, I mean, it sounds like if we do dash plans and we present dash plans, we could do that in a work session.
Mhm.
Or if we're presenting middle of year data, we could do that in a work session.
Mhm.
My previous board would have loved to know that Susie Jones in fourth grade at Cabero was, you know, hitting her math scores and, you know, how much involvement should these guys have?
They don't have the right done by City Jones.
Okay.
Right, that's protected stuff for sure.
They just need to know that the fourth grade class at Cabero is scoring well.
Because they need to
Or
work
that
on student
student is
achievement.
doing
That's why you're here, right? You care about, and I told you at the beginning of this, based upon your own admissions, you don't get to care about the kids at the school you happen to work or live near, right? There's 11 campuses in this district, right? And so you shouldn't care any less or more about this elementary or the middle school or the high school, right? Or the high schools,
Where they live.
right? You need to know
It's just
the thing, but then back to, and we're gonna get there too, and I'll keep us going, so we don't lose track of time. You have very specific duties and roles and responsibilities given to you by the Mexico State Constitution, right? And so does your superintendent. Back to your lanes. What's your lanes? Right? So I promise you we'll get there. Okay,
So, sorry.
what about meeting efficiency?
I have one more question around, voting. And so, let's say in those situations, right, where we're not feeling comfortable taking a vote, is that something that can be explained? Like why we're voting a certain way?
Like the legislature does?
Yeah,
So I've never seen it happen in a board meeting.
okay.
My off the cuff, kind of just my own Bonnie answer is, I don't typically like to see abstentions in a board meeting, only because there's only 5 of you, and you were not elected to abstain. Like you were elected to help inform policy. You were elected to help inform things while you're here. So to abstaining, I think as a general rule should be avoided. There may be some situations where you have a reason you want to abstain, but just in general, I'm not prepared. I can't vote. I don't know. I don't think you've done your part then as a board member to help form a policy where the district's going if you're not voting. You can hate it and vote no. You know what I mean? But I think you need to probably, and then to explain, if you want to, there's not a rules that you can't explain, I guess. I've never seen that in a school board meeting, but I don't see that reason you could.
So how are abstentions treated?
How are abstentions treated?
If you abstain from a vote,
You just don't vote.
it's not counted either way?
Mm,
Okay.
mm-mm. No, you abstain. You didn't vote for or against. Then you're leaving 4 to decide. Now we can have 2 in favor and 2 opposed. Now you have tie and you didn't vote. So did the kids, did the kids go?
I thought abstaining was affirmative. That's why.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And I thought it was a no.
I
I
don't
didn't,
think so.
and I didn't see that anywhere in.
Right.
what I was
You
reading,
don't have, you
so-
didn't say yes or no. And so again, Bonnie, to you, you were elected to vote. You were elected to be prepared. You were elected to answer questions. You were elected to do opposite. You were elected to do the things to inform stuff for the students of this district. So again, an abstention is like, in my opinion, that's kind of weird. Like, love it or hate it, I don't care. You have an opinion based upon this information. I love it or I hate it. But just to say, no, that seems a little bit like, I'm gonna let all the rest of y'all fall on your face and I'll see what happens. I'm gonna abstain. That seems like not wise.
Well, I'm gonna just give a personal, real life example, because I'm very, very new, right? And so, we were discussing something, and I work like a whole bunch of hours every single week, right? And so wasn't able to come to the office hours, to ask questions like around the budget,
Yeah.
right? And so I didn't feel comfortable, and not that I didn't prepare, not that I didn't read it.
Sure.
I read it and had all these questions,
Sure.
right? And again, because I wasn't able, because I have a life and kids to take care of, and
Sure.
right, like,
Yeah.
and so, so I had stated I want to abstain because I don't understand it yet,
Mhm.
right? And not because I wasn't prepared, because I had a list of
Sure.
questions.
And you get it, what's that called when you get a free pass when you're new, right? You get a free pass because you're brand new, and it's a lot of stuff. And by the way, it's alphabet soup. Education doesn't do anything without an acronym. Every ed
Yeah,
has a whole acronym.
I was like, Google it. what
It's
is
a
this
whole big old
acronym
thing,
stand
right? It's a
for?
whole big old thing. So I think, and courtesy and professionalism, the rest of the board should have probably let you, all three of you, quite frankly, have a little bit of a pass to this totally brand new. But then that comes in the trust, right? And if you're hearing from your superintendent, this and this and this and this is a good idea, and this and this and this and this isn't a good idea, then if you're not prepared, then the element of trust of, okay, he is prepared. He has brought this. He is giving this to whatever else. You guys have to vote on it in terms of what the state statute says in terms of budget specifically. But if you don't know, then I guess my urging of you, my encouragement to you would just be trust your superintendent. Right, rather than abstain. And again, I don't know, I didn't watch, right? But this is your second month, February, so you got 2 months of stuff, right? So, and you just got on in January. So you're,
No, I have.
so you're very, very new. So again, this is not like, none of this is judgment. I don't know. This is just general kind of board practices that I can recommend.
And I think where she abstained was our consent agenda, and you're gonna.
I'm gonna
talk
go there.
about that.
Yeah, let's get going here. We're running out of time. All right, meeting efficiency. We have 15 minutes here. Part of what I said to you earlier was you guys have a great sense of taking care of each other, right? I don't know if you eat in front of every meeting or not. I don't know if that's something you do customarily. I have no idea if you do that or not. I never fed my board ever. Never, not one time. The purpose that was to meet and eat, right? Because, and here's the other thing, out of my trainer shoes into my employee shoes, I've been in this building all day. I had mad mamas and mad daddies and disruptive principals and all the things. I've been in here all day, right? And now you want me to put on the little face of, hey, let's go, right? And then you want me to have on the thing of, okay, we had an hour with the taco and now we have all the meetings. And you want me to still have that whole little, I'm here kind of like, I am exhausted, right? And you guys, as your own admissions knowledge just mentioned, we have a life, we have kids, all these different things, but you have a job to do. You have a job outside of this job, right? So my encouragement to you is make your meetings efficient so you have this mutual kind of respect, like my meetings were done in an hour. If they were an hour and a half, my board was mad, right? We have a life. We have things. We have kids. We have all the stuff. And you guys meet twice a month? Like that would wear me out, right? And so back to, again, just outside lenses looking in, you're the board, you do what you want. Meeting efficiency, consent agenda. This is the keyword here, routine items. And I didn't give you every possible thing. There's a whole long list of them. What routine items may be grouped in a single motion, right? One, right? So I've seen some boards that if you start at 6, your committee of two or not three, two comes together at 5:45 and they review the things on the consent agenda as an example, right? And it could be the agenda. It could be last month's minutes. It could be the monthly financial statements. It could be the accounts payable. There's a whole long list of things, right? But you're 2 people on the finance committee, let's say you call them that. They meet at 5:45 and they've been given the stuff ahead of time too. They've reviewed, they've asked, they've had questions, they've called the superintendent, hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? Hey, what's this? So in 15 minutes, they go, yep, we think this is good to go, bada bing, bada boom. 6 p.m., the rest of the board members show up. And now one of those 2 people are gonna say, I moved, we passed the consent agenda, which includes all these things. Then you don't talk about it. There's no discussion necessarily, right?
So you
They-
don't
they-
have to list everything individually.
Th-
just
done.
Approve it.
Done. Right? And then, but if you don't like that, if you, well, hold on. I have a question about last month's minutes. I have a question about this thing, about this thing. I have a question about this thing, about this thing. Any one of you can remove it from the agenda. Just because it's on there doesn't mean it has to go forward. But again, back to your point of trust, right? Like the finance committee met. They asked the questions. They reviewed the bars. They reviewed the payroll. They reviewed the whatever else. I don't need to have all that stuff. I don't need to have all that stuff. One motion, one done, and then you move on to the next thing. Your discussion or whatever, and you don't have to go through all the stuff. Then there's one record, one vote, and includes 16 things, but it's just one vote, one motion, one thing done, and you move on to whatever listed after that. That's your first item of discussion.
So when you remove one of those items from the agenda, that gets discussed at the next board meeting?
No, it happens at that meeting. Yeah, if you don't like all these things being in one, then you shouldn't do a consent agenda. My recommendation to you is that you do a consent agenda and you have this element of trust of what you're doing and you include the things you want to decide, right? But y'all get to decide what that is or isn't. Lots of boards don't do any consent agendas. Lots of boards just do every little thing, 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 every little thing. And every little thing requires a vote. Every little thing requires discussion. Every little thing requires all the things, right? Back to meeting efficiency, right? This is a way in your policy that is allowed for you to expedite your meetings to still do the business because, right, 99% of the time, there's nothing traumatic and dramatic about that report. It's just a typical monthly thing,
Well, and
Bills that need to be paid.
I'll
right?
be honest with you guys. Yesterday, the finance committee met. We talked about the action items that are coming up for next week's meeting.
Regarding finances.
And so, and then that will come to you guys on Tuesday, but
And the reason it does that,
we could incorporate them and
Sometime.
Well, not
If you
this
guys-
meeting,
if
not
you-
this meeting, though,
No,
because we've
no.
already posted,
No.
et cetera. et
we
cetera.
could, but we could in the future if you guys like that.
And sometimes I
That's
wonder,
a good
sometimes
question.
we can't.
And I'm just gonna ask where.
so yeah, so the thing here is, the reason you don't have 3 members on the committee is what? You tell me why.
Quorum.
You have a quorum, you don't have a quorum, you're not calling it to order, it's committee meeting, right? The second thing is, when there's 2 members in Robert's Rules of Order, what does that say? It comes with an applied second, right? So I move that we accept the consent agenda.
And then Walter would.
Second.
You could even say this, right? I move that we adopt the consent agenda, and it's an implied second because there's 2 of us on the committee. There already is an implied second. There already is 2 people who agree, right? And then the motion of adopting the consent agenda consists of the approval of last month's minutes, the agenda approving this one, the monthly signing statements, including financials, accounts payable. Any further discussion? And there shouldn't be any, otherwise it's not consent, right? Unless you hate, no, hold on. I think the bar is ridiculous. I move that we take the bar out of the consent agenda. Right? Before you adopt it, right? And then that one little thing comes out, and if all the rest is fine, then you pass the consent agenda and you just talk about the bars.
So that you would still take action on that bar, it just wouldn't be.
In the consent agenda. The purpose
So
of
what is the
consent,
language, what is the language that you've used that, like, if you were removing the bar from consent, what would you?
Madam President, I move to consider the bar separately. After you did the consent agenda, I move to consider the bar separately because of our previous action of removing it from consent agenda is now open for discussion. What's your problem with the bar? What'd you love? What'd you hate? What you think?
Gotcha.
Right? Any one of you can remove it from the agenda. It doesn't have to stay there. And if you hate all 5 parts or 16, how many parts there is, then you have the right to discuss and vote, discuss and vote, discuss and vote, discuss and vote, discuss and vote. But if they're typical, regular monthly things, can't you have an element of trust in people that are here and then laying in the office to do the things that are monthly required? Do you really have to dig into it every time? Maybe you do, I don't know. But one vote, one consent, and y'all decide. And then one motion for approval.
So Bonnie, would you where would you typically put the consent agenda ideally?
That's tough.
So it would be call to order, consent agenda.
Because it's gonna include the approval of this meeting's agenda.
Okay,
In my suggestion, it would include the approval of this meeting's agenda.
and then the business.
You're accepting the minutes of the last meeting.
Anything you guys want to put on there. If you want to put the agenda and minutes and that's all you want, that you can do that too. If you're gonna put agenda and minutes and bars, you do that too. You're gonna do minutes, agenda, and bars, and accounts payable. I mean, there's a whole long list of things you put on there. Again, or none. You don't have to have a consent agenda at all. You got every single thing be discussion and action, discussion and action, discussion and action. Do you really want to do that?
So like Francie is saying, so if it's at the top and then we decide to take that bar out and discuss it, then it just gets picked to the bottom
Yeah.
of the consent.
It would follow the consent.
Right.
It would be the next.
You
Yep.
make it. Discussion.
I'm sorry, I didn't process that. What's that second section called if you remove it from the consent agenda?
I don't know if you guys put new business next or where it is. It would just be like the next thing. If you would obviously have to be written on there because you're not gonna write it that way. You're gonna write it like the second consent agenda will pass. Right, so the paper you're looking at says consent agenda. The assumption is it's gonna pass, right? If it doesn't pass, then immediately after you vote on passing all the other stuff, then you as president could even say, the bars were removed from the consent agenda, let's discuss bars now. Right, and then you discuss the bars, I move to pass the bar, blah, 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 then you vote and you go on the rest of the agenda. Because if you take it out, it's not written on here, because it's printed ahead of time. Yeah, right. Okay, let's keep going. Here's a scenario.
Yeah.
Here's a scenario.
Good.
That was awesome. Like, my mind is like, what?
Here's a scenario. During monthly meetings, one or more members ask a seemingly endless list of questions during open session. That happens a lot. Okay, and by some own admission, that's happened here because you guys are something new.
Right meeting.
And again, you guys, I don't know, Courtney, if you were sitting
That
here, I
was
said
really
this.
your first meeting.
Yeah, I
But
thought you first.
yeah, y'all need to have a little bit of grace for each other because sometimes you're gonna have different lists of questions, right? But if it's repetitive, it's all the time, it's the same thing, then what you're telling me is, again, because you have a life, you all have a life, right? But in the end of that, you're also telling me you're not prepared to make a decision. But you're about to vote. So you gotta balance what that looks like, because you have a right to ask your question, but also, is the vote you're taking really informed? It's a perception, right? All right, role play, taking turns. Each member of the board role play as if you're the board president. How might you handle this situation? Remember, the meeting's being recorded. Community's watching live or will watch a recording because the meetings have to be online 3 years. They're safe for 3 years. Okay, so we're gonna pretend. I'm gonna pick on Donovan first, matter of fact. I'm gonna do two of you actually. I'm not gonna pick on Francie, so you have one other volunteer. Not only you're the president, somebody, veteran or new or first member, first meeting, you describe in your head what it is, right? But based on the conversation we've had so far, how would you handle if you're the board president? If person A, member B, whatever, goes on and 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 on with questions, how would you handle it?
I would probably ask, for time to meet with them and the superintendent, outside of the meeting.
So during their laundry list of questions, would you let them keep going?
No,
Okay.
I would ask them to not continue and offer to meet with them and the superintendent. And then I will also even offer to meet prior to the next board meeting to just like help them get in the groove of
Okay.
things, like set some time up
Okay,
with them so that individual can ask questions.
good. Because
Right
there's only
then
a
prior.
clarification. Yeah, what I heard you say is you're something that clarification they need, and you're gonna provide that. Yeah, good. Okay, somebody's not, who's not Francie, volunteer to be the next president. Okay, Walter, I'm gonna put something in your head, okay? Based upon what Donald just said, I'm gonna assume an action item is pending, right? The motion's been made, it's been seconded, so you really can't have discussion until the motion's made and a second is there, right? So now you have an action item potentially pending. Donald is gonna stop them in the middle of their debate, right? And ask them to save their questions for time afterwards, right? You, now as a veteran member, motion happened, second happened, debate is going, debate is going, debate is going, debate is going, debate is going. What are you gonna do at that moment? And what happens to the vote based on what you're gonna tell me?
I mean, it's like you watched some of our meetings.
Well,
It's like,
well, like she said, if they still have a lot of questions in it. And depending, if they've already said what they're gonna say, then they're done, but then sometimes they come back. Like I said, then
The same thing.
we'll say, okay, Courtney, now you have, just, what do you have to say? Then he'll say something, and then the other board member bounces off what he says. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, yeah.
Or it just continues and goes and
Right.
goes?
Right. And I might be hypersensitive to this. You guys might not care. Y'all might just love to have Taco Tuesdays. I think your birthdays on Tuesday. I don't know what day it is. Right? Yeah, I don't know what it is. I have no idea.
I've always,
Right?
once I've said my thing, I've said my thing, and then I can't bounce off what Court says. I can't, I mean, but
Right.
that's what happens sometimes in a meeting.
Yeah.
Is it just goes.
So back to meeting
It's just
efficiency,
cycle.
right? That's the whole point of being, and so you guys are gonna develop, and you're relatively new, right? You're gonna develop your own rapport with each other. You're gonna have a tolerance for each other. You're gonna figure out, well, it doesn't bother me, it bothers Bonnie, but she's not here, so who cares, right? But going on and on and on and on and on. One of the presentations I did for this board was about brain capacity, right? After a certain time, you cannot make an intelligent decision. You're exhausted.
Yeah.
Right, you've had your whole life outside this building, and the people who work in this building have had their whole life inside this building. Can we just move on already?
So can anybody say, excuse me,
Call the
either
vote,
let's stop this
call the vote.
and go forward?
You called previous
Call the
questions.
vote.
Or we do it next meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, call the
I
question.
gotta move forward.
But y'all need to have again, back to the purpose of a work session, right? We have and not now, with my schedule, I've got to keep going. What's your tolerance for that, right? Darlene has said, I really want to ask some questions, but I really want to be a good board member. I'm brand new, I have this life, I have all kinds of stuff. I hope you guys can understand me, right?
Right.
And what you're saying is, we definitely want to understand you, and Francine will say, I definitely want to be with you ahead of time. Elaine will say, I definitely want to have conversations with you, because she wants to have her questions asked, right? So y'all are going to develop your rapport among each other about what is too much, what's not appropriate, what looks like a dog and pony show, what really isn't dog and pony show, it's honest to goodness, legit questions. Y'all have to figure that out, right? But absolutely, call previous question. I'm done talking, let's just vote. When I taught my kids how to do previous question, I mean, stop talking and
So
vote.
any of us can say,
Anybody.
excuse me.
But here's my little Robert Rules thing, right? That's taking someone's rights away, right? More of you have to agree to stop the debate than a majority vote. That one's technically a 2/3 vote, right? Because you're fixing to take someone's rights away. You don't get to talk anymore. If previous question passes, we're done talking, we are now voting. Right? And so if 4 of you say yes, then the 5th person, sorry, we're done talking, we're voting.
Because
Right.
on the agenda, it gives time frame.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it exceeds the.
Right, and so again, if you don't feel like that's offensive and disrespectful to your time, then please let me talk you into that. If you do think it's disrespectful of your time, then let's figure out before there's a hammer gavel drop and a whole room full of people to solve it, so that we have an appreciation of why I'm asking these questions and why you feel like your time is being wasted, and if some are coming to compromise. Because you don't want to have it be contentious, right? You don't want to always call 2/3 call a question on Donovan's vote, or Donlin has questions. She has the right to ask her questions. If every month you're calling previous question, eventually Donlin's gonna get like, what the heck, man? I have questions. Why do you keep doing this to me?
Oh, not the questions, just on like the banter about it.
No, I.
So what's the process to shut that down?
In the middle of someone's debate, I call previous question. And if a second happens, then you're duty bound to take a vote. And what that means is if previous, and that requires rising, by the way, right? Not roll call, but rising, right? Even your raising your hand. How many of you think we need to stop talking and vote? That's the question. How many of you think we need to stop talking and vote? And if 4 of you say yes, and 1 of you says no, sorry, we're taking the vote.
What about 3?
I have to do the math. Is 3 out of 5 2/3? I don't know.
I
don't
mean,
think so.
It, not quite.
3 out of, so no, so it has to be 4.
Yeah, it's 60%.
2/3 is 66, 67.
So instead of, what did you call it? All the previous question,
Mhm.
can you also ask that that be postponed to the next meeting?
Yeah, you can do that too.
You can ask, but
That's-
then you vote,
That's lay on the table. That's lay
Yeah,
on the
to
table.
table,
Mhm.
yeah.
but then don't you have to all agree for that?
That's a majority. Oh, no, for a time, see? Yeah, no, that's a majority. That's not 2/3.
Bonnie, I have an example that goes along with this that I'll keep it real brief. About a year ago, we were working on our budget. We had a 20-minute presentation on the budget and what the budget was going to be for this year. The majority of our budget is salaries, right? And so we had a 20-minute presentation on the budget. We debated and went back and forth about the budget, and we had questions that were probably not the best for our director of finance. It went for 45 minutes after the 20-minute presentation. And so we spent an hour talking about our budget.
So again, I just think it's important for you guys to have a mutual respect for each other as individuals and as board members for your position and your person that you are, right? Just in general, right? But I don't want to necessarily have you hear me say you have to be friends, right? Develop rapport, have dinner together. I don't care what you do, right? If it doesn't bother you to have your time wasted, I'm just telling you, when you get to the place of frustration and it gets to a dog and pony show kind of thing, it's not about the kids anymore.
So what if you don't have the votes to call the previous question, but you also don't have a majority to table? What happens?
You have to do one of three things. Okay, one is if you call the question and 4 of you say yes and 1 of you says no, the question has been called, you're voting, right? And if it passes, it passes. If it fails, that motion's done.
But what if you don't have the 4?
Then the motion's still pending, top all you want. If only 3 of you, if someone says I call question and someone else said I second that motion, then you have to right now vote on whether you're gonna stop talking and vote on the motion or not. That's the first vote, right? Are you gonna stop talking and then vote? Or are we gonna keep talking? That's really the purpose of the previous question, okay? So if the question is called and it gets a second, and now you have to do raising, I just told you, it can't be voice, right? How many of you wanna stop talking and vote? And only 3 of you raise your hand, and the other 2 of you wanna keep talking? Then you're still talking about, because then it fails. Then you're still talking about the motion. Then you're still talking about the motion, because it failed. Right? If 4 of you vote yes, the other 1 of you, sorry, you don't just talk anymore because 4 of us are done. We're ready to vote on the motion. And now the motion, whatever it is, do you love it or do you hate it? Are you going to pass or fail the motion? I love it or I hate it. Then it goes away or it passes or fails. Right? And you can do all that. You can call for the question and it can fail and you keep talking. And in the middle of that talking, then someone else says, I move to table it till next month. It's actually more like a postpone to the next month. That's actually the right language. People say table, but it really is postponed to the next meeting. Then it goes away till next month.
That would be the best thing to do with it, though. That would satisfy the.
Well, maybe, but not if it's about the budget.
Yes.
Not-
Well,
Not if it needs
Right.
action
so also
right
then we
now
gotta keep
for the
discussing
district.
against that, yeah. So then it continues. till it's
And
done.
until 4 of you say, I'm done talking, let's vote.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Types of meetings. Your own policy says these types. Your own policy says you have regular. Your own policy says you have special. Okay, and the agenda is limited to identified topics and used in between regular. I didn't invent this language. I copy pasted from your policy. Okay, the only other type of meeting you have is called an emergency type of meeting, and it's urgent. Unforeseen circumstances that potentially lead to injury, damage, substantial financial loss, rarely used, and it's difficult to prove the emergency. I don't think I've ever seen an emergency meeting that's been like legit in my districts, right? Special from time to time, yes. Regular, obviously, but that's the kind of meetings your policy says you have. That's it. That's all. That's all. Okay. Why executive session? Of course, I need to go here. Okay, why executive session? First of all, you go into a closed session, you have to cite the scope. You don't just get to go behind closed doors because you're uncomfortable and talk about something, right? You have to cite the scope and your agenda has to say limited personnel matters, superintendent evaluation or contract negotiations, or limited whatever legal matter, whatever. You have to, your agenda needs to say with some kind of specificity what you're going into executive session about. Not clarity, but if I'm out in the chairs over here, why are y'all going to executive session? Because you're talking about superintendent or superintendent contract, or you have legal issues. Not because you're talking about basketball coach, right? That's the thing. Yeah, and you have to say, and you have to vote in open session. Again, roll call here. Roll call to come back in. Both of those votes happen in here, right? You vote here to go, and then you go to Lane's office, and you do your little thing in Lane's office. Then you come in here, and then someone says, I move to come out of executive session. And the only thing we talked about was the reason you said why you left. And that you need to honor that. And if you go off, we all need to hold each other accountable. We can't talk about the basketball coach. We're here to talk about the superintendent's
If
skill.
that were to happen, how would you rein it back?
I would say if you guys really have shared Taco Tuesdays and have a friendship and a relationship and rapport with each other, I would say you have the trust to say, hey, guys, we said to the people in that room, we're talking about the superintendent evaluation. And you're bringing up basketball coach, that's not appropriate. And I would say, if it's me, I would rather you call me out. And if it's you, I hope you would trust that our relationship now would handle you letting me call you out. The bad thing is you rein yourself in, you don't say it in the first place. It's something about the basketball coach. It's like personal accountability. But if it happens, one of the other four of you need to say, look, not appropriate, not, and also not legal.
Well,
Okay.
your suggestion be for executive session, we often stay in this room. We turn
Oh.
off the cameras.
Like typically is left.
Is it better for us to go to another?
No, it doesn't matter where you go. I just
We
assumed you did.
always close the doors.
No,
during
if
the
it's soundproof and
coming
no one's
in.
here, no, it's okay.
Yeah.
I just assumed you did. Most boards will even go somewhere else.
think it's
And-
soundproof, but-
There is statutory reasons why you have executive session. You just don't get to go because you want to. You don't just get to go because it's an uncomfortable conversation. You don't get to go because mamas and daddies all over the place call you and they're mad about something, right? There's statutory reasons why you get to go to executive session. You don't get to choose because everything you do has to happen in open session. You don't get to decide. I'm sorry you're uncomfortable, but you have to talk about it.
And it
Right.
should
If that's
remain
how you like,
confidential.
that's-
Yep. So here we go. Limited discussion, no final action taken in closed session, and it can't be confidential necessarily because you're about to vote on it. Right? When you go in to talk about Lane's evaluation, you have to come back out and say we hired Lane again for another year or 2 years or whatever, or we fired him. That happens in open session.
Yes.
That doesn't happen behind, it's not confidential anymore. Now, all the trash talking you did about it while you're in there, that's confidential, right? But the vote happens in here, right?
Right.
All right, final action happens in open meeting. And then the last thing on this slide, and then we'll take a little bit of a break, we needed to shift gears here, is work sessions. Again, study and discussion, dig into them. They do have to be noticed, right? There's no voting. So we'll agree to disagree here. Did you know your school board policy does not identify work sessions as meetings and thus, in my opinion, are not subject to recording requirements of media because your own policy, and there's a number. You can
And
look it
I'm
up.
gonna push back.
That's fine.
Okay, we're loving this.
No, it's
Agree to
it's good.
disagree.
It's good.
Our Open Meetings Act, which is law,
Mhm.
specifies,
Mm-hmm.
and I will read it, special meetings, including work sessions, may be called by the board president or a majority of the members upon the 72 hours, et cetera, for the purpose of giving public notice, and requirements shall be met by posting notice, et cetera, notice,
I agree.
more notice,
I agree.
et cetera, and I'm previous attorney put in that the special meetings, including work sessions, as we are to treat them the same.
I would agree that all that is what you're reading and that your attorney put that together. I'm gonna say that is not, in my opinion, that's not correct.
Okay,
Well, then it's
So-
probably, it sounds like we have conflicting policies.
Mm-hmm.
100%, absolutely.
So let's clarify that for your best success, because if that is the case, because sometimes you wanna, I mean, y'all are talking pretty openly today. But sometimes you wanna just have a study, like what the heck does that even mean?
Yeah.
Because the purpose of the work session is to dig into that thing and ask all the questions you want to.
And
Right.
that's what Amanda's doing for us, right, Mr. Wider?
Yeah.
Is she's
And
helping us.
What I need to,
align-
what I need to do is
with
probably give
policy and
Amanda
law.
both of those,
Mhm.
have her look at the OM.
Then prepare your next OMA to make it be what it is.
100%.
And we'll get some research about the district across the state, because I'm telling you, they're not doing that. People want to talk candidly and they don't want to be recorded on work session, and the law says meetings.
True.
So. All right, I need to stay quiet for a break, you guys. We'll come back in just a second.
Chanda, you mute us.
You need a Coke Zero?
No, be right back.
need to run down the hall real quick too.
All right, we are unmuted.
Everything
You got
okay at
the
home, buddy?
auctioneer voice.
30 minutes start, this would be close.
She's good.
Huh?
Okay, what's the
You
matter?
got the auctioneer voice.
Ah, yeah, I did that. Y'all know I can do that. Okay, this was supposed to be about board communication, it's supposed to be over 10:45. I have my little clock set for 30 minutes, which would make us right at 11, so it takes up a little bit of time here. Okay, so board communications overview is what this little section is called. And so in here, there's gonna be every possible interaction between you and employees, you and community in terms of public, you and spouses of employees, you and kids. All that is kind of set up as we move through these sections. So I'll kind of go through them pretty quick to make sure we get to the end. First of all, effective board communication, support transparency, and Donald mentioned that very beginning. Okay, none of this is supposed to make you look untransparent. It's supposed to improve transparency, right? Also, it's supposed to have public trust. And I tried to respectfully tell you, when I first got here a handful of years ago, there was not trust from my perception in the board. Not to be insulting or mean, that's just what I observed from my outside lenses. So it's supposed to improve that public trust. It's also about legal compliance. We talked about rolling forum last time as legally uncompliant, right? It's all that communication piece. Having a plan for dinner doesn't mean you're trying to be legally compliant, but the implications it looks like it might be, right? So all of that is just about the perception of legal compliance. Also about efficient governance, right? You have a job to do, we should take it seriously, but also, by the way, I don't know if you guys have recently, but if you have a board meeting that goes to 12:01, midnight plus 1 minute, what have you violated?
Another day.
Why?
Because you
Not the
didn't
same
do
day.
notice.
It's
for
a different
the
day,
Next day.
right? If you're board meeting, and I hope they don't go to midnight, please tell them they go to midnight. But if they're longer than an hour and a half, I'm gonna push back on you. Why? Honest to goodness, why? Are they taking so long? Are you doing things too cumbersome? Are you doing too many things that are lengthy? What you're in communication is supposed to help with efficient governance as well. And of course, board communications must comply with OMA and district policy. That's the overarching, that's why you have a procedure about communications. The first one is internal board communications. Okay, so back to Courtney's question from before. Board members may request superintendent from superintendent, right? Some people might say should, will, I'm not sure what word you want to use instead of may, but those are the questions should go to the superintendent. You should ask clarifying questions individually, right? If you come together and there's 3 of you at the board and you all go stop the superintendent's office, A, you're in a quorum, and B, you're attacking him, all you have is questions, do it separately, right? And y'all are gonna have to determine what's your best way of communicating. Are you face-to-face people? Hey, Lean, I'm gonna come see you. Or hey, Lean, I got a quick text. Or hey, Lean, I have sick kids, I have all the stuff, my job and this, blah, 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 can I send you an email? And it might change from time to time. It might change every month, depending on your situations and circumstances. Some people are straight up face-to-face people. Some people are straight up gives me writing. You guys are gonna have to determine where you are. Okay, but ask those questions individually. And then you receive those informational updates, right? But I would say if it's good for one, you should probably hear Mr. Superintendent, my advice to you. If board member A asks you for a question to question A, all 5 of them might need to have the answer to question A, especially if it's in writing. Right? You shouldn't reply all then, right? But you can push send all 5 of them. Board members should not deliberate with a quorum outside meetings. Should not. You should not build consensus through serial communications, right? You should not text Walter and then text Francie and then text Courtney, even if it's all in one, right? One of you shouldn't text the other 4 of you going, hey, what about this thing? Hey, what about this thing? Hey, what about this thing? Right? Because those are ongoing, perpetual, serial conversations. You and one other board member having a conversation, so you haven't violated a quorum, but you and one other board member are definitely having like conversations in persuasiveness towards or against that particular motion.
Bonnie, with that in mind and Courtney's earlier question, when we go to conferences.
I promise you,
Is that coming?
it's coming. Yep. You should not engage in decision-making via email or text, right? You're gonna build the case for it and then decision-making happens. You shouldn't do any of that through email. Right? So walking is one way of describing it. Also rolling quorum. Here's the ick, as my daughter would say, right? A walking quorum is an illegal, covert, or informal gathering of members of a public body. I want to feel overt or covert or illegal by doing hey, you might have, tacos at whatever place on whatever day. The perception is that you're gathering information, whether you are or aren't. So I'm gonna ask you for an example, in just a second. What can you do about you wanna have lunch together, dinner together, you're at NMSBA and Santa Fe, where are you gonna go to El Dorado? What are you gonna do? But that's your question, right? Email chains are bad juju. Sequential conversations over between people are bad juju. Group checks, social media, Facebook, all the stuff, bad juju, right? Bad juju, but you are gonna need to make a plan.
I just said one thing.
Right, so I would suggest, first of all, maybe you have a conversation. Let's just set the setting, right? You're in El Dorado, you're in the hallway, there's three of you there. One of you can send out a text, right? The problem happens when you respond back, right? Then you communicate it, right? The other problem is when you do reply all, that's where the communication happens. But you need to have an efficient way to meet up for dinner, right? So, hey, will you call so-and-so? Will you call so-and-so? You call so-and-so, that's all together. It's a little more cumbersome. And it's not like you're trying to do anything illegal or covert. You're just trying to figure out where you're gonna go have margaritas on Tuesday night, right? Or whatever.
So the
Right.
PSA that is put out for that week doesn't cover that because it says, no business will be discussed, no action would be taken.
It might.
But therefore, if we're doing a text of,
Yeah.
we're walking to the legislature.
And that happens all the time. I'm just telling you, I would be cautious about that, right? Because if you get IPRA'd, the implication, I'm not gonna IPRA you about your taco plans. I'm gonna IPRA you because I think you're doing something illegal, covert or whatever, right? And then you have to prove that you did or didn't. Do you really want to put that kind of out there for the board to look like there's some lenses of transparency issues or impropriety or trust or whatever? Do you really want to do that? Or can you do something else? Hey man, we're gonna go here on whatever it's at this time.
So
Right?
if this,
It's appearance of.
right.
It's appearance
So
of.
if the superintendent were to text the group to say, board members, we are going to meet at this place for dinner, but there's not any back and forth response, but he's taking on the role of communicating with the board. Would that also fall under the lens of, impropriety?
Remember I got fired, right?
Yes,
What you just asked me to do is you want me to set up the rolling forum.
gotcha. So that's a no-brainer.
Ooh. Yeah, what I just heard you say was,
So-
we're not gonna do this because we're elected and we live here, but you're gonna take it. We're gonna handle you.
And truly, Bonnie, I mean, this is
Poorly.
the
No, I know.
right?
Right.
Usually what I do, funny, is I like text. There was something I had to email them about this week. And what I do it in pairs.
Yeah.
So I'll send.
Right.
But could it also be like the lingo?
Yes,
Board
but
members?
it totally is. And your PSA may cover it. I'm just saying the perception that if I'm Mad Joe out in the community and now I know that you guys are texting each other, I am gonna do all kind of something to make your life hell. And is it really worth it?
Or could it be like, Pete, dinner here,
Right.
later, and then go to this.
Or not even a word, just a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
That's
It's just- It's just
That's what
caution,
this fund-
because you
yeah.
don't want people illegal or overt or covert or what to go, you just don't wanna have that. You don't wanna have that. All right, that's enough about rolling quorum. I think we hammered that one. All right, what about administration? Okay, I'm not talking about Lane, I'm talking about the directors, coordinators, principals, the administration in the district, not Lane necessarily, okay? Board members should use the superintendent as a primary information conduit, both up and down the food chain. I have a question after my packet. Hey, Lane, I got a question about the thing. Can you ask the presenter to make sure they're clarified on the answer? And then Lane could say, hey, presenter, a board member brought this question to me. Can you answer this thing for them before you leave tonight? Right, then you have your questions, it's out there, the answer, and the person who has the answer that you want the answer from is prepared to give you the best answer possible, rather than meeting them on the fly. Okay? Respect the chain of command, of course, right? Thou shalt not talk to a director or a principal without Lane knowing, right? And Lane maybe should be even present. They're not your employees, but you have one. And I've said this to him 100 times. If he's doing a bad job, fire him. If he's doing a good job, trust him. That's it.
Talk principals and stuff.
I think no.
I think are starting to go.
I think that's correct. Yep. Request information individually rather than collectively and avoid directing staff outside board authority. You don't have the right to ask principal A or director B to give you any kind of information or a report or data or a presentation, none of that stuff. I'm really curious about this thing in our district in this area. Lane, can you work on that?
You would ask.
And then he goes and finds the person who gives you the answer to the thing you're wondering about. Because you have wondering questions, of course you do. You care about the district kids, right? That's way different than going to the data analysis office and saying, I want to report next month about the graduation rate.
What do you do when you have people in the district that are emailing you specifically?
I'm gonna answer that too.
Okay.
Communication with public, right? With the public. Board members should listen. Avoid promising action outside meetings. I hear you. Our track facilities are horrible. I don't know if they are an example, right? I agree with you. I'm gonna put before the board. We're gonna get some money. We're gonna do a whole thing. We're gonna call Senator Munoz because he's the LFC director. We're gonna get all kinds of money. I got this problem solved. Don't make promises outside of authority at the board meeting. Don't do that, right? Encourage the use of formal complaint process. Your policy has a whole thing, by the way. I have a problem with teacher A, I have a problem with principal B, I have all the different things. Here's my situation, here's my problem. And the form also says, here's my potential solution. Right? Rather than just coming to a problem, to a situation with a gripe, here's my gripe in writing that I'm submitting to the principal or just wherever the chain of command would take it. But also here's my solution, here's my proposed solution to my, right? You don't just come with a gripe to things. Here's my gripe, and I would urge you consider this as a solution to my gripe. Okay. And of course, you want to maintain neutrality prior to deliberation. That's why you shouldn't say, hey, this is on the agenda next month. What do you think? If it's one of you against the other of you, well, I love it. Well, I hate it. Oh, well, I love it. I'm going to call someone else and make sure they love it too. Right? You're supposed to be neutral until you vote. Right? Neutral until you vote. That was public. Okay, so people are going to contact you. That's the same kind of response. Be listening, chain of command, follow all the stuff, don't respond, don't give an answer. What about employees, right? I speak the language of small town, right? Both of my districts that I was superintendent, I've had less than 100 kids in them, right? I get small town. I hate Fridays in the world, by the way, because I don't go to school on Fridays. I haven't in 20 years. Right, people in my part will get really angry when you have school on Fridays. Right, so I get small towns. I get everyone knows everyone, every little thing. I totally get that. Right, there are going to be people who maybe you're yours in particular for sure. I know your family members are employees here. Yours too. Right, they're still employees. Right, so what should you do? Family dinners. Right here, it's like my employees. Members should communicate through the superintendent or the designated administration. Right, and that's, I know, a challenge for families. I am really mad about this thing. Right, let's talk about this thing. It's family dinner night, man. Back off. Right, we're not talking about that right now. I don't care how mad you are. We don't do that. Right. Respect the chain of command. Your family member is not your employee. And not always, but most family members are going to stick up for their family members, right? So you're going to think, oh man, that's a sorry dog. Your superintendent's a sorry dog. Or your principal's a sorry dog. We should do something about that. You don't have that. You don't have that opinion. You don't get the right to have that opinion. That's not your plate. You are not their supervisor, and they are not your employee. They happen to be your mom, dad, uncle, brother, son, nephew, Aunt Ethel, whatever. Right? Chain of command is the thing. Request information rather than giving instructions. Okay, you could ask information if you want to, but then you don't get information. You don't give them instructions. You're not going to be a jerk. Right, but also you gotta have some boundaries. Like, we probably shouldn't talk about this. For the sake of my role on the board, your role as an employee, and our family relations, we should probably not talk.
What do you mean request information? Want to get more, why they're.
If there's something you
why
think
they
you.
put on leave, or why they're.
If there's something you think you want to ask, I guess you could request information, but you don't give you don't have the right to give them instructions as the board member. You can ask questions if you want to, and I'm talking a one-on-one conversation. Right, but you don't get an opinion. You don't get you don't have the authority to give instructions. Your authority, you can gather information if you want to. I would caution against that. Your policy doesn't allow that. Right, continuing employees. You should also avoid You should avoid investigating the matters. Back to your question. Asking clarifying questions doesn't mean you're investigating it, right? Again, boundaries. We should probably not talk about this. Not my deal. And in worst case scenario, if an employee A happens to be having misconduct and somebody gets put on leave and gets to do a hearing, blah, 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 who's the hearing officers,
We are,
right? So you don't need to be getting all in your head about what the thing is until you have to make a decision as the board, or the hearing officers, right? So don't get mad when your superintendent keeps you at length about personnel matters. He's protecting you by keeping you at length with personnel matters. Because it might get up the chain and then you're supposed to make an impartial decision. And you can't do that if you have got all the tea, right? You should obviously avoid discussing confidential personnel information. You should avoid creating perception of individual authority over staff, right? You're not anybody in particular. You're a single board member. You're one of 5, and you don't have authority over staff, even if you are 5, right? You should avoid directing or supervising employees individually. That was kind of on the previous slide also. Now what about students?
can we go back though? What do you do though when you have staff that is sending you unsolicited information?
What would you do in a public meeting?
Tell them that we cannot discuss this because we do not have authority over
And
personnel.
that's what I would tell them when they send you unsolicited information.
So, so is it best if, just for example, if an employee texts you on your district phone? Because our numbers are public, you know, obviously we are a publicly elected official. So our communication avenues are available.
Mhm.
So if you have an employee that has texted you on your district phone, you know, saying whatever they're gonna say, do we then respond or do we not respond? Or also, do we share with our one employee that they have somebody that is going outside of the lane seeking communication?
So I'm gonna say, your question, I'm sure you have something specific in your mind, is a certain parent, a certain family, a certain school, I know you have something specific in your mind. So my question obviously isn't gonna be about that specific, you haven't shared that with me. So, but the general thing is, one, you don't have authority just because they reached out to you to give them an answer, right? So in a public meeting, when you do have authority as a 5, your response then typically is, thank you, duly noted, right? So if it's a one-on-one thing, then it's kind of the thank you duly noted thing, but also thank you for your concern. Have you followed the chain of command? Right? Thank you for your concern about the high school, this, that, and the other. Thank you for your concern about the elementary, blah, 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 blah. Have you contacted the principal?
I mean,
And I wouldn't engage in conversation, or maybe not even have you. I would suggest you contact the principal. And it
because I
shouldn't go,
think that's what Walter and I have run into. Obviously, these 3 are you
don't
or
tell them, but they will soon.
right.
Well,
But I think
but sometimes an employee will send an email to all of us.
Well, of course they will.
Supporting another employee.
Of course they will. They want to rally you up.
Yeah,
Of course they
In
do. They want to
support
rally
of
you up.
an employee that possibly is an investigation.
You know? A, you shouldn't have the information if all the rules have been followed. You don't know what you're talking about anyway, right? All you know is the court of public opinion. Hello, I got fired because of public opinion, right? When I didn't tell the community what they thought they wanted to know, then all of a sudden they wrote their own story. I didn't tell them the story, so they wrote their own. So all of a sudden there was a weapon on campus. There never was. Then there was a hit list. There never was, right? And so the board got all this stuff, and we didn't have executive session for a couple of weeks. By the time I got to the board with all the stacks of policy that I followed, I said, it's literally like 85 pages or something, including the state school plan, blah, 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 all the things I did. The veteran board member who had been on the board for almost 30 years looked at me, he goes, oh, you follow policy. And I said, I've been your superintendent for 6 years and you didn't think I was gonna follow policy. Well, we were told all the stuff. I'm like, I'm sure you were told all the stuff. But I'm sorry, but now you gotta write me a big check. Because you listened to all the stuff. But the people do, right? So you don't do that. Don't let them suck you in. Thank you. Have you contacted that? If the chain of command, the superintendent, cool. Thank you. Have you contacted the principal?
But is it better to respond or just not respond?
right? Probably not respond is best.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception that we support can get hired or fired.
Yeah, oh, no, there for sure is. Yeah, you don't want to be the board of fire superintendent of the year, I promise. You don't.
Right.
Right, make intelligent decisions, keep yourself insulated, keep the district insulated, keep the employee insulated. That's not your lane.
I don't want to be superintendent of the year, but I want you guys to be the board.
We
So
can
get
do
all,
it.
get all of your training.
Yeah, we can do
All right,
it.
let's keep going.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Let's keep going. Sure. Communication with students. You may engage respectfully at school events, right? Wow, that was so great. I'm so proud of you. That was such a great performance. You spoke so well. Encouraging, of course. Be supportive. You should listen to student perspective. Some boards have the student body president as part of the board, right? As a liaison kind of stuff. So you have a student voice from the high school or whatever as part of the board, like ex officio member. Encourage appropriate channels for concerns. Kids are gonna have concerns too, right? I've seen some board members or board meetings, but they actually go have meetings at the school. So on one particular day of the year, whatever else, we're gonna go to this school and have our meeting there, and then we'll have the whole student council come to whatever, right? Because you want to be with the kids, or whatever, you can do what you want to, right? But you want to encourage them also to have appropriate channel. That's the students. You should avoid discussing confidential student matters, right? You should avoid promising outcomes outside board action. I know the track is horrible. I know we need new turf on the football field. I know we don't. You're the best athlete we've ever had. We're going to get all this new stuff for you. Don't promise the kids anything either, right? And you should avoid interfering with school administration. It's not your job to interview, investigate, discipline, provide directives. That's not why you were elected by your constituents. It's not your deal. Not your deal. What about families? You should listen respectfully and emphatically. I had a real concern, or I wouldn't have taken the time to email you. I had a real concern, or I wouldn't have taken time to text you. Quite frankly, I had a real concern, or I wouldn't take time to come to your meeting. Right? So I deserve to be listened to. I deserve for you to listen to me. Right? And empathetically. Wow, yeah, I see that's horrible. I'm gonna have an opinion about that. That's horrible, but I want to be empathetic about that. Refer concerns to appropriate administrators. It doesn't always have to go to Lane. Right? If there's a chain of command, it's not always Lane. You have a whole team of directors. You have a whole team of principals. You have a whole team of coordinators. You have a whole team of assistant principals. What's the appropriate chain of command? And if you don't know, then you can just simply say, have you seen the appropriate administrator? Right? Encourage use of formal complaint processes because people want to just gripe. But I'm telling you, you have form in your policy, several of them, right? Here's my gripe. Here's my potential solution to my gripe. It could be about textbooks. It could be about staff members. It could be about all kinds of stuff. But there's a place to put the gripe and a place to put the potential solution. Right? So if you don't encourage a formal process, then you're not encouraging your own use of your own policy. All you're doing is encouraging griping. That's not problem solving. That's just griping. And of course, you want to maintain, again, neutrality until board deliberation. Again, you don't have an opinion until you come to the vote. Now the students' families, okay? Not just families in the community, but students' families. You should attempt to resolve operational issues individually, not your deal. I'm going to tell you in a couple of slides here what your very narrow scope is. You already probably know this. You have a very narrow scope as a board, right? So stay there. Don't go into the operational kind of stuff. You can't solve the operational issues. You can't issue a PO. You shouldn't contract with people and make phone call to contractor A and B. Hey, go, we got some construction we need to do. Why don't you put in a whatever? Or attorney. Hey, you're the best attorney I ever know. Why don't you turn in a thing to be our attorney? That's not your deal. And quite frankly, the person who you just now encouraged to call is probably going to need to be dismissed from consideration. Right? Not your deal. You should also avoid creating expectations of individual board action. I can't solve this. They're going to think you are the best thing since canned corn and sliced bread. You are now elected. Poof, you can save the whole district. You by yourself. If they think that you can, they don't have a perception of what you can do as a board member at 1 of 5. And if you agree that you can, neither do you. Right? You're 1 of 5. And you're only 1 of 5 when you are 5 in the meeting room after the gavel called agenda. That's it. Spouses. What about spouses and family of employees? You should treat information shared by family members as informal. Right? I am so mad about this thing. I'm having turkey dinner. We're gonna share the pumpkin pie, and now you're gonna get all my whole stuff, and then you're gonna go to the superintendent on Monday morning. Maybe they're just venting. Maybe your family and your spouses of employees are just venting to you, right? Or maybe you see them at Walmart, right? My closest Walmart's an hour and a half away, thank God. Right? So I don't have to do the whole Walmart thing. That's a blessing in disguise. But you get around, you go to places and they're like, hey, I gotta talk to you. I got something important you need to know about. Okay, families of employees, because they're gonna gripe, they're gonna talk, they're gonna help you solve it. Same as always, maintain confidentiality and neutrality and direct appropriate administration channel. It's the same everywhere, but there's specific thing and the motivation behind it is different. The public who comes and sits before you has certain things they want to say. The mad mama who comes before you has a whole other thing she wants to say. Right? It's a whole different thing. The employee has a different thing. The spouse of the employee has a whole different thing, right? But all of these people are going to want you to fix their problems. All of them. Right? What should you avoid with spouses and family and employees? Again, acting on unofficial information. Engaging in personnel discussions outside proper channels, not your deal. Avoid discussing personal matters altogether. Stay out of it.
We have a rule in our house. Talk about. Or politics.
I was gonna say, well, if you talk about politics and money, that's a religion, right? Everything else on the table.
Yeah, or we don't even talk about, politics either in our house, because we're all different. And
Yeah.
just HIPAA, just, we have patients that we see and, it's just just.
Boundaries.
Don't work.
You gotta figure out
We
boundaries.
talk about what we're gonna do in the mountains or, yeah.
So speaking of boundaries, good segue, Walter. That was good. Confidentiality and a boundary, just as a reminder. Just as a reminder. Across all stakeholder communications, board members, all of them, ones I just showed you, students, public, informal meetings, family meetings, spouses, employee, all the things, all the ones we just throw, all the stakeholders did, you should protect confidential information always. It's fun, people gossip and do all the stuff. They don't know what they don't know. They think they know, right? And I'll never remember that guy's face. I will never forget that guy's face. Oh, you follow policy. Hello, right? So protect confidential information. Avoid creating OMA violations to informal deliberation, right? Let's have Taco Tuesday, meet at El Dorado at the corner, see stop sign at 7 o'clock. Not a big deal. But the perception is, what else are you doing? Right? Figure out another way. Preserve the governance versus administrative rules. You guys govern, you don't do administration, not your deal. But you develop the policy, he implements it. End of story. If the way he doesn't implement it, doesn't fit, doesn't work, doesn't meet your needs, and guess what you do? Fire him. Here's a little humor. If it does meet what you do, and he is doing a great job for you, then what do you do? Trust him. Keep him. Give him a raise if you can. Give him a multi-year contract and some security, right? As part of my lobbying work and my work with NEMSEL, I'll tell you, often 45% of superintendents have a turnover in our state every year. You don't want to lose your superintendent every other year.
But why would you fire him if you just want him to fix a simple?
Well, that was an egregious example. You wouldn't fire him if you're mad at him, Walter, don't fire and talk to him. That was a little bit facetious.
Sometimes we just need a simple solution that, why are the bathrooms locked? Can we unlock the bathrooms?
That's a fire offense thing.
If I write policy, Walter.
But like I said, but you don't get nowhere, because we keep getting rid of people, you're not gonna get anywhere.
And so I don't know your hiring situation exactly. In most districts in the state, there's not a long line of people out there who want to come to work.
And yes,
Right?
exactly.
You want to keep the ones you have, train the ones you have, train them up, provide support, mentorship, all that kind of stuff, because you want to have a team. Yeah, you'll have some success over time, right? And you don't just get that by going half cocked off things. So I was being facetious, Walter, so forgive my humor. Yeah, but Walter brought up an example about professional boundaries, right? You know your own personality best, right? Are you a Facebook person? Then you maybe need to go on no Facebook right now. Are you a Snapchat person or whatever else? Maybe your own self? I should not probably do that, right? Are you a phone call, are you a go to Walmart and see what's happening in the meat aisle kind of person? About, you know your own personality style the best. I don't know you. Right.
7 o'clock in the morning.
So you have to determine, what your professional boundaries are. You know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do to honor yourself, your family, your commitments, your all the stuff, but also the board member, you got to figure out your own skin. Back to your question earlier, you asked me earlier, Monica, about if someone goes off topic in executive session, what do you do? Back to your professional boundaries. In theory, that will never happen because all 5 of you aren't going to do that. It's back to the boundaries, but you have to internally do that.
Yeah.
All right. Reminder: you should avoid acting on unofficial, engaging in personnel discussions, engaging in discussing personal matters. The takeaway from communication in general is appropriate communication among board members as well as with employees, students, and families supports trust. Right? You don't want the community to distrust this board. You guys there's a new majority. There's 3 new ones and 2 old ones, right? There's a new majority. You want to put best foot forward so that the community supports you from the get-go. From the get-go. You also want to protect confidentiality, right? You want to be that best person who displays that, right? You want to be the person who I know will be involved if I tell you something, right? And the community wants to have that in you as well. You want to be able to preserve administrative authority, right? You don't want to be the kind of person, I'm assuming, that wants to throw people under the bus. That's like none of you told me. I asked you that question on purpose. I'm pretty intentful that way. Why are you here? And every one of you said you're here for the kids. You did it in different ways. That's why you said you're here. You have different experiences, right? I'm assuming all 5 of you are born and bred Grants people your whole life, right? No? So some of you are, okay? But you have kids here, you have families here, you have where we are, you're in Grants Cibola County, right? You're part of this community, you have been for however long, right? But every one of your reasons were to help kids. And you didn't balk when I said you don't represent the kids that you are in the school district or the school that you're at. There's 11 schools that you represent, right? Every one of you agrees to that and nods your head, even now. And you want to make sure you all help prevent legal and governance risk. You don't want to be the board who has lots of lawsuits and lots of legal expense and lots of attorney costs and lots of things because you have done things that look questionable. You've done things not transparent. You've violated someone's this, you violated someone's that, and now you're the reason we have this big old bill. You don't want that. You don't want that. Okay, here you go. Email chain. It could also be a text chain. Text chain. Here's a scenario. This one. Appropriate communication among board members as well as employees, students, and families. Board members email positions on agenda item and reply all with their independent positions. Okay, let's just discuss for a second, and then we'll be hopefully around getting closer time. 10:45. I'm not far off. OMA, and let's not do Walter, right? You were last time. Let's not do Walter and Donald. The other 3 of you, what can you do about the OMA rolling quorum risk? And what can you do to identify communication alternative? So let's do the 3 in the middle. We did 2 on the end last time. The 3 in the middle, give me an answer for this. What potential solution could you have with the dinner problem in Santa Fe or Albuquerque or wherever to meet up at 7 o'clock at the corner? What could you possibly do?
Well, I think what we're talking about earlier, it would be easy for if we're in the hallway and we know that we're going to have a dinner meeting or whatever, say, okay, Francie, you only talk to Courtney, Lane, you talk to Walter, and Monica and Donalyn, you be the 2. And we state, here's this one person to start, those communications. So you're not replying all, and that, I think that for sure goes with, like when we all get an invitation to go to an academic night, staff doesn't necessarily know that the board should be blind copying. So we're all on there, but we shouldn't be replying all, to that.
Right.
Individuals could reply to the person who has sent it, but we all shouldn't do it.
Right. Good. Courtney, what else can you think of?
If there's a reply all going out, I would just say this, like, reply going quorum and not reply or.
Okay. Kind of
Heads up,
kind of, yeah.
What's up, we're rolling court, can't do this.
Call them out on, hey, did you know you're doing this kind of problem? Yeah, good. Okay, Monica, what do you do?
As far as like if we're at a conference and everybody wants to meet up for lunch, we always see each other in passing.
Mhm.
Then it's like, hey, lunch here at this time. Maybe if
Bless
I
you.
hear Donald, let's do it, and she sees Lane, lunch here at this time.
Mhm.
And go that route instead of a whole, I'm send text and I just, oh, and then I don't reply. Cause I just don't, so maybe
Right.
that's a good thing.
So remember, if you get IPRA'd, right, if you get IPRA'd and all your phones come into question, right? It doesn't matter if you replied all. It matters that the record exists, that there was a communication of 5, whether or not you replied all or not, someone started it and you're included.
Even with the PSA.
Well, there might be some security there, but it doesn't matter. They're still IPRAing you because they're mad at you about something. The perception is they have something that they think's happening, whether or not it has or hasn't, whether or not you can say you covered your butt or not. You're not gonna get an IPRA unless someone's mad and has a hunch. Or maybe they want to just be a burr in your bonnet and cause you to have these guys have to research and dig and prove why their burr in the bonnet is true or not true. Right? What you're really trying to do is communicate with each other. You're really just trying to make dinner plans. You're really just trying to say, hey, it's not your intention isn't that at all. So I'm not trying to like scare you into like not communicating. I'm trying to help you to communicate better. And matter of fact, Lane should send you stuff. I'm assuming you send them the newsletter once a week, right? He should communicate to all 5 of you at the same time. Right? It's the blind copy thing and the reply all that kind of creates this dialogue. Not that there's a communication, but you're not trying to break the law, you're trying to communicate, right? The problem comes when you're trying to be persuasive about things, and the perception is that you're doing things outside of the forum. It's a perception problem.
I'm not sure I understand how the blind copy solved that.
It's not public then on the IPRA. It's still all 5 or it's still there. It's still there.
And then the language.
But it wasn't as a group.
But if
So
you're
like,
seeing-
if we're blind copied, we don't know, we're gonna assume that all 5 board members were blind copied, but we don't know because we can't see who is on that email that has been blind copied.
But what I think Donald's saying is there was no business discuss. I mean, even if they pull the phones, if let's say attorney says, okay, you guys have had a rolling quorum. And yeah, like she says, you guys still met, you guys still had lunch together, all 5 of you were still together, it still doesn't solve I mean, we still got together.
Right, and back to your point about the PSA, right? You should have
Right,
lunch.
Donald?
You should have lunch together at those conferences. You should be at the same table. You should be like, I went to this one. What did you hear about this one? I went to this one. What did you hear about this one? That's the reason you're going. You're going to make the board stronger. You're going to have communication together. You should have meals together. Breaking bread together is important.
Right. But I also think it's the lingo, because you're saying dinner meeting. We're not having a meeting if we're gonna meet for dinner.
Sure.
We're gonna have dinner.
Right.
Right.
So the lingo, it's either, how do I say this to be politically correct?
Well, how would that person?
So, but I
prove
think we're
that?
getting even too specific on that. Donald, I think your question is when Lane or I, send, here's the agenda and this is, for information. And it says at the top of the email, all board members blind copied to avoid rolling quorum. Even if Lane sent all 5 board members individually, that still would be considered rolling quorum. But I think the workaround on that I have heard from trainings and lawyers and everything is that when you're blind copying, you are making sure that everybody is made aware of what is going on, because there has to be a way to communicate it, because otherwise there would never be communication. Because if Lane tells me, Francie, email the board this, and then I email Courtney, and then Courtney emails Monica, and then Monica emails you, and then you email Walter, that still is rolling quorum, even if individually we're doing it. So I think the way the blind copy came about was a way to.
But I guess I don't see how it is because you're announcing the blind copy. So if I was a disgruntled so-and-so, I'll be like, oh, it says on the email, they blind copy so-and-so. So now I'm gonna give her every individual person on that thing because it was announced that.
That might be
they're blind
code
copy.
also, that might be code also for don't reply all.
Yes, typically.
Right. Because if I'm trying to give you information and I want to do it where it's not, I'm not accepting a late quorum, and I'm just giving you in should lane.
But we can tell when we're blind copied because we're not in the thread, right?
But then you don't want to do reply all.
Mhm.
That would be, that, saying everybody's blind copy might be kind of code for the board of don't reply all. Here's information for you to understand.
So maybe just putting do not reply all.
Right. Yeah, again, it's about transparency, about making sure you don't have a perception of causing problem, and none of you guys are gonna wanna do that. Just mad people with the perception they're gonna try or gonna hammer you. You don't wanna give them enough rope to hang you with, right? So just, the point of this kind of just be cautious.
I have.
Right,
my-
it's after
I have
11,
my
you meet.
listener for the newsletter every week. And I blind copy that whole lister.
Yeah.
So like, all of you guys are on there as board members. All staff are on there, the directors are on there, Bonnie's on there.
Tribal leadership.
The governor, the governors of Acoma, governor of Laguna, Hosky, with Bach and Pruitt. And so it's a whole listserv of people, but I purposely blind copy the whole group, so that way, you know, you're not getting an email from the governor of Acoma or.
I guess my last little thing, and we have 45 minutes till I'm done with you guys. I wanna, I hate all, cause like a line in the sand, right? All is a little bit weird. All and never are words I try to never use, cause you can't really do all, you can't really do never. There's always exceptions to things. However, I would say in general, I would encourage you to never reply all to anything any of you send to each other, including Lane, because that might start a conversation of, I love this idea or I hate an idea, and you're starting to plant the seeds of persuasion about an action item for future board meetings. So in general, I would just caution you about just never reply all. Take all information for you to consider as information, develop questions, and then follow the chain about getting your questions answered out of transparency, not about giving someone some ammunition to shoot at you. Okay, fair enough? I know it's a lot this fast, but I want to keep this going.
So I just have a question because we were like invited to a academic.
Academic.
Right? And so if we all go.
There will be a PSA that is put out in advance.
Yep.
Okay.
See,
And
congratulations.
it will say no business will be discussed, no action will be taken.
If there's ever gonna potentially be a core of you gathering for any social event, that should go out there. You guys, y'all should be there. You should be at all the graduations. You should be at the performances. You should be at the football games. You should be at the art,
I
whatever.
get invited to the science fair
Yeah.
stuff too.
You should be, all those places.
It's odd too, because sometimes you guys get invites and I don't.
Yeah, I
And
get
I'm like,
invited
oh.
like to the science fair. I have a science fair invite. I went, I saw Francie went.
I was there.
And I don't know if you were there. I know we kind of don't sit with you, you know, we go different
Yeah, we
directions.
typically
If you
are.
know, we might end up seeing each other.
Yeah.
But people know who you are. You were elected.
Yeah.
None of you guys were appointed, correct? You were appointed. Okay, well, next time you have to be elected, right? All the rest of you guys were elected because people want you to make an impact on the district.
Yeah.
Right? And not only you'll next time be elected, right? So there's a perception that you're in the community. There's a perception that you're supporting the kids. And you can't support the kids from the boardroom. You support the kids at their event. So
Yeah.
you should be there, but you should be protected because it's
Well, and you
casual.
guys are parents. You guys have children too, grandchildren.
I knew you guys were there because they recognized.
You're
us,
gonna
so
be in stuff.
I knew some
Yeah.
we were there. I knew Lane was there. I don't know where he was, but I knew they recognized him.
See, and that's hard for me because even when my kids were in school and I'm not at this ramification, I will sit off by my house. I don't want to know who's doing what's happening. And they're like, and I'll just wait.
Guess
For
what?
the kids.
I
Yeah.
don't want to know. I don't want to see. I don't want to have conversation. And it's like, now you have to have conversation. Away.
Right? Right.
And they watch you walk in and they said, okay, let me see where she's going. I'm like, she doesn't happen. Let's go.
You just need to take your bodyguard. He can have.
Yeah.
But
I skipped over the break. I skipped over the break slide and really kind of had an informal break. If you have necessary needs to go take care of, please go do that. But I'm gonna keep us going. We have 45 minutes. So I'm gonna keep us rolling here. All right, policies in the board. Okay, policies in the board. Lots of questions here. Lots of questions here. What is your role with policy? How is policy adopted? What is NMSBA policy services in the first place? What is board council? What is our lane versus superintendent lane? And is their procedure the same as a policy? Okay, lots of questions we're gonna get to in this little section.
Namely.
Yeah.
Superintendent lane. All right, board powers. This is important. According to New Mexico state statutes, the law, right? And your own policy, this one in particular, right? You have something called powers and responsibility. Right, that's the language of your title. That's the title of your board policy, right? Board powers and responsibilities, right? And there's a whole long list. They're all bulleted up, but again, this is a 30,000 foot view. You basically have these things that are your highest priorities. The first thing you do is you develop policy. That's it, right? Second thing you do is you employ the superintendent. Set his salary. And the last thing you really do is approve budget. There's things about sue and be sued. There's all kinds of things about eminent domain, all those kind of things too. Those are all on there, right? These are really the three main bullets, right? So don't let me say there's nothing else because there are a few more. They are much more insignificant than these three. These are your meat and potatoes, if you will. Okay, so that's the board power. Superintendent is called something different. He has duties, but guess what? They're also given to him in our state statutes and the law, right? And the GCCS school board policy, this number, his are called qualifications and duty. Yours are called powers and responsibilities. His are called qualifications and duty, right? Different thing. And that's the language of the state statute. I didn't make this up, neither did you. That's the language in our constitution. Okay. He is a CEO of the district and he's responsible for these things. He's responsible for education. There's a whole long list of things he does under education. There's a whole long list of things he does under management. There's a whole long list of things that the board directs him to do. And there's a whole long list of policy implementation and managing district personnel. Those are the areas, and there's a whole lot of specificity in those areas, but none of those are yours, right? He's not approving the budget. He's not hiring himself. He's not setting his own salary. He's not directing and writing and adopting policy, right? He's implementing what you have adopted. So guess what? If you hate your policy, you should change it, right? Policies and board overview, and here's how you change it. First of all, they establish governance direction. They tell you what you're supposed to do, right? If this is the thing you're supposed to do in the district, that's how you're supposed. It gives you your parameters. It sets your priorities. It provides an operational framework, right? Now we have framework for the board governance, for the district governance, for the school settings, for the school sites. We have a operational framework for all of that because of our policy. It ensures legal compliance, right? You don't get to do what you want to do if it's illegal, right? You got to follow the law. It promotes consistency and accountability. That's why I'm here. I have to tell you, as a little side note, how proud I am of the systems work we're doing, because every conversation I have those 3 days of the month, it's about how can we do this systems approach across the district, right? This isn't going to be an elementary thing versus the middle school thing versus the high school thing, or east and a west kind of thing, or elementary versus secondary kind of thing. This is across the district. What's the systems approach to make this consistently done, and also accountability? And if I have said bosses need to have hard conversations once, I've said it 1,000 times, right? Bosses need to have hard conversations with their people because we want to promote consistency and accountability, right? The board is responsible for adopting, reviewing, and revising policy. That's not the staff's job, that's yours, right? And as they find things, they bring it to you, but that's because they're being good helpers, not because it's their job, right? Board role in policy governance, you set the policy direction. What do you want to do? Right? What is it that you want to do? That's your policy. The how to do the thing isn't your deal. That's procedure. That's his. Right? You want to do this thing. You don't get to say how you want to do this thing. Right? That's not your deal. You want to do this thing. You want to have a graduation rate. You want to have whatever you want to have. That's the thing you want. The how to get to, you don't get to determine that. That's not policy. That's procedure. Different. We'll get there. You approve, revise, and repeal policy. It might be that you hate it all of a sudden. you have the valedictorian, salutatorian selection procedures and the GPA this and the GPA that, and you want to blah, blah, blah. And then you go, oh man, I didn't know what that meant was going to throw this kid out of this thing. We got to change our policy, right? You don't have to live with it just because you have it. When I started this work a year ago, February, and not to throw anybody under the bus, but as I got the team together to talk about student attendance, the student attendance team was so strong, had people from different high schools and different things that were here and different counselors and what do you call your attendance people support team, CSAs or CS?
EWS, SSA.
Right, SSAs, right. They were so good at their job that they knew that your policy about attendance was called, it was called compulsory attendance law. That law was repealed 10 years ago. And you still had it in your policy as the law you thought was in there. And they knew that that law changed to Attendance for Success Act 10 years ago. Your policy had the wrong law. Right? Yep. And what happened was the board, whatever time that was, reviewed it, maybe had a first reading, maybe even had a second reading. The problem happened, it didn't get from the board action to the policy people to update on your website. Because I went through those minutes myself and said, yep, here it is first time. Yep, here it is the second time. This particular one just didn't get reported right. The board already took action because the policy wasn't changed. Well, I can't do a whole attendance policy for the whole district with a law that doesn't even exist anymore. Right? You don't get to do what you want to do with a bad law. And your people knew it was the wrong law. They brought it back to you to change the thing, to get the right stuff, to get the compulsory attendance law out and Attendance for Success Act in, as an example. Okay, so you can change it. You want to monitor implementation through the superintendent, right? That's where we're going to get to strategic plan here in a minute, right? The board does not administer policy, the whole stuff ahead of time. You don't get to tell people what to do. You don't get to direct them. You don't get to do any of those things, right? You set the policy, he implements it. How does he implement it? He develops procedures and regulations, right? Should be consistent, should be transparent, should be across the district, right? When I first got here, the high school people were mad at the elementary people. The elementary people thought the high school people were going to take advantage of that. Everybody was this about that, blah, blah, all the stuff. I'm like, oh, I know. Why are we having such a bad communication thing? And it really boiled down to, well, there's no policy. There's no procedure telling you how to do this thing. So I'm going to get up and go to my school site and I'm going to do this thing the way I think this thing needs to be done with my best intentions. I didn't get up this morning trying to screw somebody up and make a bad decision, right? But the way I think the thing needs to be done was way different than this person thinks the thing needs to be done. And the next person, different. And the next person, different. If you have 11 principals doing the same thing 11 different ways, well, no wonder there's chaos, right? So you have this thing about procedures and regulations to minimize all of that. Provide recommendations for policy updates. I have said to the work groups, hey, if you find something wrong, inadequate, inappropriate, not for whatever else about policy, you probably should say, hey, board, our practice has been that we do these things. Your policy doesn't represent that over the course of time. We either need to change our actions because of over the course of time we've been doing it this way, or y'all need to reconsider your policy and maybe there's a policy revision that didn't quite get tidied up right, which is what Amanda's is doing, right? And have a conversation between the people who are finding things in error and you guys trying to have the policy that's most up to date. If there's a gap, they need to have the authority, they need to have the ability and the comfort to come to you and say, hey, we think there's a gap. And you need to have the relationship with the people that say, we want to hear that there's a gap because we want our policy to be right. That's up and down the food chain conversation, right? And then you want to report on your policy effectiveness. Part of the work I'm doing in a scorecard I have is, are we reviewing this? Is this sustainable over time? This should not be a procedure we do right now and the next time we change. This should outlive the employees. This should outlive the board. This should outlive the superintendent because it's good work. Not because XYZ people are employed here and we're doing this today. What about next week? You can't change stuff all the time, but you're never going to get to the end of it, right? There needs to be some continuity and consistency over time in people, but also in procedures. All right, so policy adoption process overview. How does that happen? One thing is careful review and opportunities for discussion. How many readings do you have before you adopt policy? Two, right? You have the first one where it's presented to you, right? And then you have some time to review, dig, you have a month long or however long you want to do, right? And then you have the second reading. Are you required to adopt it or not at the second reading? You can do it later, right? It's a big deal. I just told you like the three things you do. Policy is the first one, right? Superintendent and budget also, but policy is your biggest deal. Don't just pass it because you're told to pass it. Make sure you like it, right? So let me talk about NMSBA and we'll go along here. It's transparent. It's public. You get the whole thing. You don't just get a snippet. You get the whole 85-page policy if that's what you're going to need to consider to adopt, right? And you need to read the whole 85-page policy if you're going to adopt it, right? That's how the whole district is run, right? That's like the biggest deal you have. Don't just come to the meeting and go vote yes. Wait, what does it even mean? Right? You got to be transparent, but careful review helps to have that happen. Multiple readings prior to approval. First reading is typically where it's introduced, right? Then you review it over a period of time. Typically it's a month. And then you have your second reading, and that's typically where you're going to take action, right? Most of the time you're going to say yes. Sometimes you're going to say no, right? And that's okay. It's your policy, right? This isn't an MSBA policy to Joe Guillen that all 89 districts do the same thing, right? All 89 districts can do different things. Here's an example. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when the gender bathroom things came out, right? There was districts all over the place making decisions about whether we're going to have gender bathroom, whatever. I am not. I am. Well, I am not. Well, I am. Cool. It's your policy. I'm just telling you, if you don't adopt this policy that the state law is now endorsed and you get sued, you're going to lose. That doesn't mean you have to put in your policy if you hate it that bad, right? There was districts all over the place. There was probably 50-50 split, right? But it's your policy. Just because Joe Guillen sends out an MSBA thing and says, hey, we recommend you do this thing, doesn't mean you have to. It's probably wise, but you don't have to. You're the board. You were elected to consider, read, study, analyze, and then vote. If a majority passes it, then it's policy. And if it's not, then it doesn't.
So typically in a first read, if we're reading it and it's obviously being presented to us in our meeting, and we find that change, the policy language, whatever, doesn't align, specifically with our district. If we wanted to change some of the wording, would we typically bring that up then in the first?
I took it off because it didn't type well and it looks kind of weird. When I copied and pasted, as an example, your policy from these two examples I just gave you, there was literally a little copyright symbol right here.
Yeah.
And what that means is because the attorneys for NMSBA wrote it, it's their policy, it's copyrighted. If you're going to adopt this policy, we're keeping the copyright on it because you adopted it just how we sent it to you. You adopted it just how we wrote it. If it has a copyright. Okay. And if y'all don't know how to dig into your policy, I can come and show you how to do that too at some point in time if you want me to keep coming and helping you. If it doesn't have the copyright symbol, it means we like everything, but we think we're going to strike out this part. Or we want to add this part into it. We like all the rest and keep all the meats and bones. But if you change it, they take off the copyright, but they make it your own personal policy. Valedictorian is a perfect example, right? You're not going to find policies in NMSBA stuff that are the same. There's 89 different districts. I think they're like the 78 or 79 districts use them now. It's like less than 10 probably don't use NMSBA because they can afford to hire their own attorney, right? So the NMSBA attorney writes these globally. If you like them globally, keep the copyright, move along. If you want something very specific to grants, won't have a copyright, right? And you can decide, we love all of the stuff except this one little part. Then you just say, hey, we love all the stuff except check out this little part. Then when you vote on it and you pass that little part,
And
Well,
then
that's
we,
all I thought
then
Lynn made notice of some of the stuff, where some say shall, some say may, some
But
say
then-
should.
but then after the second reading, it's typed and it's written, it's strike out, it's however, whatever else. Then when it gets to these guys to contact the NMSBA attorney, they say, here's what we voted. Here is the document we passed. Please upload this into our portal.
but that typically would happen, the changes would typically happen in that first meeting. And then the second reading would have any of those changes noted.
I
And
don't-
then,
Maybe not, right? Because you're just getting you're introduced to it on the first reading, right? The NMSBA attorney says, here's the thing we think you should pass.
right,
Here you go,
right,
right? And you've had 72 hours now to review it,
right,
right? You may not have an amendment at that time. But after the first reading, now you have 30 days. You go, oh yeah, this is a problem.
Well, the first
And you
reading,
come back on your second reading and you say, in my study, I found this is problem. I'm gonna suggest an amendment to this in this way, and then you have to do a second reading on the amendment.
So then it would be a third read.
Mhm.
That was the clarification
Yeah.
I needed.
Yeah.
Well, the first read will have all the redactions, so where we're making.
Like the,
changes.
like.
If they send it to you,
Yeah.
if they send it to you,
These
then what happens?
services,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
straight through.
I have a question.
Okay, so let's
for
go there.
The time frame, because I'm not sure I understand, like, so the first reading, it's a presentation, right? And just in the 2 meetings I've had, right, on what the policy is.
Mhm.
Where do you have time to propose new language? Because then the next meeting is already the second meeting and we're voting on it.
So then, right then, and so you would say, I have and so there would be a conversation then between the board president and the superintendent, and you would say, hey, I have a problem with this part of the thing. I'm gonna recommend we have an amendment at our next, in a month from now. But today we have the first reading. Here you go. You have 30 days. In the 30 days, you'll find a problem you want to change. I think you need to go to the board president and superintendent and say, I think this is the problem. I'm gonna recommend, here's the amendment.
It would
This goes
actually
on, this goes on in a month.
be 2
Now
meetings,
that's-
so it would be 2, because
don't
we
think
have
that's-
2 meetings a month.
Well, so again,
So
I'm gonna suggest, this just me,
30.
I would say 30 days.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough
Right,
time.
and then you have an amendment offered 30 days, right? And then you have a second, now we gotta consider your amendment. Cause I love your amendment, I hate your amendment, I saw it totally different, right? And then you vote on the amendment, and then you have to vote on the policy after that.
So
you're
my-
looking at 3 months
Mhm.
for a policy though.
If you wanna do, why not? If it's the most
Yeah,
important thing you do, it needs to be right, I would say yes.
I agree. Why, because my other concern, right, and I think going back to like having public comment on policy, like there's not
Okay, hang
time.
on just a second, hang on just a second. Well, let's do one conversation at a time. Francie, hang on just a second, sorry, go ahead, Donna, go ahead.
So if we're like, policy is for everybody to know, right? And again, going back to transparency and right, like I do policy for a living. And so you also want input, right? Like it's not just the board saying it, like how is this going to impact tribal students, right? Those students with disabilities, like.
So let me go here, and then I'm gonna go to both of your questions, okay? This is, the example we just talked about was something that might be controversial, like the bathroom gender thing that was a couple years ago, right? We didn't pass that in 2 months at all. We have a big problem with that, right? As a state, we wanna talk about this at length. So when I said to you a minute ago, take the time to get it right, that was a kind of a controversial one. The NMSBA stuff may or may not be controversial. 1 or 2 readings, you're done, pass it, move along, live your life, right? The example we were talking about was something that might be, I don't know if you thought about this area. I don't know if you thought about this area. Did you think about these implications? Did you think about this? This becomes controversial. This stuff is just a basic, we recommend this policy for you. 2 readings, bada bing, bada boom, you're done. It's the other stuff that I would caution take more time. There's no law that says on second reading you pass or fail. Take the time you need, you're the board.
We also
Okay.
need like tribal consultation on some.
So again, so then there might be some implications about the thing, and NMSBA doesn't write that for that because there's not tribal consultation in every district. So it has a copyright again. They don't get all that stuff. They write it 30,000 foot view, then you tweak it how you like it, right? Make it how it fits your district. What works? Don't rush it through because then you have the transparency problem, then you have the trust problem, and you have all the things. But also don't stall. You have to run a district efficiently. Right? If your tribal consultation isn't sufficient, is not doing efficient, it's all a stall tactic, that doesn't help either. Right? On the NMSBA ones where it's not controversial, here's the typical procedure. Okay. First of all, they provide legally aligned policy implications. The guy's name is Dan Castile. He's a great guy. I know John Kennedy before him, and Dan, that's the way I can remember his last name. So I know the last 3 board attorney stuff, they do a good job, but they're writing it very globally. They don't have the time to write policy for 89 districts. If you want your own policy, hire your own attorney. Okay, back to the 78 or 89 or 79 are subscribers. And you can see, by the way, and again, I hold training for you if you want, who's paid their fees and what policy they have. And you can go into their policies too, all of them. If there's 78 subscribers, you can open up 78 different policies and see if yours is the same or different. They do ongoing policy updates based on what's happening at the Department of Education at the federal level or just state levels, or where they pass laws about this or that calendar or different things. They're going to change the policies based on updates. They're going to provide support to you, right? They're going to provide training and guidance to you, right? But again, it's not specialized. It's not specific to you, right? It's about the global 30,000 foot view. They do a fabulous job, but there are some errors in there, right? I had a big conversation with Dan at the thing in February. He's a good guy. Matter of fact, he was the board attorney who fired me, but he's still my friend. He's a good guy. It's people that you know, right? It helps you maintain current and compliant policy manuals. And here's how it goes. That, I guess that's the nuts and bolts. They have an attorney, they send it to you. We don't have time today to find the policy recommendations, but you have 2 readings. Okay, so let me go back to your point, and then we'll keep going on council stuff. Tell me why you don't think you want to push pause. If you think you need to force through a policy and reading 2 readings, why would you pause?
I don't think we need to force it through. However, you clarified with what you were saying about the policy services. So when you went on to say the policy services, that's kind of bada boom, bada bing, your word.
Right, that's a good word.
That has been something that I discovered when I took this seat, that we were oftentimes a decade behind on these updates having gone through.
Don't do that.
My fear is that if we keep pushing everything 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, and there's an amendment in there, we're going to be 3 months behind on these policy services, and we are still very far behind and trying to get caught up. We have policy services, you know, even just in our last meeting, that were several years old, and we need, my opinion, again, I'm 1 of 5, my opinion, we need to get at least that base level of current, and then would have more of an opportunity to do a bit more of a deep dive on some of those policies
I would agree.
where it may be, you know,
I would
a
agree,
little
and here's
bit
why. I would
more
agree, and here's why.
involvement.
Again, last slide. I would agree, and here's why. Because if they're not writing, Dan's not gonna write a law and recommend it to all these districts across the state to do something illegal, right? He's gonna write a policy advisory to say, hey, the legislature passed this thing. I think y'all need to do this thing. Right? You could say yes or no to Dan, you could, right? But if the reality, if things go south and you get sued about this thing or that thing you did or didn't do, and it's the law, you're gonna lose whether your policy is updated or not. Right? It's the law. Right? And so then back to trust, right? You should assume that Dan and team at MSBA has your best interest at heart. Here's a policy we recommend that you do. But if there's a very specific example, well, yeah, but they don't know this about this. Right? They don't know this about this. So we like all the basic stuff. Yeah, it keeps us out of trouble, keeps us compliant, keeps us whatever. Right? But if there's something specific, you are the board. Right? But again, back to try and context really matters. Really matters. All right, let's keep going so we don't run out of time, because I think you guys probably gonna have lunch. Board, I assume you're having lunch. I don't know. You always have food. I assume you have lunch. All right, board council overview.
Friends, Bonnie, we're not.
No, I know. There's a couple of bagels up and fight over here. Okay, the board retains legal counsel to do these things. The law is complex, regulations are complex, it's a mess, right? So you have a legal counsel to do that one. I do think Grand Cibola County School Board has a little bit of paralysis with board advice. In my 2.5 years of time, I have felt like oftentimes attorneys have run the district more than y'all have run the district, and run more than Lane has run the district. I think you're like paralyzed to make decisions sometimes, because the attorney says don't, or the attorney says do, and the attorney says stop or stall or whatever. I think there is a little bit of paralysis there, but you have to temper that with, we're not attorneys for a reason, nor am I, right? But I think you just have a little common sense approach and some trust, and know that you have got good brains in your heads, or you wouldn't be in these seats, right? And as long as you keep the vision and the purpose of why you're in these seats, you'll be fine. Okay, so let me just caution you about board paralysis and legal attorney stuff, because attorneys love to get your money. They don't always get it right.
And
Right.
I also don't think they know our community and our constituents.
Right.
And the people who are in this, like they're writing for broad, right?
Yeah.
Like we need to zone into what we know is going to work for our district.
Right, within reason.
Right.
And if you find that it's so impactful, your community is so specialized, your needs are so specialized, then stop subscribing to MSBA board policy and literally hire your own attorney to write your policy. If you want to spend all that money to do all of that stuff over the course of time, then that's a right you have. Albuquerque Public Schools does that. If you have that big of a budget, carry on. If you don't, I would caution against that. Right? I would caution against that. Pieces, situations, opportunities that are kind of ebb and flow, definitely want to consider that. To throw the whole baby out with the bathwater, bad idea. Right? All right, board council. Complexity of laws, regulations, of course. The need for legal guidance and governance and also district operations. That's why you have an attorney. You need an opinion for something. The importance of risk management and compliance, right? The attorney told us to. Yes, but I understand. Even as today, the attorney told us to. I disagree. Attorney told us to. What do you do? Right? If we decide, y'all decide that this work session thing doesn't need to be what it is now, then it comes with a risk. Right? And do you accept the risk? Do you think the word meeting is definitive in the law as it says meeting? And you quit recording, quit agending, quit posting about work sessions? Maybe you have one meeting a month and one work session a month. And the work session, you don't have time for them, you know, whatever. Then it becomes a risk because you go, well, yeah, what if we're wrong? But that's the risk you have to take, right? Or we're going to be totally down the line. We're going to be totally this and totally that because we 30 told us to. Well, it's a risk you have to take, right? So I'll gather information to help you make your decision. Y'all have to make the decision. That's not on me. All right, board attorneys are legal counsel, but they are the board's attorney. I just told you a minute ago, Dan's a good friend of mine. I have his cell phone number on my phone. He has my phone number in his phone. We've drinking whiskey together. We're good pals, right? He fired me, and he made very clear to me, I am not your attorney on the board. Get your own. Done. Right? The board attorney is the board attorney, doesn't represent Lane. And they don't represent you either. They represent the board. All right, here we go. Access to the board council. Your policy says superintendent is a primary contact. Right? It also says a superintendent can delegate contact if a staff member needs the access. If Amanda's doing something about something, or HR comes up with something, and Jackie needs to do something, Blaine can say, hey, you, whatever. That's what your policy says. It also says the board president may request legal advice on school business. And it can be done in writing, in person, or by phone. That's the only two people that your policy says you have access to. You can't just go call the attorney on your own. Okay, that's what your policy says. Is it a policy or is it a procedure? A policy, your duties, is a formal statement that you have adopted. It possibly could be 85-page long statement, right? But it's a formal statement that you've adopted. Okay. It establishes governance, direction, and expectation. Here's what we expect it happens, right? It provides broad guidance for district operations. Broad. It reflects legal requirements and your priorities. Back to your strategic plan. What are your priorities? Right? You can't do every possible thing well. What are the things you want to focus on? Right? What are your priorities? And it answers the what and why. A policy is your what and your why. The procedure is the how. We're skipping down to the bottom line. The procedure is the how, right? A procedure is also called regulation, and in your policy too, if you come do that stuff, I can show you what an exhibit is versus a regulation versus policy. All three of those things are in your policy books. A procedure is an administrative directive developed by the superintendent. You want this to be done. Hey, Lane, go make sure this thing happens. Cool. Lane says, hey, Jackie in HR, make sure we do it this way. You don't get to tell Jackie how to do this thing in HR, right? It provides detailed steps for implementing. That's why I'm here to help you kind of refine the systems. Well, how do we advertise for a job? How many days do we post the thing? Where do we post the thing? What do the interview questions look like? How do we make up the interview procedure? Or is there a team? Is there not? I mean, what are the systems in place so the elementary principal at this school is the same as the assistant principal at this school? Right? How are those systems the same? It addresses operational practices and processes. Procedures are the how. There we go. Policy versus procedure comparison. Again, bulleted points. Policy is governance level direction. It's adopted by the board. It's board and principal PLE based. It is stable and long term. You shouldn't change. right? Once you get your stuff caught up, and I know you guys are a little bit behind, I don't know if you still are, but once you get caught up,
Yeah.
you shouldn't change them, right?
Not as bad as we were.
No, we're making.
And so to get them right, if you're having to catch up for some decades and whatever you need to do that efficiently. You owe it to the district to do that. Quite frankly, the people before you owed it to the district to do that, but it's falling on your shoulders. So take care of that now. That's the thing, right? But it is have the vision of long term. Okay, procedures. These are handbooks. Y'all don't need to approve handbooks. I would say you shouldn't approve handbooks, right? Would a good superintendent say, "Hey, board, Bonnie and Team Systems has been doing this thing. We have this new handbook. Here's what it looks like. Here's all the things. We want you to be aware of this," right? That's good communication. You should know. You should be made aware. That doesn't mean you approve, right? That's the how. You don't get to do the how, right?
So when we have the discipline handbook, that's just gonna come to them for information.
For review.
Mhm.
Period.
Mhm.
Perfect.
You told him we want kids in our schools to behave and have consequences for misbehavior and to learn and be at school and blah, blah, blah. He and his team, again, Lane's doing a fabulous job, I'll just tell you. But he has been not present for most of the systems work I've been doing with the people in the trenches. The people in the trenches are doing the systems work, right? He doesn't tell them how to do their work. You tell him, "Hey, we want this thing." Then Lane goes to people in the trenches and say, "Hey, we want this thing done by this day." The people in the trenches go, "Okay, cool. We're gonna do this thing by this day. Here it is, back as a deliverable," right? But it didn't start with you saying, "Do the thing in this way." That's the procedural handbook. You need to have the communication that you're directed to him has been met, and which device, which tool, which handbook, which whatever. That doesn't mean you approve it. You're aware of it. And you can say, "I don't know if that's going to work." Well, we'll see. There could be feedback you give them, of course, but the whole idea about approving isn't in your purview. It's not a policy, it's a procedure. It's detailed and step-based, and it's developed by administration, and it's flexible and adaptable. That one can change, right? Your procedures might change. If the procedural handbook is written and it hits on every mark for the high schools and it misses on the stuff for the middle school, we should not make middle school live with it. We should change it to fit middle school. But if we miss the mark, you don't get it right, we need to fix it so it's right. Right? Phew. I got 10 minutes to the last part. I'm getting close. I'm getting close. All right. Strategic planning overview. Strategic planning provides a roadmap, okay, for the district. It does a couple things. One is it defines your priorities, and there shouldn't be a gazillion of them. What are your priorities, right? With specificity, what are your priorities? Again, it aligns governance and administration, right? You're a team of 6. I don't want you to be a team of 5 and 1. I want you to be a team of 6, right? But how do we make this happen so that what our vision is that we were elected or appointed? It doesn't matter. You're serving on the board. Our constituents, our people who put us in these positions, want us to run the district to the best of our ability. Our vision is this: make it happen. Right? That's the governance administration. Long-term improvement. You should not have short-term goals. Right? Short-term goals sound like, we hate the superintendent. What can we do to hammer him so he's gone in a year? Right? That's not long-term. That's not strategic. That's, you come to the board with an axe to grind. And none of you told me you did that. It measure outcomes. Oh, sorry. Guides long-term improvement. If you don't have as your strategic plan the focus of student outcome and student performance, you're missing the boat. That's why you're here. That's why you told me you're here. But then how are you going to measure that? Graduation rates matter. Student attendance matters, right? Engagement matters, right? Just because it matters doesn't mean you get to tell the district how to implement those things, right? But it guides where you're going, and it guides where he's going, and thereby it guides everybody and below the food chain, the principals, the teachers. Quite frankly, it should guide the students, right? If I have a graduation rate expecting me over here, then if I teach all my classes, I'm not going to graduate. It's the whole thing. It's the whole buy-in up and down the whole chain. Everybody starts with you. It's a vision. It also supports accountability and transportation. Not transportation, transparency. Sorry, I'm going too fast. Accountability and transparency, right? Lane, we told you to do these 4 things. Here's the data to support you. You did these 3 things well. You didn't do this thing well. Back to Walter's point. No, fire him, Walter. Lane, how can we support you on this thing? Right? How can we support you? You got these things, we nailed them out of the park. We approved this, we improved that, we did all wonderful. It's fabulous. Right? But on this area, maybe our facilities aren't quite there yet. Maybe our whatever, aren't quite there yet. Right? And here's just a little in full transparency. I started a company with a couple of retired superintendents ago, 3 years ago, to do superintendent searches. And I think I sent you guys that flyer. And what we did on the superintendent search was we wanted a guarantee that your superintendent would be there. If we helped you do your search, we guarantee your superintendent will be there on the second year. Guarantee. And if for any reason, their reason, your reason, any reason that they're not there for the second year contract, we'll do the search free of charge the next year. With the caveat, you let us come to you and we train you for a whole year to make sure you're a team of 6, not a team of 5 and 1. We want to develop the rapport. We want to develop relationships. We want to develop that consistency. And if you'll let us come train you, then we'll guarantee you. And then if something happens, then we'll come the next year for that, whatever. If you just want us to do the search, no guarantee. You're on your own. Right? That was the piece. Well, then NMSBA got on this kick about training and credit hours and that kind of stuff. And then PED put these Canva credit or classes all together free of charge and different stuff for boards. But the PED also said, if you'll submit your blueprint for us to score and review, outside entities can give boards training hours. I have to tell you, you're getting 0 credit for it today. You're getting no credit from me whatsoever. It hasn't been approved, right? However, when PED offered these Canva courses and all these different things, but they said also, we'll review your stuff if you'll submit it. My colleagues and I submitted one to see what the process might look like. We submitted one for strategic planning. They approved it. If you want me to come help you, that's again, it's beyond just me. It's me and my colleagues in Dynamic Leadership Solutions. If you want me to come and help you with your strategic plan stuff, I can give you credit for that one because PED has rubber stamped that one. And now that I know the process, I'm going to submit more so I can give more credit hours because you want credit for today. I can't give it to you. But now that I know the process, over time, we're going to submit some more. So as you guys consider strategic planning, if Bonnie and Team DLS can help you in full transparency, I'm able to do that. Don't feel obligated. I'm coming to do systems work and help you whatever I can. I just can't give you credit. Okay, there's that. Getting close.
This is late.
I did hear that.
Getting close, getting close. All right, superintendent evaluation should tie directly to the strategic plan, right? The evaluation of the superintendent is a core governance responsibility of the board. I will tell you, and this is I'm getting rushed and tired and in a hurry. I would never, ever, never have applied to be the superintendent of Grants District. Never. Because the evaluation tool is horrific. I wouldn't have even applied. I wouldn't, heck no, bro, I'm not going to do it. Right? Because here's the thing, and Lane and I talked a little bit, not as much as other superintendents that I've talked. That is the night we hate of the whole year. We hate it the worst. You go to executive session and you're there for what seems like an eternity. And I've spent my whole life and my whole job, my whole whatever doing what I think is the best thing, whatever else. And it's torture, right? And then you had 170, oh my gosh, I wouldn't even applied, right? Y'all are getting better, but here's the other thing. It needs to be even simpler than what it is. Your strategic plan right now, the one I'm seeing, has 4 goals. Lane, are you or aren't you doing goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4? Yes or no? Yeah. Right? It should not be all of that. It should not be all that. Hello, Mr. Travis. It supports accountability and improvement. Lane, you're doing 1 and 2 fabulously, but you're kind of missing the mark on 3 and 4. Right? And I'll tell you also, and this is unsolicited, he didn't ask me to tell you this, and you didn't ask to tell you this either. I think one evaluation, one tool, do it annually and move on about your life. Right?
Amen.
That's it. If the building's on fire, I have 2 choices. I can go put the fire out and then tell you, hey, the building was on fire, but I put it out, we're all good. Or I can say, hold on fire, I gotta call my board. Hey, board, the building's on fire. Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah, I thought about that too. Yeah, I did all that stuff too. Okay, any more questions? Yeah, I'm gonna go put fire out now. Right, that's bad. Trust him to put the fire out or don't. All right, continuous improvement. aligns leadership performance with your priorities, right? Because now he has people, he has directors and coordinators and principals, and people up and down the whole thing that need to do your stuff. Keep it simple, right? It reinforces your implementation. And there's timeliness about that. What's the timeline? This is just according to Bonnie. Your annual evaluation can be done separate from contract negotiations, right? There's a whole thing about board elections in November and they come on duty in January. The old board doesn't want to evaluate, the new board doesn't want to evaluate, the new board doesn't know, the old board doesn't want to set up, you can't do all that kind of stuff. I just wonder, there's a little nugget of wondering, what if you change your policy to do your annual evaluation sometime between November and February? That way it's long lasting. If you have a board that doesn't turn over and a superintendent that doesn't turn over, and you want to do this thing in November before the election happens or whatever, blah, 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 right? In November and December, please carry on. If some situation happens that you need to have it be for sure before January and your policy says you have to do it in December, you kind of miss the mark. If your situation is it has to be done in February after the election has happened, then you kind of miss the mark. So I wonder maybe if a window is good. I don't know. And your contract negotiations couldn't have to be the same as your evaluation night, right? You're doing a great job on night one. And then perhaps after the legislation session's over, they decide the 6%, 2%, 0%, no raise, whatever, then you can know what to do with your superintendent. They don't have to be on the same night, right? Some boards do, some boards don't. So I'm just saying you don't have to have your evaluation could be night one, your negotiation could be night two. Okay. And honestly, it should be simple. Like really, if you have 4 things and 4 questions, let's be done. We don't need 170. And I promise you, I never have applied. That would have been the thing. That would have been the thing. You might be fabulous people and all wonderful. I ain't.
We did inherited that.
So here I curtsy, here I say, phew. And it was 11:58. That's what I did. Here's my contact information, you guys. I'm happy to have you save my cell phone number or my email or both. Please don't contact me unless you have let Lane know. Or contact me and we can talk together with Lane. Lane has let Francie and I have conversations on a number of occasions over the course of time. I don't ever want to supersede your authority or theirs either. But I'm here in the district for 2 years now and I'm happy to help. And if you'll have me, I don't intend to not be here. There's still some work to do. I hope you don't mind my candidness and my energy because I don't know how to not be either of those things. Anyway, what questions do you have for me that I didn't answer? Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. All right, Taco Tuesday, right? Happy to help.
Bonnie, I do have one question, and this is going a little bit towards legislature. What would you recommend? We obviously have the opportunity to talk with legislators up at the session, outside of the session. What would you recommend for the board as far as talking with the legislature? I'm going to make the assumption that if we're, talking with the legislative representative, whether it's a representative or a senator or whatever, how is it best for individual board members to talk with those people? Because I know Mr. Widener is our, legislative representative for the district, but what would you recommend those conversations be like?
So you're coming with a lobbyist hat on. The thing that we advocate for in our lobbying work always is local control. We don't want people in Santa Fe taking the laws that they think they know, because what happens over here is just very much, right? 4-day week calendar, all that whole deal. Didn't matter to you guys on 5-day week on the west side of the state, like it mattered to 4-day weeks on the eastern part of the state. So it's people in Santa Fe with the big title and the big whatever, think they have all the information. Just because you went to a public school doesn't mean you know how to run a public school, right? And sometimes they think that they do. So that'd be the first thing I would say is advocate for local control. That way you guys get to have the authority what happens in this district, right? That's first thing. The second thing we always advocate for is when it's possible. Now there was some legislation this year that was kind of a mess, but when it's possible, we don't want any district to have to suffer because of another one, right? Financially, if it's going to cause one district, we're going to advocate against it, right? It shouldn't be where we help someone and screw somebody else, right? So in general, that transparency where everybody gets treated with finance especially, as best we can maintain that. There was a situation this year that didn't happen, but by and large, we want to make sure the financial piece is there. And the thing that's probably most important for you is cash balance. Because they sometimes go, you guys have so much money. Like, what are you doing with your money? But they don't get the whole reimbursement process with PEP. They don't get the whole process that it takes weeks upon months to get your money reimbursed. They don't get the how they gotta make payroll and what if you don't get reimbursed, blah, blah, blah. They just go, oh, so you have too much money, let's have that. Right? They don't need to have more than like 10%, but they have 33% in savings on there. But they always go, schools are so great, so we're gonna claw back their cash balance. So I don't know if that helps you or not. Local control will be the thing. Leave our cash balance alone and don't have any school through, any other school. That's kind of our approach.
What would our communication as individual board members be? Say, if, I had somebody from, our area saying, Francie, what does the school district need? What does the school district want? What would my role be as an individual board member, not as the board as five? How should I approach those conversations?
So you're not like my answer. You're not like my answer, but I'm telling you anyway. And we'll be friends afterwards.
We are.
You are never from the night of your election till you're not any board member, you are never an individual board member ever anymore, right? People are going to perceive you as the board from now on. So when you go and say, hey, Senator Munoz, I'm just a member of the board, he's not going to hear a member of the board, he's going to hear the board. Right? Just like when the principal goes to talk to the parent teacher conferences anymore, right? Or you go to your kid parent teacher conferences, guess what? You don't get to go be mom or dad anymore. You're still a board member, right? So if you go and you say, I'm a board member, they hear you're the board, right? So be careful when you say that. You can go as a concerned citizen and never even mention the board. Like, I am a citizen who has this awareness about this thing, right? But I would encourage your superintendent to make good relations with every person who represents you, who has control of money and makes decisions in Tennessee, because they need to know superintendents. And we tell superintendents all the time. Matter of fact, I've done a couple call to actions like, hey, superintendents, get Tennessee. Like, I need you here to do this thing, be present on this deal, get yourself there for call to action.
Well, whenever he calls me, I have to direct him.
You
to him
should.
right away.
Absolutely,
Like I
you
said,
should.
but you still call me, he'll say, hey, do you guys have any need anybody for housing? Like, here's Nate's number.
Yeah.
Call him, he would know if we need
That'd be the
housing.
most correct answer. Yeah. Yes.
So my my question is kind of along the same lines as Francie. So what work is done during interim?
All the work.
Yeah, exactly, right? And so some of these work-in sessions, right, or whatever, like this thing, right? Like, we should be talking about that, so that way we can take action during meetings and go as a unified front and present what the board has decided when we are confronted with that. And so
But then you're the board, not on
Right.
the board.
right, but we've discussed it, right, in a working session. We're taking action on it in a regular meeting.
Yep.
And that's the board decision, where we can then, right, in those situations, like if you're in Santa Fe, right, and a legislator comes and says, what do you need?
Right.
We're prepared. And it's not like,
Fly by the seat of our pants.
yeah.
Well,
So,
remember
like,
there's
the
two
policy
things.
and legislative work group would really be able to help identify.
So there's two things you may not know as a new member. One is Superintendent Association, Public Education Leaders develops a legislative platform every year. And as long as I'm going to be helping to be involved, I'm going to want to ensure that 100% of superintendents and 100% of my NSUB board vote to support these legislative priorities. So when I go to people and say, hey, this is what the educators want, I can be for sure that this is the majority of people voted yes for this thing. So that's the first tool that you can use as a whatever. The second thing you probably or may not be aware of is NMSBA has some policies that they advocate for, and they have a whole list of procedure of laws that they want to endorse. That might be helpful that their executive board vote for also. And so I'd be very careful as an individual board to contradict Superintendent Association being when your superintendent has said, we like it. And I would be hesitant also to, as an individual board, to go against NMSBA legislative priorities when the executive board, I'm not sure who your representative is on that board, but when they had said we like it, it'd be a little bit hard for grants by themselves to go, we hate both those people who want to do this deal. I wouldn't go out on a limb and throw the other people under the bus, because those two things are taken pretty seriously.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Larry will agree or disagree. Hello, Cooper.
Oh,
Over the course of time, superintendents and MSBA has tanked or won lots of legislation because of the reputation the Superintendent Association and MSBA has in Santa Fe.
And like to some of your questions, and we've talked about it with superintendent, building relationships with your legislators, because if you can do that ahead of time, then you can go to them and ask when the session is taking place. So we've talked about that, having you guys join the superintendent, meet with the legislators, have breakfast, have lunch, talk about the district. This is your opportunity to really inform them and really build those relationships, and then do something more formal in November, December. January is a little late, where you can really put your platform as a district forward and they can help support. And that's another way to go and ask for them. So we've talked about doing something like that, and we'll work towards it.
Question.
Great question.
What else?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you guys for your trust in me. I'm happy to be part of the team.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
So we need to take a recess.
Years, sorry.
go up front? Do you want me to stay here?
I want you to be wherever you are comfortable, sir. As long as it's in this room, not outside on the way home. Are we?
Well, I'll talk at Bonnie's pace, so that way we can get everybody home and out of here.
I don't know if you can talk at Bonnie's pace.
Gotta be fast listeners.
Uh, so, board members, the afternoon section of our meeting, of our work session, of our gathering, is gonna be just kind of informative about people and roles and, programs that we have in the district, just to kind of fill you in, give you some kind of a overhead view of where we are. And like Donaldin asked about the strategic plan. The team and I have been working on the strategic plan that is really, you own the goals, but we have to make it happen. So we're all partnered on the strategic plan. So that's kind of what we're going to cover this afternoon. We've got a couple of hours to kind of delve into kind of the state of the union. Where are we at, Grant Cibola County? So I want to start by introducing our executive leadership team, our leadership team, the folks that are doing the job. Bonnie was talking a while ago about the folks in the trenches, and oftentimes these guys are in the trenches and they're doing the work and they're overseeing all of the different people. So I asked them if they would come this afternoon and talk about their roles in the district and what they're doing. So Mrs. Jones, I'll let you go first because you're the deputy superintendent. So
So my name is Jackie Jones. I'm the Deputy Superintendent and Director of Human Resources. I have been with the Grantsville County Schools for 23 years, started at San Rafael Elementary School, teaching a very long time ago, was there, transitioned to Lawn Elementary, taught there several years, and then transitioned from there to, I was stationed at the high school, but was doing a grant for the district, the Europe grant, that was helping middle school and high school kids get ready for undergraduate programs. I did that for 3 years and then applied for the athletic director, assistant principal position at Grants High School, did that for several years, and then applied for the director of federal programs, state and federal programs position about 3 years ago. Did that for a couple of years and then got thrown into human resources. And so anyway, it's been a ride. I've been in several different positions. Before coming to Grantsville County Schools, I was in McKinley County Schools for 7 years. So this is actually my 30th year of education and not going anywhere. My kids are all here. My grandbabies are all here. This is home. So it has been home for a while.
who do you want to go next? Mrs. Grego, you should probably talk since you're our academics.
Sure. I'm Jennifer Griego. This is my 24th year with the district. I started off as a teacher at Mount Taylor. I taught 3rd grade, 4th grade, 6th grade. I did that for 11 years. I was a dean of students for 2 campuses for 2 years. I would split my time between Mount Taylor Elementary and Milan Elementary. I think at that time, both campuses were close to 500 students. So I did that for 2 years. Then I was principal for Mesa View Elementary for 6 years. Very sad that I'm not there for the opening of the brand new school. I love that campus. I just loved it. And so then I was director of special education for 3 years. And then this year, I'm executive director of teaching and learning. I also love special education. That was a learning curve. I think I pretty much, I have a little sign in my office, plant your seeds where you're grown. Yeah. And so wherever I am, I take pride in what I do. Right now I'm in the middle of, we're in the adoption process for math curriculum. And I want to make sure that we get the right curriculum for all of our students, K to 12. It's not an easy choice. It is pretty intense, because I hate to say the word stuck with, but we have to use a program for 6 years until it comes up for adoption. And I think, with past superintendents, we've kind of gone a little bit of, everybody's just kind of doing whatever, and we're making good gains. I think our math has been released, but we can do better. So that is kind of one of my goals, to make sure we choose a curriculum that is going to be very worthwhile for our K to 6. Well, like our K to 5, and then our 6 to 7, 6 to 8, which is our middle school, and then our high school that also does our dual credits, and then our early college. I think next year we might be looking at ELA adoption. Last year, we adopted new science curriculum. So there's a lot on my plate that we have to make sure we do with fidelity. And it's not an easy task, but I think I look forward to the conversations with the executive team and the leadership team. And then now going out to the school sites and being boots on the ground, I have a better perspective of a lot of things that I know that I could do better from having been on the campuses. So that's what my day-to-day is.
We're currently trying to restructure teaching and learning. Our number one goal is always for our classrooms to be academic, right? We want our kids to do well. We want our classrooms to be engaging. We this year have been rolling out the new arts and science and teaching under Marzano. And so we're rolling out teaching strategies and professional development. And so we will be adding to Mrs. Griego's team. It's just right now she's kind of a one-woman show, and she's boots on the ground too on campuses. So we're hoping to expand our academics team. Go to that side of the table. And
my name is Gary Atencio. I am the director of maintenance. And basically I came to Grants in 1984 in spring to student teach and never left. I've been started at student teaching at the middle school, got hired at the high school, started coaching, those kinds of things. Got moved back to the middle school, ran MESA programs, those kinds of things, math, engineering, science. I'm a social studies teacher though, so that was kind of an interesting leap. Stayed there. I was a dean of students, an assistant principal, an interim principal there. I was an interim principal at Mesa View. Ended up back at Grants High School as an assistant principal. Jumped into athletics. Got into the maintenance part of it in building of the 4 phases of the new Grants High School. So I think I have a little bit of an interesting adventure here in Grants. So I think it was a nice little fit to slide back into maintenance. This is my 4th time back from retirement. So, but it's all been here and we've enjoyed it. I think we've worked really hard to not have to cancel school this year because of heat or air conditioning. We've had a few little hiccups, but they were mostly on the outside of our boundaries, broken water lines, those kinds of things that shuts. So they tell me we're winning the battle a little bit. We're doing better than we had been. So that's kind of where we're at. We're just going to keep pushing ahead.
Mr. Atencio is also the guy out on those snow days, those weather days. He's out on the roads at 3:30, 4 a.m. making sure. So when I email you guys about that, Mr. Atencio
And Edwina.
and Edwina and our bus drivers, couple of them. Dr. Martin.
I'm Delton Martin, Director for Federal Programs. This is my 29th year in education, 22 years in the classroom. I started, of course, in the Philippines. Came to the, I taught there for 10 years, came to the United States in 2007. Taught 2 years for three high schools in California before coming to grads in 2009. Taught for 10 years. I was a math and science teacher in the Philippines. I also taught business math actually. But when I came to the United States, I'm just math. Taught for taught math at the high school for 10 years before becoming assistant principal and instructional coach for Laguna Acoma for 1 semester, and then just assistant principal for another semester before coming to the district as the data and testing coordinator. And then I served out for a year, served 3 years as the federal programs director. Next, after that, 2 years as academic director, and now back to the
Dr. Dr. Martin's PhD is in curriculum, and he knows academics, and so he was our academic director for a couple of years. But he also may have some interest in higher aspirations. And so he's working at the early college right now as the principal. So if you can get principal experience too.
What part of California did you, from what part of California?
Palmdale.
Okay.
Actually, I taught at Night High School in Palmdale and Little Rock High School in Little Rock.
I'll let Chanda introduce herself. But as Bonnie pointed out this morning, Chanda is my employee. She does do a lot of work for the board, and wants to support you and help you. And Chanda's very good on cell phones. She's very good with computers. She's good at organizing things. So I'll share her with you guys.
Well, I know everybody. I know it's me.
Well, tell them about yourself.
They all know I ran the Rice store for 20 years here. And then I got sick of that. I've been with the school going on 5 years now. So as the secretary at the high school for 3 years, and then now 2 years for the district office. So I was in accounts payable, and then I moved over to the dark side. No, I love it.
Mr. Chavez.
Well, good afternoon. I'm the newest member here. Been in education about 20 years. I'm the executive director of student support, and I had to write down some of my responsibilities. As district athletics, special education, nursing, student discipline, district-wide, really helping with significant hearings in the packets, making sure that we're compliant with state regulations, our own handbook, and it can hold up in a court of law. Safety and security, been at it, so we are working on revamping that. Also working with Dr. Martin a lot as the PIO, sending out some of those PSAs that you guys are seeing them on social media or email. And then I help support Mrs. Grego with our secondary principals, specifically our Grand High School principals. As far as my educational journey, I started off as an EA, and I like sharing that story because it shows that you can work from any level to district administration. So EA, before I became a self-contained special ed teacher in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, it was a middle school at that point, and I had all the behavior kids. Principal said, "You're in the portable, care what you do with them, just don't let them disrupt the school." Well, that was my start in education as a teacher. From there, I went overseas. I actually was hired as a special ed coordinator for the Department of Defense and their education activity. I was in Germany for 5 years. I stood up their special ed online program. They wanted to really service students throughout the globe. And the one way to do it was online learning. This was prior to COVID. And so they hired me and we stood up their special ed program I was in Germany for 5 years. Then they transferred me to headquarters in Quantico, Virginia for almost a year, before I returned back to the state. When I came back to New Mexico, I worked for the New Mexico Public Education Department in their special ed bureau. And then found an opportunity to become a principal. I was a principal of a state supported school run by DOA. And that's where I met our superintendent. He was at a sister school, if you want to call it that, and that's when we started talking and working together. From that point, I went to Santa Fe, became a district athletic director, a very large district, over 10,000 students. I became assistant superintendent, overseeing our secondary schools, and also athletics and some other responsibilities. Became superintendent, and then I am here in Branson, Mexico as the executive director. And I love good community, good district, good board, and I'm happy to be here.
Mr. Jones, you,
Saving the best for last.
no, what was it? You said yesterday you're the most tenured, right? So you have to tell them that story.
Perfect.
You're the millennial with the most tenure.
Correct. And I've been thinking about it, maybe second to Gary and Dr. Martin, but I really started at the district in 2000 as a kindergartner in Miss McMinn's class. And my education journey has grown since then. So you can really tell my age because instead of work experience, I'll tell you education experience. I have 4 degrees. I have an associate's of science. At one point in college, I thought I was going to transfer schools to chase a girl. So I bundled up my credits and just got a general associate's so that I could leave those credits transfer. Thankfully, it worked out. I have 2 bachelors. I have a bachelor's in finance and a bachelor's in economics, both from Utah State University. And then I have a master's of science in financial economics, which required me to author a thesis and defend that thesis before finance PhD. So my career was different than what it should have been. My degree was very much so a Wall Street degree, markets and trading degree. How can we take a little bit of money and turn it into a lot? I graduated in May of 2021 with my master's, and COVID had shut down all finance hubs. For companies that were in New York and Atlanta, these big cities, they had all relocated all their operations to Florida for people and all that sort of thing. So I actually ended up in commercial banking. I did 3 years in commercial banking as an underwriter for capital loans and leases up to $10 million. In my last full year at the bank, I personally underwrote and funded over $100 million. Our bank that I worked for went from 600 million total assets to 850 million total assets in less than 2. It was really an exciting time. COVID did a lot of things with money markets and with rates, and just took advantage of it. It's cheap to borrow money, and you had a huge margin lend, so increased our portfolio. This part of the story is important as well. I had ambitions to get a PhD in finance. I wanted to be a professor. I thought that showing up for 2 classes 3 days a week and being able to golf in between or ski in between was the life that I wanted. So I had a few opportunities to attend school that would have started this last August. So we relocated to New Mexico. I initially interviewed and was hired for the project manager position district to finish Blue Water and to finish Mesa View, with the understanding that that would turn out, that job would end in Mesa View. The district had other plans for me. I interviewed and I applied and interviewed for the director of finance position in October of last year, 2 years ago, actually, and got that position. And since being here, my resume and my understanding of school finance has grown, and with it, so has responsibility. So currently, and I don't have a list, so Lynn, you'll have to fill in if I miss any. In Santa Fe, I'm the chief financial officer here. I'm doing all the budget, all the fiscal compliance and the business office, which includes the consent agenda that you see. It also is all the bars, making sure that our bills are paid. Um, I have another boss, her name is Sarah Cordova. She lives in Santa Fe and she runs the school budget bureau. And that's who I'm accountable to in terms of building the budget. Outside of the business office and finance with all of the procurement and requisitions and all of those things, I have the technology department as well, which has been wonderful. I love the IT department. That team has just like so much love for what they do. Um, and I'll give them a quick plug. Grand Cibola County School District is in the top 3 safest networks in the state of New Mexico in all municipalities. So that's cities, townships, villages, public schools, private schools, charter schools. We're in the top 3, and they wouldn't tell me if we were 1, 2, or 3. So I'm just going to write on top 3. I support Gary as well, continuing the subject manager work. I'm picking up kind of pieces of Mesa View and making sure that everything's put together there. I'll also be kind of driving the system redesign at Grants High School for the heating and cooling, as well as the demolition of the old boardroom and the old central office, as well as the design and construction of Mount Taylor is kind of on the horizon. So as that part of it, you all get to hear from me a lot because I need board approval to expend $60,000 to a single vendor in a single year, as New Mexico Appropriate explains. And then with Gary kind of under me and helping me, I support the facilities and maintenance and transportation and also food service. So I have a lot on my plate. We've done well building a strong team and getting people that understand their jobs and their job description and what they're accounting for and how the chain of command needs to work. When I got hired, and this is where I'm getting past introductions and going on up to Revenue Vandy later. When I got hired, I'm a rule follower. Mr. Widener calls me the nerdy rule follower because every time I get up from my computer, I lock it, and every time I walk away, I sign out and those sorts of things, security and stuff. The former HR director onboarded me with pat on the back, basically. Welcome to the team. And me having worked in corporations and big companies previously, I said, where's my handbook? Where's my job description? Where's my contract? Where are these things? And most of those things didn't really exist. So I like to push buttons. I like to be the devil's advocate. I'm a true economist where I just want the best ideas to win. So it's allowed me to maintain objectivity when we have these complex problems where Wayne and Jennifer sit down and say, hey, our focus needs to be instruction. Our strategic plan goals are highly in educational achievement, student achievement. Does our budget mirror that we're trying to invest in student achievement? Does Jennifer's department mirror them? So that's where, like when Mr. Widener says we're getting Jennifer a team, when we build the budget, we're building her a team budget so that instruction's the first thing, as it should be, and something that Lane has kind of put on rails for us to do. So a lot of what has been talked about with athletics and professional development and facilities and even HR, the first question that I ask is the person that approves the purchases, is this in line with the strategic? Does this add to and help us accomplish the vision set by the strategic plan, or is it fully plan? And in those ways, I'm really black and white. So I've super appreciated being in education. My goal was not to be in education administration. I am kind of a unicorn in terms of this team. I have the youngest children out of anybody here. I have a 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son, and we're expecting in June as well. So I stay very busy at work, also at home. I'm excited with the new board. I think that we're in a position to do a lot of really great things really quickly, and we would just solidify us getting back on rails, which has been driven by HR and working with Bonnie under the direction of Mr. Widener to just make sure that everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing every day, and they're confident in that, and they have training to accomplish that, and that they are being compensated fairly. That was longer than 3 minutes.
You got it, Mr. Jones.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Um, and I started that off with Cooper. Cooper has been in his position since October of 2024. Is that right? Yeah. And these guys have all changed roles since then. So that's why we were teasing him that he's the most tenured, being the youngest on our team too.
It's the benefit of having a master's in finance and a lot of construction, education, administration.
Board members, I guess Bonnie started off introducing herself, and then I realized Donald emailed me and said, "Hey, I want to get to know you better." So I've never really introduced myself to you guys or given you my background. Mrs. Jones, you said 30 years for you? This is my 28th year in education. I started in the late 90s. Went to college. I come from a family of teachers, and Mr. Foss and I have a really big family too. My family's over on the east side, over in the area where they're in the Clovis area, Melrose area. And I come from a big family of educators. Everybody's a teacher. My grandmother, they were a farm family. So my grandmother had 11 children, and all of her children went to New Mexico State University. They all have degrees in teaching. And so my uncles, my aunts, my cousins, we're all teachers. And so when I went to college, my dad was like, my dad was a teacher, but he later became an engineer, right? And so he went corporate, but he was a teacher. My dad was teacher first. And so when I went to college, my dad was like, do anything but be a teacher. Go be an accountant. They make good money. Go be an accountant. I started off as a business major in college, and then I worked at a camp in the summer, and I thought, I like kids. I like working with kids. Kids are our future. I want to be a teacher. So I started my teaching career in the late 90s. I taught agriculture. I was an agriculture teacher. I taught welding classes. I taught greenhouse classes. I taught leadership, public speaking, parliamentary procedure. I taught animal science, and did a really comprehensive agriculture program, right? I worked in agriculture education for 7 years, and then had gotten a master's degree and wanted to come back home. And so I moved back. I grew up in a standstill. So I moved back to central New Mexico. Larry and I both went to work at the PED, at the Public Education Department. I had a master's degree. I think I told some of you guys, I didn't last at PED very long because I went there and I was a bureaucrat, and I didn't get to work with kids. I didn't get to work with schools, and it wasn't I was kind of like a fish out of water. And so I thought, okay, I'm going back to, and so Mr. Atencio, I went back and I taught humanities. I taught social studies. I taught American literature, and I taught at a charter school, which was kind of cool because it was different. And I have dual masters. I have a master's in agriculture and a master's in educational administration. And so when I was back home and teaching humanities, loved it. That was the best teaching of my career. It was and they gave me the honors kids, the gifted kids. And so I was going home every night and doing homework so I could come in and really have the Mr. Widener show every day. And it was the best teaching of my career. My boss came to me and she says, "Hey, you're going to be the assistant principal next year." I don't put it bad. I want to work with kids. I teach 11th grade. I don't, and that kind of shifted my career. I got into administration, I've been in administration now longer than I was a teacher. And so it's interesting how things turn. I came to Grants 8 years ago. I mentioned that this morning. Came to Grants 8 years ago. Loved being the principal of Grants High School. I loved the kids of this community. I loved the teachers that I worked with. I loved the other administrators that I worked with in the district. Really enjoyed working for this district. And I felt at home. When we moved here, we bought a house a year into us being here because I knew this is where I wanted to be. This is where I wanted to retire, right? And so 3 years ago, the opportunity came to become the superintendent. I didn't really, I had certified to be a superintendent 16 years ago. So 16 years ago, I certified to be a superintendent. Didn't think I'd ever want to pursue that. And then 3 years ago, I thought, well, this is my community. These are my people. These are the kids that I care about and that I love. And so that's how I became the superintendent. And I'm thankful to the board and the board members that have kept me in this job. I love it. And I want to keep doing that and keep doing what's best for our kids. Walter talked this morning about, wanting strong career program, and Jennifer talked about growing our academics. And I want our kids to have every opportunity. If one of our kids wants to, work at the prison, let's get them certified. Let's get them prepared for that. If one of our kids wants to be a doctor at the hospital, let's give them to college so they're ready for that. I want them to have the skills to be successful in whatever they want. So that's me. Can I shift gears on the agenda? Okay. I asked Mrs. Jones to kind of prepare a few minute talk, just to kind of educate you all as board members on the differences between impact aid, the IPP, the IPAC, and the different some of the letters that we use, right? We talk a lot about IPPs and IPACs and these kind of things. So I want to educate you all on what these are, and there will be future trainings we'll send you all to. But for right now, I asked Mrs. Jones to kind of talk about that. And then Dr. Martin is going to step in and talk about the different title programs, because we have different title funds that we get and title programs that we have to be responsive to, and we have to be compliant with. And so, Mrs. Jones, Dr. Martin, you guys can take the show.
How formal goes to say.
You don't have to be formal.
However, you're comfortable.
In this room.
I keep saying that. You keep saying that. So good afternoon,
Thank you.
resident and board members and superintendent. So this is just kind of just a 30,000 foot view so that you guys, because we throw a lot of acronyms around in education and a lot of them make nonsense to a lot of people. So I just kind of wanted to clear some of that up as far as like what we're talking about and what it is. And when you hear these terms, that you understand what it goes to. So on the handout you guys have, the first one is the Title VI and our Indian Parent Advisory Committee. So Title VI and IPAC go hand in hand. We have to have an IPAC to qualify to get the Title VI funding. So Title VI funding is a formula grant. It's from the Office of Indian Education in Washington, D.C. So formula grant just means it's based on the number of students we have in the categories they're looking for, which for us is Native American. And so we say the thing, they say this is how much money you qualify for, what do you want to use this money for? In our district, we use the Title VI funding pretty much completely to fund Title VI liaisons at each of our school sites, which means we have an educational assistant that's at each of the school sites that can help with attendance, they can help. They can push into classrooms and help students if they're struggling. So they're kind of, they're a little bit different in the fact that they're not like assigned to a class or to a specific special ed classroom or specific student or a specific role. They can kind of help with different things that the school might do, whether it be attendance or contacting parents or helping with different things. So they are a little more flexible. We actually split fund them so that we could keep them at every site. So the Title VI funding does not pay 100% of those people's salaries and benefits. We've actually split level funded that and taken part, and I'm not sure this year if the rest of it comes from GO. So like 80 or 90% of those salaries and benefits would come from Title VI, and then the other 20 or 10 or however we split it this year would come from GO. And we did that so that we could keep a Title VI liaison at each site without, because as the salaries increase and benefits increase and all those things increase, we couldn't use all of the Title VI funding to keep those people in place. So we decided that the best thing to do would be to split level fund that so that we could keep those people in place and still expend the money that was in the grant. So part of the GO is general operations. Oh, yeah, sorry, another acronym that we, yes.
Which is the same as the SEG with state equalization guarantee. So that's the money that we get for operations from PED.
So part of, like, when you apply for this grant, you have to have an intern advisory committee. So Mr. Baldo has been fantastic at getting this together, getting it going. The IPAC, we did have some struggles, making sure that we had officers elected. It was kind of we had to go back to bylaws, and so your bylaws have to be updated every 4 years, I think. And so we're updating bylaws and getting everything in order. Mr. Baldo has really done a tremendous job of making sure that we have people in place. He's altered the times of meetings to make sure that we can get more parents here. He's done meetings at different sites, not just the central office. And so he's been a very valuable contact as far as reaching out and bridging those gaps between Karen's and the school district and how the school district can better help parents. So you guys will see on the third page, the IPAC must elect officers. They must have a chairperson, a vice chairperson, a secretary. They have to have bylaws and they have to meet regularly. And just for informational purposes, our IPAC committee meets every third Wednesday of the month. And those times and locations will vary, but Mr. Valdo generally puts something out on the district website that says where that meeting will be and when. And they have agendas, they do minutes, they do the whole thing that any meeting would do. And they have become very good. I will say, like, when I first went into that position at one of the first IPAC meetings, it was a little insane, I'll just say. And they were, because they were talking about, well, in 2015, and I was like, it's like free, like, and so I get that happened, but we're trying to be better. Like, I'm sorry that whatever happened in 2015 happened, but those people that were involved at that point are no longer here, and we're trying to move forward and do what's right. And so I feel like we've really accomplished that when we've been able to move forward and do what's right and to really be responsive to those parents. And I thank Mr. Waldo for that, because he's been wonderful to have on board. Page 4 starts talking about impact aid and landing policies and procedures. So this is the training that Mr. Reiner was talking about. I've been to training, I think, 3 times. I think Nolan went with me once, Lane went. We've had business office people that have gone.
Walter and I got to go.
Yes. And it's very informative. So impact aid. So Congress enacted into law the impact aid program to help make up for local lost tax base to school districts because the federal government had taken land from their tax base. So anytime the federal government comes in, they say, hey, this would be a great place for a national park. That area is now not on the tax base. So then the federal government supplements the people in that area. So like Grand Canyon, at the Grand Canyon, there's a school at Grand Canyon that goes south there by the visitor center kind of there because people live there, they have kids. There's a school there, they get impact aid funding because it's on land that the federal government has taken off of the tax roll. So national parks, military installments, Indian reservations, all of those things qualify. Low-income housing, if the government owns low-income housing and apartment buildings, those are not on the tax roll. So if you are a community that has a lot of low income housing that is federally owned, then you get money to supplement whatever tax base that would be. So it's not just, like for us, it is just, that's the only way we qualify is because of the federally impacted lands and the reservations that we have around, but they're nationwide are places that qualify on other, for other reasons, whether it's military or national parks or whatever. So the program provides payment in lieu of taxes. So because that land has been removed from our tax rolls, those taxes are not paid to local property taxes or state property taxes, like none of those taxes are paid. So the federal government supplements our budget by giving us money because we don't collect those taxes as a state or a district or a county or whatever. So it's for lost tax revenue that we get the money. So if you look at page 5, the impact aid funding, it's very flexible local control. So it's one of the only federal education programs that sends funds directly to the school. They say, here you go, it doesn't filter through the state when the state takes their part. They say, these are the X number of students that you have claimed for regular education, special education, whatever the case is. These are the students you claimed. This is your payment that you're going to get to supplement the tax base that was lost. So it's one of the only federal programs that does get sent directly to us. The school district doesn't go through other places. The funds then are used to benefit all of the students in the district. They can be used, they go into the GO or the general operation, or they supplement the SEG. They go into that general operation fund, and we can use those funds however the district needs to. We need to hire another teacher at Masonville Elementary School because we're opening the same school and there's 480 kids right now, but next year when we open, I'm writing 520, and we didn't budget for that. We can use impact aid funding to fund a new teacher. We can use that for anything. If you guys look at the last bullet point on page 5, funds can be used as the district decides for any legal purpose under state law. And this is one of the only programs, and Dr. Martin will get into that a little bit. They talk about supplanting. Like, so if you supplant, like if you have a federal grant, so I'll use Perkins, for example. So we have Perkins and NextGen that are funding for CTE programs. Perkins is the federal part of that. NextGen is the state part of that. So for example, we have a welding program at Grants High School. If I purchase things from Perkins, which is the federal fund, and stuff from the state fund, next year I can continue to purchase things from the federal fund and the state fund. But if I took all of the stuff I wanted to purchase for welding and put it in the state fund, and then next year I was like, oh no, let's put some of that back in federal. We can't do that because then you're supplanting, you're taking federal funds to add to this fund. So with impact aid, you can supplant how you want. Like that's what they want you to do. You use it however you see fit. If you need to buy a bus, buy a bus. If you need to fund a teacher, find a teacher. If you need to fund another EA, whatever legal purpose as far as state codes go, state budget codes go, we can use that. So most of it, like I said, goes to general operations. There is some specific money set aside for impact aid for special ed students because we do get a higher multiplier on those students. So we claim all of our students that live on federal property, any student who lives on federal property. And then if there's a special ed student that lives on federal property, they are compensated with a higher rate. And so we get to take that higher rate, but that special ed money goes into a special fund that we do set up. And that money doesn't. So that is the impact aid. So with impact aid, this is the other term you guys hear, is the IPP. So as a district who claims that we have children residing on Indian Trust or Treaty lands, we have to have an Indian policies and procedures. So when you guys see that, oh, it's the IPP, it's the IPP, that's what it is. It's the Indian policies and procedures. So it is a document that must be submitted with your grant. There are 6 policies that have to be addressed. The policies cannot be edited. The federal government says these are the policies you must address. The procedures, the way that we choose to address those is up to us. And so what we've opted to do, when I stepped into state and federal programs, our IPP was like 18 to 23 pages long. Like I had to read it multiple times to say, what is this and why and where does it address and what? It was not an easy read. And so I think 2 years ago, we got a committee of parents together. We asked parents from each one of our pueblos and from the Navajo Nation to get together. And what I told them is, I'm not the parent of an Indian child. I don't know what you guys need. You are the parents of Indian children. We look at the policy and you decide how we want to address this policy. And so Mr. Baldwin was very instrumental in that. We got a group of parents together and we said, how do you want to address this? What do you want to do? Like, what do you think the procedure should be to address this policy? And so we took that down to like a 4-page document with that, because we were able to, that document had a lot of Title VI and IPAC and other things mixed into it. It was very muddy. It was not super clear. And that first year that I submitted the impact aid application, our budget analyst came back and she said, hey, actually your IPP does not meet the criteria. And I, of course, panicked because I thought, oh, that's not funny. What do you mean it doesn't meet? Do I need to review? And she was like, no, you have to redo it now. But when you do your IPP next year, use the template. They have a template. So we used the template and had the 6 policies there and had parents come together and say, how do you want to address this? And so we put it out to parents so that parents could tell us what they thought were the best practices to address the policies. And so that goes to the board every year. Usually, the impact aid application is due like the last day of January or something every year, unless the last day of January falls on a Saturday or Sunday and the first Monday in February. But so that ITP is approved annually prior to the impact aid application going in for it has to be part of the impact aid application. So, that's kind of,
We did approve that.
you
in
guys did,
January.
yes. Yep,
Just-
you guys did. Everybody, yep. And so that's kind of where that is now. So there's four new acronyms, 4 new things for you guys to go home and log away. Do you have a-
Yeah, I have a couple.
Okay.
That's okay. What are those 6 policies?
I have a copy of that on my desk. I don't have them committed to memory, but I have a copy of that on my desk, but I'd be happy to give you a report. So you can look at those. And that was the one I think that is the one that I have. Okay. Do you have it?
Did you just give me a copy or?
No, I just handled the slide.
Was that, I brought a copy with me, but, oh, that must be,
Must have your
I'll
copy.
go make copies.
Here, I will, Mrs. Jones.
Jokes.
Well, I'm done. That's all I have unless there's a
I
question.
do
We'll get copies of that
do
for you.
have a question, Link.
Okay.
If you say you can use that money any way you can, and if you leave it on wages, is that money change? I mean, would we, let's say we don't get that same amount next year, or is it always the same amount every year?
It is not always the same amount.
So let's say we do use it on a teacher at Mount Taylor, and we don't get that same amount, so then what do we do with that wages of that teacher?
Then we go to Mr. Jones and we say, hey, we don't have this much money, it's actually, but we want to take this teacher. And things shift, usually, even like.
Cause I could see using it on a bus or a building, but if you use it on wages, you're stuck to. those
And we
wages.
try not to, we try to protect that money as much as we can, as far as like using it for things that are not recurring, like things that, we can
Like
use
a
it, I'm
bus.
not sure exactly, I think we've used it for some student stuff. Did we use it for like programs, like our national programs and archery and stuff like that? I think we've used it
We
to
did.
send students like to some of the national competitions that they've done in
You
national
said
archery.
that could give you and
So we use it in different ways. We try not to, but we can.
I'm just wondering, cause if
Yeah.
it changes every year,
It
if
does.
we tie it to a wage, then we've got to figure out a way to continue with
Yeah.
that wage.
And what we've seen, and the reason I use that as an example is because like when we opened Cabrera, we saw like the enrollment. So I'm assuming that once we open this, it's gonna be the same thing. That's why I use that as an example, and then that kind of wanes after the newness wears off and people are like, "Oh, okay. So, but we can use it for, security.
So the IPP, I think of IPP as something different in the child welfare world, so it's a little bit weird to say here. So thank you. It requires things like tribal consultation process, how district will collaborate with tribes, how parents influence educational programming, dispute resolution mechanisms. How is that? Like, how are we doing that now? Like, what, is there like a tribal consultation plan? Like,
We do have tribal consultations every spring and every fall. We're required to have them twice a year for other programs we'll talk about. But with that IPAC, if there are things that are coming up, Mr. Walden involves parents in those things, maybe it's IPAC meeting.
So that the IPAC meetings are the process for getting current input on educational programming? Okay.
And needs of the parents and even like issues. We've really had to like say, hey, if it's an issue that like, don't wear your dirty laundry, if it's an issue and you need to talk to Mr. Waldo, because we did have some situations where it's like, well, my kid was this one, and then everybody had been talking about it, and that was not something that was largely broadcast until that had happened. So we've asked parents, like, if it is something that is like, sensitive student information that you don't want out there, please go directly to Mr. Baldo. But if it's stuff that's like, hey, we're adopting a math curriculum, what do you guys think? Here's like, look at these math curriculum. What do you guys think about this? Which one do you think is most fitting for our students? So those parent issues and that consultation with parents happens during the meeting.
And then the consultation with the tribes, does that include like them giving input or making recommendations on how how that funding is spent or allocated for Native children?
So with the budget process, we put out funding. So, but the short answer is not necessarily like that, because impact aid can be used for anything. We look at any of the suggestions that parents would make, because it's not earmarked specifically for Native American students. It can be used for any student.
To answer your question, really like in the next few days, we'll publish a budget survey, and the budget survey will go home with all of our kids, all the parents, teachers, employees, everyone. So last year was the first year that we had done it kind of the right way by engaging stakeholders and hearing input. We had 850 people that came, that the majority of that group being parents and students, which is good, because then you go right to the parents and say, hey, how do you think that we need to do better? And they say the food sucks. So then we say, okay, let's find a better food provider. Let's spend more money there. That kind of thing. It's hard to make all of those decisions from 10,000 feet.
So we also would like to do some strategic planning in that survey and to find out, is the priority engaging classrooms, if we have kids that want to be online instead of being in a class, are the schools safe? And so we're going to try to incorporate some of the strategic planning. Directors, I should let you guys know, Bonnie was working with us right before you guys got here, talking about like questioning. And so that's why Walter said, Lane, we're learning, they're gonna start directing some of their questioning in the meetings to me. And that way, you guys don't work for the board, I do. Dr. Martin,
Anything else?
can you cover it in 5 minutes?
Well, no, I'm all right, sir.
He's got a class.
I told my companion to tell Ryan I'll be late a little.
He's making a class.
Yeah. The president, members of the board, Mr. Widener, superintendent. In your packet, I included this. Actually, when we had our tribal summit, we presented this to them as well. I put this together at the start of the school year because I usually, right now, I'm actually attending every Tuesday a meeting with PEB and all other districts to take care of the individuals who take care of their unified application. It used to be applied for each of the federal programs separately. Last year, the PED decided to create a unified application where titles 1 through 5 are all included. And we were one of the first districts to actually pioneer the new application. So it has started. So the timeline is we start sometime January, and then now the application should be submitted late April or early May. So this I put together sometime prior to July 1st of this school year. So this covers titles 1 through 6. There are explanations of what they're for, but in short, Title 1 is funding that is used to improve the academic achievement of the disadvantaged. So when we spend money under Title One, they usually ask, how does that improve? They focus on math and reading. How does that improve the math and reading scores or proficiency of your kids? So anything we use Title One for, we have to relate it to academic improvement of the students. And on your handout, so you have the amount that we got this school year, which is about 2.2 million. And I also included a table and a pie chart that explains where those monies are going. So at this time, the most amount or the most allocation for Title One is going to site allocations, which mainly goes to salaries and benefits of teachers and EAs. So that's what we're mainly or what where most of the Title One money is going. Title Two. So the next title program is Title Two, and Title Two is mainly used for teacher and principal training and recruitment, recruiting funds. So we use Title Two for professional development of our teachers and principals. We choose two that we also use Title Two to for salaries and benefits of our instructional coaches. So anything that will benefit teachers and improve their teaching, and also our administrators is what Title Two is being used for. And it's not as much as Title One. This year we only got about $286,000, most of which is this is not accurate. Because we didn't have instructional coaches this year. But when I did the when I put together the application, we intended almost half of it to be used for salaries and benefits of instructional coaches. Lately, I went in. I actually contacted our Title Two liaison from the PED and told them we will use those monies. I requested an amendment to our application to reroute those monies to professional development. So, and that's what we're going to use those monies for. And they also agreed for us to use that funding to pay salaries and benefits for whoever the teacher and learning coordinator will be in lieu of instructional coaches, because I told them that's basically what that position is going to do anyway. Any questions so far? Title Three. Title Three is the smallest of the 6 title programs. This year we only got 25,000 plus, and it's basically used to for our English language learners. And most of those monies we use for professional development, and it's SIA, it's sheltered instruction, observational protocol. We have our favorite person do that for us for the past few years, Dr. John Gonsvick. Our teachers, some of our teachers really love the training they get out of the SIA training. Some of them even come back for more. So we've had some teachers from the elementary schools, even the high school, Laguna Acoma, at one time request that they do the SIA training again, just a refresher of what they learned when they first took it. I myself went through that. Almost every one of our teachers in the district went through that training program. And SIOP is not, it's a training that's geared towards ELL, but it basically equips our teachers to address every need that they encounter in the classroom. It's a good tool to have under your belt. And then the next one is Title IV. And Title IV is basically all about safe and healthy schools It's for student support and academic enrichment. It can be used for three things: well-rounded education, safe and healthy schools, and effective use of technology. At this time, we use most of our Title IV monies for our early warning system, or Title IV liaisons. We call them our Title IV liaisons for our four big elementary schools: Cubero, Milan, Mesa View, and Mount Taylor. That's to address truancy. They're pretty much attendance liaisons. Um, Somewhat similar to what our Title Six liaisons do, but our Title Six liaisons are more geared towards our Native American students in those schools they work in. Title Four liaisons service everyone, in every student at those. And then this year we got $154,685 for Title Four. And most of it is being used for letters and bands for our Title IV exams. Title V is sorry, I have difficulty pronouncing it. Rural 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 low income schools. RLIS is rural low income schools. Um, it basically is money, it's flexible monies that you can use to help rural schools improve the academic proficiencies of their students. So we basically use this for our outlying schools like Cebueta, Laguna Atoma, and Cubero, and it's for basically used for rural stipends. So that's what we basically use it for, rural stipends for those schools. Because we want our teachers, we want we want our teachers to stay to stay where they're teaching at. And so we give them, we give them stipends to stay at those rural schools where they teach. Okay. And again, if you look at the pie chart, 95% of that amount is being used for that purpose, giving them incentives to stay at these rural areas that where they're teaching at. And last but not the least, Title Six, which Mrs. Jones actually uh, touched on a while ago as well. It's uh, it's a formula grant. Again, it's a formula grant, and the purpose is to support the academic success and cultural identity of American Indian and Alaska Native students, um, but using it in certain ways that could bring about that objective. And this year we got 300, about $377,000 for that. And again, as what Mrs. Jones said, most of it is being used uh, for our Title Six liaisons. We have a Title Six liaison in almost every school except for Laguna at this time. I think we're still looking for one.
Yeah, we had one. She accepted a different position. We're gonna fill that a long-term sub for the remainder of the year, so it must have been
Because the Title Six liaison moved to
registrar.
registrar. Yeah. So, and again, their purpose is they serve a lot of purpose. So they can even go on home visits if they need to homes of Native American kids. But basically, attendance, for monitoring attendance and grades, and whatever they can do to help our Native American students actually uh, be at school and improve their proficiencies, academic proficiencies. Those are federal programs. if I will have to. I'm ready for any questions you might have. For me.
Dr. Martin, Mr. Hadamil has a question for me.
It could be. When we get all this funding, do we use it all, or does they get, like I said, they appropriate that money, does it actually sit in the bank? Do we have it, or do we just, that's the amount we get to use up to that amount, or do we already have it? So do we get to stack it to the next year?
So the title funds are really unique. The federal government protects themselves from risk and fraud. They're all paid out on a RFR basis. So we have the rules to the game for Title One. You can spend One money on ABC. If we decided to spend money on something that wasn't ABC, they don't give us that money back in reimbursement. So typically we expend money that we get from the state through our SNG group.
RFR means.
Request for reimbursement. So we expend that money according to the rules of Title One. And then we prove that we did so. We have the requisition and the purchase order and proof that we received it. It goes through all the AP process. That's why Chanda shaking her head. And then we put that together in a voucher and we send it to our Title One person and they say, oh, you did the rules right. Here's your money for that expense. So the general rule of thumb, the business office processes request for reimbursement monthly so that we're never floating a ton of cash, because you don't want to, if you never did that, then all your money would be tied up in one of these places. We like to keep our balance healthy.
Good answer, Mr. Jones.
Yep. I haven't seen them do.
Yes.
The Bonnie touched on it as well. You've even seen state reimbursements take over a year for that piece. So that's why a healthy cash balance is important. You may see it 30 days, 60 days, but there have been times where they have been over a year's reimbursement.
Well, my question was, if you get it, do we have it there, or if you just apply up to that amount?
Different title programs have different rules too, like Title One. It's my watch. Title One requires districts to spend 85%.
Well, I was just wondering, because, we basically have that amount, and, do we spend it down to the wire, do we get the teacher, we fill in those spots? That's a question.
Well, and just for clarification, that's why I said like with the impact aid money, that's one of the only funds that they pay directly to the school. With this other money, even though we've qualified for that amount, so we spend it and we can prove that we've spent it appropriately, they don't reimburse.
Right, but like you said, they could take
can.
the whole thing, you'll be already in the next school year before you get paid back for last year.
Mr. Reiner, I have a question. What, for did you call them the liaisons?
Yeah.
How many, they're not in all 11 schools, right? They are in.
For the EWS or the Title
Title VI.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
So they have, there's actually 2 at Grants High School because of the population there. The one that was at Laguna took another position within Laguna. And so we're gonna fill that because of the way we prorate pay through the summer. If we were to hire somebody now, their pay, it's not fair to the employee to hire them now because their pay would be so low because they would come in for March, April, May, but we're gonna spread that 3-month payment out over June and July also. So they don't make enough money to hire them. It's just not fair to them. So I've talked to Miss Ray about that, and we're gonna fill that with a long-term sub. And then once the new fiscal year opens, we will hire that position. But Cubero has one, Cebueta has one.
We have 10. Dr. Martin does not have one.
Sorry.
No, early college high school doesn't have one.
That all 10 other campuses do.
What type of like culturally relevant programming takes place in the schools or?
So
we have had brilliant moments where we've done some really cool cultural stuff. Right now we're offering Karis. We're offering Karis at Laguna, at Grants High School. And we're offering Acoma Karis and Laguna Karis, but trying to meet the needs of the kids that are there.
And then we have Acoma Terrace at Cabero Elementary.
At Cabero, right? Yeah, so we've got, and then part of the Yossi Martinez plan, some of our district plan, we want to do some like cultural classes where, you know, drum making or dancing or, you know, some of the cultural stuff. And so I think a lot of good is going to come out of our partnerships with the DOE, the Department of Education. Right now, both of them certify our teachers to teach Karis. And so if we could get some in our partnerships with tribal leadership, it could really help us with expanding cultural offerings, after school programming.
And just to add to that, Mr. Valdo has worked with, we brought in some Native American dance groups at some of the schools. He's purchased some materials for them to do some cultural stuff in their classrooms as far as like, I don't know I don't remember exactly. I know there was leather involved, but I don't know if it was like, if they made medicine pouches or if they were doing some other activities. He's talking about drum making and doing some other things. And he had mentioned bringing in a storyteller, a Native American storyteller, and having that person at the different sites. So now that I'm not necessarily overseeing Mr. Waldo because I've changed roles, I'm not exactly sure what has happened because I'm not in that process anymore. But he had a lot of ideas of things that he wanted to bring together to do for the students.
I saw something that was really interesting, article, I think it was in, I can't remember what. I don't know if it was in the Senate or New Mexico Impact, one of the publications, where Santa Clara was doing like in like their cooking class, right? And they're making traditional food from the surrounding communities, and that's like incorporated into like different things, right? Like and so of course there's that storytelling part of it, and right, so I was just curious as to what happens and like how culturally relevant programming is incorporated into an already existing curriculum.
Yeah, we definitely want to expand. We definitely need to expand. At Laguna, our DECA teacher, who often comes to the school board meetings, she has a kitchen in her classroom. And so she was, one day I went in there and they were doing traditional cookies. They were pueblo cookies, and it was so cool. It was neat for me, you know, and she just kind of did that kind of as part of her instruction because they have a kitchen there. And so I don't know if they were doing a bake sale or what with it, but it was pretty neat. So.
And I believe this year at Grants High School, the teacher that's teaching academic Karis, I think he also has sections of Native American culture that he's teaching as well. So there's an actual class at the high school. I'm not positive. I don't understand Google's matrix some substance then, but if they have that 520 language license, they can teach the cultural
Culture.
yeah, the culture classes, well, Native American culture classes as well. So they're licensed for both of those.
And is that like an elective or it's just part of the curriculum?
It is an elective, and I know at times in my 8 years that I've been here, there have been, you know, oh, well, you're Laguna, you need to take Laguna Karis, and you're Filipino, you probably don't need to take care, you know, and so I know that it's been that kind of.
I know that to do.
Yeah, kind of
kind of a choice for the students. But I've also seen other kids take courses, so.
It's,
It's a shoe.
I wanted my kids to continue with the person class and they didn't let them.
They didn't
They
let
didn't
them-
have the CIB number. On a choose one.
That's why
They did it
anybody should be able to.
Huh?
I think anybody should be able to take it.
I think it's opened up now.
I'm not sure.
I'm not either. I've been up here for 3 years, so let me look.
Yeah.
Next, so. And it doesn't have to be long. Will you pull up that
I
presentation?
am right now, sir. I just have to get my little screen to share.
Dr. Martin Ditch, just.
He has another class.
I'm getting there. Let me just get this out of the way. Sorry, sir. Ready.
So, the last few years, we have been very fortunate as a district to have a pretty good partnership with the Office of Indian Education out of the New Mexico Public Education Department. The director of that department is an alumni of Grants High School. She is a proud Pueblo woman from Acoma. Katie Ann Wanico is our liaison to the public education department. We've partnered with her a lot, and last spring, there is always a government to government meeting, and last spring, coming out of the public education department was guidance and provisions for how to do meaningful tribal consultations. As board members, you will be asked to join for tribal consultations. We'll ask you to be there. And if you guys know kind of how our Pueblos work, they often have, they have elections in December. Sometimes it can totally overturn and you have a whole new group, and you have a new governor, you have a new first lieutenant. And so it's a lot of relation building, a lot of partnering, and a lot of building. So it's important that you have good tribal consultations and that you have open dialogues. And so last year, the New Mexico Public Education Department rolled out criteria for a meaningful consultation. And we had the great idea that we wanted to host a summit, and we wanted to bring our friends from Baca Pruitt. We wanted to invite tribal leadership from Acoma, tribal leadership from Laguna, the Acoma Department of Education, the Laguna Department of Education. We wanted to invite, who else? Who else did we invite? We had parents, we had public education department. And so was it December? First week of December?
December 3rd.
December 3rd, we held our summit, and we wanted to kind of give a picture of where we were as a district and kind of collaborating and bring people together. And it started off kind of intense because some people came with the assumption that it was filling the gap for the tribal consultation. Some people came, well, is this a consultation? Is this a summit? Is it, and so it was really just kind of a cool mesh of stakeholders, and people came in and talked about what was important. And we say, we are Grants Cibola County Schools. we have 11 different schools, but we have probably 18 or 19 different communities in this county. And so it was kind of a mesh of just stakeholders and people who cared about the kids and the education and how we all work to educate together. And so this is our presentation. It's in your books. You are welcome to take it with you. We will probably, in the future, we will do an annual summit. We will come together, but we also, along those lines, we have to, by law, have consultations. And so we'll be having consultations and we'll be inviting you to go with us for that and to be part of that. You guys want to talk about this
You want me
presentation?
to just scroll through kind of?
I wanted to just add, like, this was a big event, but this is not the only time that we consult with our tribal partners. So Mr. Valdo every month has a student success dialogue that he reaches out. So we have him scheduled with Dr. Pruitt, with Pueblo Duna, with Pueblo Bactaman. So every month they have meetings. I forget the day and the time. We used to do them during COVID. We were doing them like every week, and then we kind of went to every other week. And then we didn't really have any new data every other week. So then we went to once a month. As it gets closer to graduation, they can add meetings if they need to, if there's students that we need to check up on. But we meet monthly. So when you talk about tribal consultation, we do consult with the tribes regularly. It just sometimes goes through Nolan and his office and the departments of education at either of the tribes or with Block and Pruitt. So we do have regular contact with those tribes. This was just like a larger event.
Yeah, we like I had a meeting this week where we were talking about re-enrolling a student in Laguna, and it, it you kind of bring the team together and deal with those situations. And then we talk about purple forms, and we talk about all the stuff and how we can help each other to help the kids. The summit was pretty great, and it's pretty good information. We presented attendance information. We presented, what else? Academic, assessment data. What else did we present?
For pupil expenditure by site.
Expenditures by site, yes.
Spend in each person's site.
Yes, our very small schools are more expensive to run than our larger. And so, so I would encourage you guys, you're welcome to take this slideshow. There may be questions, Miss Lorenzo, and so if you guys have questions, just let me know. And it was a really neat event, and I think we would like to do it moving forward. Keep doing it, but still have a fall consultation, a spring consultation. So, Mrs. Lee,
Sorry, sir.
I'm gonna.
Mr. Jaramillo was asking me, not only does the board have the paper copy of this slide deck, but it is in our drive so that
That's correct.
we, the board, are able to access that.
That's correct.
I apologize for us talking over you behind the scene there, but
I think I'll stop there and we can do our calendaring. And
perfect. I just
because I'm starting to wilt.
understood.
I'm like, it's been a long morning already. So and I have to be really dynamic for strategic plan.
I do have a question, in regards to how consultation works. I think tribes have a very different idea. Like, they wouldn't say the summit was a consultation or the monthly meetings are consultations. So, I'd be very, interested in, helping and having conversation about what those do. Usually summits lead into consultations, and there's an all tribe consultation, and then there's individual consultations, right? Where we're talking about things like indigenous data sovereignty, or right, like some of the issues when we met with Pueblo of Acoma leadership last week's, right, they had questions around I don't know what I forgot to look.
Which stands for.
So freedom, it's like the freedom of education, so it's educational rights.
Yeah.
And the ability to
Yeah.
release those, that student identifiable information to outside entities.
And how like plans on with individual tribes, right? Because we wouldn't treat every single tribe the
Right.
way we treat every other tribe, right? Like and really what those so those really tailored consultations and how we interact with them would be really helpful, and I think would go a long ways in strengthening the relationship between our nations, pueblos, and tribes.
And we have met independently with tribal entities as well. Like we, in the fall, we met independently with the Pueblo of Acoma, and we met independently with Laguna. We were not able to connect with Waka, I don't believe, right?
No, we had a fall consultation with Department of Janae.
Oh, yeah, that's right, with DODE, yeah, we did. So we
So-
meet with the entities individually as well. So it's not just this or just the concept, like there's multiple things.
Yeah,
happening.
so I think they're like, because I'm trying to get clear on like, was that a meeting or a consultation?
Right.
Because they're very, very different, right? And just having a meeting doesn't mean it's consultation. Like those could be like collaborative meetings or whatever, right? But like a formal consultation is what Acoma in particular was asking for, but also those formal consultations are required under law.
Let me share with you the information that came from Katie office.
We went to her presentation.
Her
Yeah,
information
it was
is
amazing.
really.
Yeah.
good.
And if every single thing takes place like that, then yes, that is consultation, but I mean, it didn't sound like that was like the intent of
Yeah.
the summit.
Yeah, and that,
Well, and I'll just add, because I was at the summit. Katie and Miss Juanico and Mr. Worsbecky had a follow-up meeting with the district after the summit about, you know, where they believed the summit fell. And it was certainly a stakeholder meeting, which falls in, you know, what the district is asked to do meeting. But also, Miss Juanico did provide the district in August or the end of July with the district leadership summit, the documents that were made readily available through the PED to districts and to tribal leaders. And so there were the two documents, and I believe, and Mr. Weiner, please correct me if I'm not saying this right, but my understanding was that Ms. Juanico said that everything that the PED has laid out, the district has been doing, you know, to the best of the district's ability to meet whatever the law and requirements and everything is. So
she did. We met with her several times in the spring last year. And we were kind of showing what we present for tribal consultation, and she said, great, you guys are compliant. This is very detailed. And so, and as tribal leaders change, you know, what they need changes, right? And the information. And so a year ago, I asked Ms. Juanico, I said, okay, will you, because she does a lot of liaison between tribal government and schools and districts. And so I said, well, will you let, you know, these partners know that this is what is expected, and but then when you meet with tribal leaders, they say, well, okay, we need to know more about FERPA and, and this kind of stuff. And so it's very much a balancing act. And so I look forward to you guys being on the team with that and partnering with us on that.
I did what Katie Ann did for a different state department.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
What she
it's
does, what
it's a lot of massaging relationships and relationship building. And that's and you don't want them to turn over. You want them to come back next year because you're starting to build that relationship. And so
So how many times does the government change every year? You guys change every year?
It's every year and it's through appointment, not election, and for Laguna, it's every 2 years. through
Yeah.
election.
we have a couple of new changes at Acton. Laguna didn't change.
So does the tribe have a comprehensive plan of where the direction they want to go to? Let's say the next government comes in, there already know where.
There's usually transition plans that happen now.
And usually, Mr. Honeymill, usually the first lieutenant governor is in Acoma is our educational liaison. They're our partner. So we work with the first lieutenant governor. Nolan works with the first lieutenant governor. Acoma Department of Education falls under the first lieutenant. And so that's an important role to build rapport with. You want to do calendars?
We're scheduled for a little break, which I imagine after everybody eating, we would like a few minutes break.
I said I'm starting to wilt.
Yeah. Should we need this?
I think there was MSG on my sandwich.
cold?
Yeah,
No, I burn up over there.
I got extra jackets and Bronco, yes.
You want my jacket?
you want my jacket? I've got it
I'm hot.
right out the door.
It's really rare.
We can be quick. So board members, Mr. and we're unmuted.
Yes.
We're ready to go.
Yes, yep.
Mr. Widener, after we all had our committee assignments, spoke with his team about who would best fit with the different committees. I've got up on the board what we talked about in our January meeting. Audit and finance, Walter and I were going to continue with audit and finance. That typically meets the Friday that we're doing our agendas and posting and making sure everything is ready to go to the board. And so we meet the Friday before typically our board meetings. Sometimes we have had to meet at other times. I will throw this now to Mr. Widener. The Budget Advisory Committee, Monica and Courtney volunteered. No, I'm just kidding. Volunteered to be on that committee. And so the purpose that we came up with talking about committees right now is to try and get some of these first committee meetings scheduled. Already we've got safety and budget, or not budget, audit and finance. Those are regular meetings monthly. And so now is the opportunity, and again, Mr. Widener, I'm going to hand that to you. Budget first with Courtney and Monica, legislative safety we already know, and then student achievement. Academics will be the last one we talk about.
Perfect. Mr. Jones, you are the audit, finance, and budget guy. When will we have our next finance committee meeting? We have a school board meeting on the 24th. Will we have finance on the 20th? No, that's spring break.
That's
We can have it on the 13th.
We can do the 13th.
So that'll be finance on the 13th.
And just really quick, the finance and audit committees usually finance and occasionally audit because our audit season open and closes. So in October is when the audit opens, which means the auditor comes in and starts reviewing things. It usually closes in the spring. And in the finance committee meetings that are already scheduled, I bring the committee members up to speed on audit findings, what it's going to look like, that sort of thing. So it's very heavy finance, and usually those finance committee meetings are directly related to board action for things that are going on. So if you're ever reviewing the packet and you say, why the heck do we need to spend $100,000 to move bleachers? Mrs. Lee and Mr. Halvio sat in the finance committee meeting and got all that information as to why. So it'll be in the board packet as well, but if you would ever need additional information, they're good resources.
I have a question on that, Mr. Widener. So if we're not on those committees, how do we get the information?
How do you get the information? So typically what comes out of the finance, they meet on the Friday before board meetings. And so the action items that you see for next week, which Chandler posted that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
So when we build the agenda, those are the action items that will come to you guys. And Mr. Jones will usually provide justification, price quotes for whatever services we're looking at purchasing out of the finance committee. The audit committee, so Mr. Jones mentioned the audit starts in October. They do an entry meeting, right? And so it's just the committee. There's stakeholders involved in that committee as well. And then when the audit is complete, they do an exit meeting, right? And they come, they say, oh, you guys are going to have an audit finding for this, and this, and this, and this. And then, but they also come and report that to the board, the entire board. So you will be part of that audit to exit, because they have to come. And I think that's an action item for the board, right?
The board votes to approve any audit. And then anything that's presented in finance committee ends up in the board packet as well. So finance committee doesn't have any information that's extra or special. They just might have a little bit more time to ask questions in a less formal setting than a board meeting.
And I'll emphasize something there. There have been times that we have had a finance meeting and we have been presented something. And we have found that there was more information that was needed to be gathered prior to presenting to the board. So if it comes to the board, Mr. Jones and Mr. Widener have done all of their due diligence, and it is therefore, pretty much deemed ready to come to be presented and action asked.
But all of the information is in the,
100%.
anything you guys talk about in
Yes.
finance committee
Is
is in the packet.
100% in
Yeah.
the packet.
And-
Yes.
And the
Yeah,
big thing
sorry.
with that, with more on the procurement side, is the finance committee doesn't take action. So if Mr. Widener and I think that we need the bleachers and the finance committee says this is a bad idea and we should do it, but for reasons that aren't related to finance and justification, all those things, we still take it to the board. Because we have the money it needs to have and all that kind of stuff, so. On the budget kind of has a season as well. I would propose moving forward, we have a meeting sometime in November, just to kind of catch up from when school starts in August. This is what things look like right now. And then probably again, February, March, April, May. And likely just monthly. The budget is actually pretty simple when you look at the SEG and then you see that 85% of it goes to our employees. We have very little money in terms of percentage to allocate to other things, especially when you start thinking about maintenance of facilities and that kind of stuff. I mean, our budget's pretty on rails. The budget committee would have the ability to kind of ask some questions in terms of why is that the way that it is, that kind of stuff. So when, again, it goes to the board and you have the whole packet, they can hopefully provide a little clarification just because they've seen it long with it. But again, everything that goes to a budget committee in terms of approving the budget, which we'll do in April or May, it'll all go to the board all at the same time. So the budget committee doesn't take any actions either. And the budget committee and the audit committee includes board members, employees, stakeholders, which can be parents and community members, business owners, that kind of stuff as well.
I need that.
So that's what we're figuring out. On the budget meeting, I know that both of you are busy. I can be flexible. We can do a Google Meets or a Teams or whatever. Give me a time or a day that's best for you. I'm not opposed to meeting 4:30 before a board meeting either. And then we can come and sit and talk about budget. And then that way you have to make one trip.
What day do you want to do that?
Let's aim for before a board meeting and let's go after ASBO. So on the 24th.
So we'll just,
Because that's where we get
for
the
your two, it would be 4:30.
4:30.
4:30 works for you, sir?
So that would be,
4:30
Yeah,
works for you?
Might be a little bit late, 4:30 should be.
that's gonna be
Okay,
budget.
budget.
So would you,
This is, I'm gonna share this, I went ahead and put our finance dates on.
okay,
I'll share that with you.
perfect. Mr. Jones, do you anticipate then in March? Wanting our meeting or, pardon me, April. Our meetings are scheduled right now on the 7th and 21st of April. Do you anticipate needing, one meeting that month or two meetings that month? Because I know April is kind of the hard line when you get most of your final info from the state.
Sure, so, April will be interesting, to say the least. The way that the legislation reads is that all school district budgets are due on April 15th. The way that PED treats that is our budget analysts, based on their workload and how many, the goal would be to approve before our due date. I don't have a due date at this time. I would guess that it's not in April. I would guess that it's in May. I probably need time in an April meeting for Mr. Manning, who is our regular auditor, to provide his findings and allow the board to take action.
So would you tentatively feel that it would be a budget meeting would be good on the 21st of April? That'd be a week after tax day, so to speak.
Correct, that'd be great. So
Okay.
we'll do March 21st.
Yep.
At 4:35 to allow for Mr. Clausen time to get here. And then we'll do the same time on the 21st of April, just before that meeting. And then if there's anything major with SEG changes or legislation, Mr. Whiter could report on that as part of his superintendent's report to the whole board. And just really quick, when we talk about the per pupil expenditure and our data and our budget, all of that stuff is public. So you can get online right now, you could type in NMPD, our code is 088, that's the district code. And you can look up what our budget has been for SEG for as long as they have that data on there. So there's nothing secret about the budget. There's nothing super complex. Basically, when a board takes action to accept or approve the budget, you're just saying, please PED pay us this money, because we have the places for it to go.
What's the code again?
088. That's our district code for most things. So sometimes when you get communication from the state, it'll say Grant-Cibola County Schools 088. And then all of our sites have a dash and then a 3-digit code.
So budget is Courtney and Monica. You and I are audit and finance. I think we've got March and April handled
Perfect.
with you, sir. Thank you.
When do we anticipate the final audit?
Audits are interesting as well. Just so you're aware, there's 89 school districts in the state. There's currently only 10 auditors that are certified to do school audits. So that means each one of them has 8 or 9 to do a year. Doing like APS would be the equivalent of doing like 10 of ours. So that auditor is probably only there. So then you think like Byron, Mr. Manning, who is our auditor for this year, he probably has 12 audits that he's doing. So sometimes it just depends on where we fall and how quickly we can get him information. I've been pretty candid about the mess that we've cleaned up with audits and making sure that our balances are accurate and all that kind of stuff. It will be later than it was last year. I would hope for an April audit release. I would be surprised if it's before that.
What's the next committee on the list?
Yes, of course. The next one, thank you, Mr. Jones, is legislative.
Legislative, that's Donaldson and Walter, right?
That is correct. And you have asked your executive directors to help with some of these committees.
Correct.
So legislative would fall to
Mrs. Jones.
fantastic.
Mrs. Jones, we want a greenhouse. And some barns. Mrs. Jones, when would you, well, I guess we don't have to worry so much about our legislative approach until the summer, right? So you guys might want to set a meeting in June,
Or May, probably.
May.
Well,
June.
and I think, Mr. Whiter, if you recall in our last meeting, I said, some of these committees we haven't had. And we don't know specifically what these committees are gonna look like. I think Mr. Jones, you're pretty much locked down easy because we know, the budget specifically, the audit specifically, and finance specifically, that funnels really, really well. But I think like with legislative, we have somebody who's on the board who has a vast knowledge of experience in helping in that regard. And so I think the opportunity is here to truly get these committees off the ground and moving forward in a way that makes sense for the district. And I would lean toward you all being able to decide what a good start time would be, to get going and having the conversations and what that looks like. But again, we've, our superintendent is our legislative pretty much representative in the district. So you all need to.
Mr. Whiter, I have a question in regards to that. So is the legislative subcommittees, I guess let me back up. So all of these subcommittees, where did they come from? Like, what's the purpose of, what's the history behind? And I mean, I don't need to know that right now, right? But it's helpful to know, what's the purpose of each such committee is? And then specifically for the legislative one, are we just looking at legislation or what's happening in the coming year? Or are we looking at legislation that's passed, how that's gonna be turned into policy and implemented? It doesn't, I'm just trying to understand better, what are the outcomes of these?
May I help
I
with
don't,
part of
I,
that?
I just
Well,
don't like
now
to
the
meet for
cell
the sake
phone
of
just
meeting.
went through. Did
Right.
cell phone just go through now?
So our policy, and I have it cited. You were here the very first meeting when I shared this document with the board. I will share this document with you right now. This cites the policy that each committee is reflected under. And so that helps us with, and I'll share it with you right now. It helps us know, oh no, I can't. As soon as we're done screen
Oh, that's
sharing.
not in here?
No, it is
Oh.
not. That was in, our
It was in,
earlier January 6th, board meeting. And so you look on the screen, and I'm sorry, it's a little bit far away. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit here. Each committee has a policy reference. So you will see, and again, as soon as we're done screen sharing, I will send you this document. But the committees are supported through our policies, and there's a little bit more information about them in our policies. So legislative, which is one that you selected to participate in, that's policy reference B 3500. And so you could read that policy and have that help shape, the direction that needs to go. Just, I hope that, and I'm sorry I got over you on that one, but I just knew that because I created the document, and then the committees align with our policies.
but what I would think our intent for you guys would be for you guys to come together and say, okay, what are the things we need? What are we, as a district, what can we do to help meet our strategic plan? What can we ask? Because the legislators start doing that work in August, preparing before the sessions and in the summer.
Budgets are usually due in August, so a lot of interim stuff happens,
Yeah.
In
In
the next
advance,
couple
yeah.
months.
And also the PD starts a lot of their legislative stuff, a
There's
lot of their
interim stuff,
agenda to go
yeah.
towards the legislators too.
Yeah. So,
But I think that would fall
yeah,
to you all, the four of you.
you guys, would you like to have maybe May 5th before our board meeting?
time?
4:30?
Okay.
Does that work for you, Walter?
So
4:30 on the 5th of May.
Yeah, let's do a first meeting there. And
Ms. Lorenzo, Mr. Huntington, does that sound good to you, or does that sound too far away? Yeah.
Me, that will work.
Okay, you've got your first legislative. And then the last one that we've got, well, safety is already going. That is the second Thursday of every month. So you all have that in your calendars already, correct, for safety? And that's Monica and Donaldin and Mr. Chavez. Very good. Last one. This one is also a first time for us. And again, this aligns with policy B 0200, Student Achievement and Instruction Advisory Committee, advisory coordination related to ensuring the success of each school in the district, approve and support the educational plan for student success, and ensure alignment of district curricula with content standards. Mr. Whiter.
this one's Miss Grego,
Very good.
academics.
And
She's got math books to show you.
that would be Mr. Clausen and myself on that one.
What's a good meeting day for you guys?
I am at Mr. Clausen's convenience because my schedule is much more open. You want to do it on the other meeting, Tuesday meeting? Just have a half hour before. So the probably April 7th would be the first one that we could try to have.
I'm gonna have Chanda put all these on the calendar
Yes.
as my employee. And then I'll have her share them with you all.
Beautiful.
So you're gonna do April 7th as the first one?
The 7th is the first one for students.
Sure.
And then I think that we probably would need to. But I mean, we just can't be in multiple places at once. And so we've got
I keep my Tuesdays open for you guys, so
so
if nobody needs me for that day,
May
pull me
19th
into a
would
meeting.
be maybe our second meeting. Because legislative is gonna slip in there on the 5th of May. Is that what you sure?
She'll have all kinds of cool Marzano stuff and math curriculum. And just stuff.
I think that's-
CTE. That part was easy.
that was it. Thank you all.
All right, leaders.
I have a question. Yes.
On that last policy, does it specifically say the educational plan for student success?
That one probably did because of it being an older policy that has that language in it.
Okay.
So we understand, yes, ma'am. We understand that EPS
It's on.
is gone.
Okay.
Yes,
That's, I didn't know if our policy needed to be updated to reflect that.
yes, it does.
It does.
Yes, it does. And that is in the
Miss-
works.
This Gallegos is gonna have
10,000
know that that's-
policies
yeah.
for us.
It's a flashback.
Yes.
Thank you. Big flash.
You guys got my
Thank you, sir.
situation on Monday? Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep me on passion 7 news.
Right, now we're checked off on that, and we've got one thing left. One thing
Thank you,
left,
ma'am.
we're good.
Yeah, the games, I guess, would be.
Yeah, no, I know, that's done. Yes, I had to pull from our
I
puzzle.
know, we're making
Oh,
it.
no, no,
We want,
exactly.
actually.
I knew exactly what that one was. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Reiner, we're doing so well.
We are.
We are and we're ahead of schedule. Do you see that? We're 20.
We didn't take
a break. We took a break, but not now. We're ready to do strategic and go.
Yeah, I think let's be done by 3.
I am all for that.
Move this thing. No, you're right. Come
That's
on
how,
this
that's
side.
how it is at my house.
Come on this side.
I'll have my house coat on, it won't be able to be sweaty.
I love white.
So I'll walk us into the strategic plan. The last documents in your binders is kind of planning that we've been doing for the strategic plan. Our strategic plan expired in June of 2025, and there was some infighting with our board members about how to design the strategic plan, who owned the strategic plan, if we should get a consultant, if we, and so I was vetting consultants in the spring last year, and sure.
And I just didn't know if you were ready or
Yeah,
not.
yeah, no, that's fine.
Ready or not?
I'm just giving them the history, kind of the history.
We get a little bit loopy this many hours in, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And like I said, I'm wilting, I'm
Sorry, sir.
I'm wilting. So there was a power struggle going on with our board and trying to figure out who, and so we talked to consultants, we talked to CES vendors, we talked to former superintendents from other districts, and Bonnie mentioned this morning that they're now helping with strategic planning. And so we didn't make a lot of ground weight with our strategic. Our previous strategic plan was not a bad strategic plan. The number one goal,
Would be nice.
well, it was a lofty jump, right? And it was unattainable.
And that was that document that we shared with you all on your election, and it was, or appointment, as the case may be for Donald.
45 pages.
Yeah, 45 pages.
45 pages. And when you talk about my evaluation tool, that's kind of everything that was in that strategic plan. So you look at item number 1 was academic excellence. We wanted our kids to do well. Item number 2 was quality teaching, excellence in teaching. And so we want to have good teachers. We want to make sure that they're having good professional development. Item number 3 was safe, inclusive schools. And item number 4 was engage our diverse communities. Those 4 goals are great goals. But when you look at like increase our reading scores by 40%, that's probably not real attainable within 5 years, right? And so we have a need for a consultant. We need somebody who can help us have realistic, right? We need somebody who can have us
set those percentages. The team and I are members of a program called SOAR. That's where I was, Donaldin, the night that we interviewed you. And in SOAR, we talked a lot about strategic planning, what strategic planning looks like. I've learned in the last year that really it's kind of like anything else. You guys as a board say, okay, these are our goals. We like these 4 goals. We want academic excellence. We want
Safe schools.
We want safe schools. And then my part of the strategic plan is to make it happen, right? So when you have a 40% increase in reading, that needs to be my goal, right? So if you guys tell me that we're going to do academic excellence, and I say, okay, we're going to increase math scores by 7% in 5 years. And so I will look at consultants to help me set those benchmarks and improvement goals. And so you guys will set the 4 goals that you want to see. The team and I, so where we worked a lot on a skeleton, a framework.
Is that what this is?
That's what this is. This is our work that came out of SOAR. And so you look at kind of, I wanted to have a profile of who we were. And when you look at the previous strategic plan, it kind of had that information, and then give a little profile of who we are. We have 3,000 students, 65% Hispanic, 20% Native American, 15% white or other. And then you get in here to the strategic goals. Academic excellence is a great goal, right? It's a great goal. We want post-secondary readiness, and not necessarily CTE, but maybe it's college, that we have those kids that aspire to be doctors and go to college. And so kind of like I talked about when I introduced myself, let's get the kids where they want to go, right? So we have CTE, we want to improve graduation rate, we want proficiency in reading and math. We also, as a district, we really have a need for STEM, right? Our math scores nationwide, math scores are atrocious, right? And then you look at the state of New Mexico and math scores are bad. And so everybody needs that STEM approach. 2 years ago, we spent $180,000 on physics in a box, which was hands-on STEM. And so there's things that we need to make happen with that, and so these are goals that the team and I said, well, let's kind of set them, but we'll probably still work with the consultant to make sure that these are realistic, that these are achievable, or maybe they're too low. And so that's Bonnie and I were having that conversation about, you need to look at your data. You need to sit down as a team and look at your data and really, and so I see
not just data right now, but what the data has been
Correct.
since the last strategic plan
correct.
was implemented.
Absolutely.
Because I think that's one of the things the board needs to be made aware of, is that, okay, the last strategic plan was implemented in, 2021. And these goals were, you're supposed to do this, by now, 50% increase or whatever. But the reality is we, the board need to see what that longer term, not just this year to last year. So maybe when you're talking with the consultant and the team, it needs to be, what can you show us over time so that when you and, the consultant and the team are presenting, hey, here's a draft. We really like this draft. We think it's solid because it's backed by the data. What do you all see? But then you're showing us how you got to your numbers.
How we got there. Okay. So in the previous strategic plan, goal number 2 was instill excellence in our teaching. Ours would be high quality instruction. And when we're doing the engaged teaching, we're giving teaching strategies, we're looking at proficiency scales, we're looking at grouping strategies, we're looking at systematic approaches to teaching. This is a big goal. We want, I know Mr. Clausen, you're on the academic committee. We want those classes to be engaging. We want kids to want to be in those classes and feel like they're contributing and learning and have that whole, great environment to be in. So goal number 2, we've changed it to high quality instruction, good teaching. And then number 3 is still safe, supportive, and equitable environments. So not just our classrooms, but our football fields, our gyms, we need to be sportsmen. We need to be good fans. We can't be having fights at games and that kind of stuff. And so and then that kind of falls under Larry's hat of school safety, and reducing the fights, the discipline referrals, the truancy, the attendance, major behavior incidents, drugs, weapons, that kind of stuff. And so goal 3 is still there. It's just how do we do that? And then goal 4. So we've talked about engaging. Goal 4 was engaging our diverse communities. There's a big push in the state of New Mexico for family engagement, right? So you hear about, I think last night Mesa View had a literacy night, and they invited parents to come and they were reading books, and this is where we want to go. We want to have family engagement. We have a lot of kids that are being raised by single parents, or we have kids that live with their grandma. And, if you could come to the book fair and get books, then that might encourage reading in your house, or if we did a math night where, and so we want to have events on all of our campuses that increase family engagement. And this goes back to a little bit of diversity in the past, right? If we have an event in Cabero, that's going to be our Cabero community, our Cabero families. And so, and then part of our academic excellence, if we want to do CTE, and you're looking at career pathways, right? So let's say we have our STEM kids and we want to teach them, we want to help them to prepare for the jobs for like grants energy. We want to make sure that we have partnerships with local industry. And so if our kids if they want future jobs at the mine, we want to help them with like heavy equipment operation. We want to help them with CDLs. We want to help them certify with things. And so a big part that we've added to this is we want to build those community partnerships with Continental Divide, with the hospital, with CNM, with UNM, NMSU, and so make sure that we're really building those partnerships so our kids can do internships and on-the-job training
and job placements.
Would law enforcement partnerships fall under this, or would they fall under the safety?
So I have been pushing for years since I was at PHS. We need a public service pathway. Our kids can be trained to be first responders. They can be trained in corrections. They can be trained to.
And a liability, is- I mean, we've watched problem kids through the
Mhm.
facility, but it's a big liability.
Yeah.
Law enforcement used to have a program during spring break where they would do a few ride-alongs. And then like the whole Jolt. Yeah, Jolt.
We brought Jolt back
Yeah, Jolt's
about
back.
3 years ago. It's back. It's a summer program now. It's a part of summer school.
Yeah.
But and right now it's heavily police, right? But there's a lot to that public service pathway. So if a kid wanted to be an EMT, you know, and it's possible through dual credit partnerships, we could certify the kids to where they could be an EMT
Or firefighter.
yeah. We've had a couple of our kids that they've graduated with their CNA, certified nurses assistant. And so, you know, and then there's medical pathways and there's
You got that match.
interestingly there's CTSOs, career technical student organizations. So when a kid is in like the nursing pathway, they could be a member of the Health Occupation Student HOSA, Health Occupation Students Association. And so there's good opportunities there too. And so we're gonna add that to Jennifer's team so that way she's got somebody that can really help with career pathways for our kids. So those are the 4 goals that we've been working with. And everything everybody's telling me, those are the goals that you guys own. So if you guys agree with these goals, we'll probably have an action item in the next few meetings, Mrs. Lee. And then you guys would vote that these are your goals, and then you'll send me off, hey, make it happen. We want academic excellence. And
So I think, yeah, and I think next step is now that you have provided us with this draft. You know, even Ms. Lorenzo's question, you know, this morning, how are we doing strategic plan in one meeting?
Yeah.
You know, I think this was a great first step for us all as a board to see what you and your team have done. But I think, you know, one of the underlying things that has been, and I'm learning, you know, the new board, I think Ms. Lorenzo is wanting to be sure that there's stakeholder involvement
absolutely
in what these goals are. Our ultimate goal, I mean, realistically, Mr. Reiner, you and I talked about this at the beginning of the school year last year. Our ultimate goal is to have this strategic plan adopted no later than June, so that the implementation will begin for the next school year. So while we, you know, have gotten this draft and are sitting here, I'm spitting Fritos everywhere, I apologize. We probably are gonna need at least 1 more, if not 2 more work sessions for us as a board to discuss what these goals are, because while you have proposed what you and your team see as, you know, realistic in everything, we haven't had the opportunity to really sit down and discuss, and that is open session for us, you know, because this is a true district, you know, decision that would involve us, you know, in open session, having discussion about this.
Well, and maybe we bring Mrs. Lightfoot back and tell her, okay, hey, here's the goals we're looking at.
and have her do an activity with you guys where, you know,
Well, what she's saying, go back to the data, that's the best you could go
Yeah.
to, is you're gonna see the data from 2021. When did this last one go through? 2022?
No, 2025.
Or
There's
then in
factors.
25, and if you look at the data, then you can tell the trend of the data, then we can be more realistic and say, well,
And
there's no
our-
way we can do
our data-
30% increase where we generally made 2%.
our data has gotten better, right? Our
It
our
has.
data has gotten, and it's interesting because does anybody have the strategic plan? Walter has it. I've been the
22 or 20.
I've been the superintendent for more than half of this. And so but it's a whole lot. This is drinking from the fire hose. And so, I've been working hard at this and our data is going up. But let's have some big wins. There are great things that we're doing that we can really show, you know, if we can, instead of saying we're gonna jump 40% in reading, let's jump 20% in reading. And then we'll get all of our kids there. So, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because this is not like, and no like judgment or anything like that. I'm just not used to strategic plans being done
It's
in
so
this
much.
way. And so like, I guess I was anticipating, like, when we talk about strategic plan, we have data in front of us. Right, and like right now, I'm looking at this, right, and you as our employee, you're saying this is what the strategic plan is, right? Versus us saying, this is what we feel is the, like, I've never had that happen. So and so again, I'm just like trying to figure out, like, is this something that you all already came up with and were just to adopt it? Because like I see things on here, and not on here, that I'm like, we need like strategic planning around this,
Yeah.
right? And so, like, we need goals around Yazi Martinez, we need goals around, right, like all of that stuff. And so, and not just like Yazi Martinez, but like, what are the measurable outcomes for students like who are underserved and who are disadvantaged, right? Like, we don't have that comparison in front of us. And so, and I guess I don't see it in here. So is this like, what is this going to like, and maybe I'm getting things confused, like in terms of, like, this is not part of like the negotiating another contract or anything like that, right? Like what you're willing to do in the next, whatever the contract is, right? But so I guess what I'm saying is, like, I've never hired an employee who said, this is what I'm willing to do. Okay, great, you're hired, right? Like,
Right.
I've always been like, okay, like, we're the employer. These are specific things that we want to see, that we want things to be accomplished. Like, that's what I see as strategic planning, and those pieces coming together. Like, I see strategic planning as like the group coming together in this, not us, I guess. And I think it's great. Of course, we want this stuff, right? But there are also other things that we want included on there. And so how do we get that included for like a comprehensive, I mean, because it's what, 5-year plan?
It's 5-year plan. Yeah.
Which is really comprehensive,
Yeah.
right? And it could be, and so those are
So
just my
you're wanting
initial
to see
thoughts.
where the numbers are coming.
Those,
Well, I want to see the numbers, but I also want to advocate to have stuff in the strategic plan, not to be handed a plan and say, this is the strategic plan me and my staff are willing to do.
Well, and that was the purpose of my statement, that this is truly a draft coming right now as a starting point. The last strategic plan, Walter, that you just had out, was created with a consultant for, over $100,000. And there was, my understanding is that there was not as much involvement on the district level as is typical. And it was the superintendent and was it the superintendent and the consultant? Or was it part of the board and the consultant that did this? We would have to go back and look at what the meetings exactly were. But, and the reason I'm, kind of fumbling on this is because there are a lot of specifics that I don't know because it was created prior. But a lot of the training that I know the superintendents have had, as well as the New Mexico School Board Association has provided, is that when strategic planning comes, you are absolutely correct. The goals are set with the superintendent, the board, and the stakeholders to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to give input on what is right for the students in the district. Now, Mr. Widener and I have had multiple discussions and multiple avenues. I think ultimately the board should pick the type of consultant used to create this, because this is and I'm agreeing with you, Donlin, this is what we're evaluating you on. And so, if you're telling us, well, this is, the goal, etc. Now, I have been, because I have looked into it and I have made calls and spoken, we have multiple avenues to choose from, all ranging from anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 for a consultant to be able to work with the board and the district to get a strategic plan going. Right now, this is our first real work session discussion to be able to talk about how we want that to look. I've shared with Mr. Widener, and I'm going to stop screen sharing and pull up a couple of things that I had shared with the board previously. This would have been the first time we talked about it, like September last year. We started talking about it.
At the last, Virginia, so now we get to start one.
Question with that? Yeah. So, and again, just not knowing and not to like rehash old stuff, right? But, and again, not just coming from my frame of reference and how strategic planning is done, like you're in the process of creating a new one before the one expires, right? And so.
Oh, no, it's expired.
Yeah, that I saw that when in that packet. And so like, how does that happen? Right? Like, because there's needs to be like
So
continuity, so when it expires.
Transparently, I asked the previous board in my role as president at no
Sorry, I'm
fewer
like
than
burning up.
no, you're good. At no fewer than 3 meetings that we needed to start implementing this process. I was waived off of that in no fewer than 3 meetings. And every time I brought it up, it was either, we're not discussing, we don't have time, take it off the agenda, whatever that may be. And we finally got to the point where I said, we don't have a choice anymore. This is something that has to be happening. And so that's my transparency statement there. That is how we arrived where we are right now. I'm going to look through, because I do have documents of one of the, state, Bonnie was talking about how she has the ability to do that, and we already do business with her. That would be easy. CES, you all have probably sat through by now, Dr. Kurt Steinhaus, has been at both in SBA conferences, CES, which we subscribe to it, I believe.
What is it?
We all can use CES. CES stands for Cooperative Educational Services. They negotiate contracts. And so when Mr. Jones talks about they're a CES vendor, that means that that's the lowest price quote. They negotiate contracts and that kind of stuff. CES does consulting for strategic planning. And they have people that do that.
The other question that I had, like a 5-year strategic plan is really long. Is that typical? Is
Yes.
it always a 5-year like that?
Sometimes
Is
it's up
it
to 10.
required by law? Because a lot of things can change in 5 years, like new legislation that changes your strategic.
Or the board
It
will
could be a
the board will
3-year
change
plan.
too.
Okay.
And you can change too.
Yeah.
It could be a 3-year plan. And Ms. Lorenzo, to answer your question when I was standing there, you're absolutely right. These are your goals. And so if we need more or we need to modify, that needs to come from you guys. You tell us how to march, and then the team and I will make it happen.
But it has to be more.
So what I would suggest is that we have another work session in the near future to specifically focus on strategic plan.
It has to be more than a year, because you really can't get really nothing done in one.
Like 2 to 3 years is what I'm familiar with strategic plans happening, because again, so much can change.
Plus you
stuff.
have a lot of experience.
There's so much that can change,
We
right?
need
we're
that
changing
insight.
the whole
And you can have a new superintendent,
Funny
have a
stuff.
report, save a lot.
Laws, yeah.
3 years, 5 years.
So Mrs. Lee, that's my recommendation, that we have a future, very near future work session
Absolutely.
for strategic plan.
And I'm just gonna put it out there, like the last 6 months of a strategic plan, we should start working on the next.
Right? You are right.
Let me tell you, I wanted to do it, Donald, a year and a half before it expired. That was my very first ask was a year and a half before it expired. Because, and again, I have sat through, I think, 3 strategic planning sessions at NMSBA, and they all say that this is easily a 6-month process.
Yeah.
And Dr. Steinhaus, who has helped you with your SOAR program and all of those things, he outlines that you have your first talk, and then you have a community meeting with up to 80 people sitting at, 10 round tables, all with laptops, where everybody has the same question, and you're live, you have somebody at that table who's facilitating, but they're typing away at what that particular table says they think the priority should be. And then, a month later, all of that has had the opportunity to be synthesized into something. And then you have another meeting, same people, where, okay, these are, the top 20 priorities out of 100 listed. And let's see if we can't strengthen those, or downsize it from, the 20 to 10. And there's nothing locking us in to only 4 goals. I can, however, tell you that every NMSBA conference that I have been to where I have attended the strategic plan goals, every single one of the people presenting has said that our goals have been some of the strongest and best defined that they have seen, so that it is a 1-pager that each school site knows when you are working with students these are the goals for the district. And they have said that that has been really impressive to have those so well defined for the district. Doesn't mean you only have to have 4. You know, we could say that there are 7 that would, you know, better fit the district. So all of that being said, you know, we collectively have to own it, but we, the board, have to believe that it's the right thing for the district and as a way to, you know, evaluate yourself, how you're doing. You know, are you doing what the board has outlined for you?
Well, and it ultimately falls back on the board. So they had this strategic plan. Did they increase reading scores by 20%? Did they not? You know?
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't have the right superintendent, you know, and so. Yeah, I think, and I think we all have to collectively agree that to realistic goals. And rigorous goals that are gonna challenge our kids. So with that, Mrs. Lee, I am
Ready to adjourn?
done presenting.
Board members, before we do that, are there any other questions, suggestions, comments, anything else that you want to add on what we have talked about today?
I just want to mention one thing. I just want to make sure that we're not gonna get too top heavy in administration. You know, where we're gonna have more people like up here than we don't have it down in the trenches. That's the only thing I want to echo.
And that falls in budget.
I guess I do have a question going back to the very beginning, in regard to like the consent agenda and all of that stuff. How do we get stuff on the agenda?
You talk to the superintendent and the board president. And we do have policy that states that. So anybody can bring it up, you know, and you can say, I want this on the agenda. However, because you know, there's always that however, we have to, we have to make sure that, you know, like the meeting that we're having on Tuesday is a pretty heavy agenda. And so, you know, it would be up to the superintendent to say, oh, we've got all of, you know, the directors already talking about X, Y, and Z. We need to move it to, you know, one more meeting down the road. Unless it is something that is super time sensitive, then, you know, it absolutely, the board has the purview to ask for something to be on the agenda. It just is more up
And
to
I'll
timing
put
list.
it on the like future
Future.
agenda items. And that really does kind of govern me. So I'm like, okay, we need to bring the DECA kids back because they're gonna come get their, you know, and so I'll always, if you email me and say, hey, let's talk about Yazzie Martinez. You know, I'll put it as future agenda items.
And we would want to be able to have it, but also in that policy, it says that you need to notify for an agenda 5 business days prior. That way there's time to make sure that it would either we have the time, or if the agenda has already been built and we need to bump it, you know, that would be the only consideration. Anything else?
Mrs. Lee, you might share with them electronically your calendar of
Yes,
these
I
are the
will.
things we do in January.
I will.
That way they know kind of,
Because I gave the board that, and unfortunately Donaldin wasn't with us yet,
right?
but I did share that. There are technically 2 board calendars. The one where was the official dates, like for spring break and meetings and conferences and such. And then the other one, Donaldin, I'll share with you. I'll show it to you because I have it right here.
The schools produce their television next year.
They're in the process.
So they have to be done. Yeah, we're
2 meetings into the calendar.
I don't know if you want
Then
to
they vote on that.
just look at that real quick, but
Years.
we
They
do
already
have-
graduated.
We also take it to the
and
state.
again,
No, I think people are already
some
running
of these
graduations.
things
Aren't you listening?
aren't familiar
It should-
anymore.
That should be pretty
But
close.
I went back to every agenda through from 2018 to the present. And so every item of, that was still for the most part relevant is on here going January through December and what has been talked about in the past. Some of these things, see if there's one on here. Like personnel and staffing. During COVID, that was almost monthly that had to be talked about. That's not something that we typically talk about now until, what, Mr. Weiner, usually we talk personnel as far as numbers go, like May, right? After we know who's retiring
Just
and
Staffing report.
yeah, so, some of those things were on there. Again, because of COVID, that may not be relevant anymore. But I will send you this, but that's just a glimpse of, different things. And like you would notice every month it says dash plans on there. We had a board work session in October that outlined, that it was a work session almost the whole day, where we had every school site come to present their dash plans and their some of their data and things like that. So, but I will share that with you. Good reminder, sir. What else?
I forget in the month that you weren't on the board, we didn't get everything to you.
Yep. We're trying. What else?
Chanda?
Anything else? All right.
New York or Chanda?
Are we still in February?
Yeah.
Double agent?
Right?
Yeah. We'll do a driveway, I'm just ending my life.
All right.
I got it on my calendar to get those on the calendar.
Yeah.
Times on there, guy.
We're gonna adjourn early,
Awesome.
10 minutes early.
Perfect.
You have a recommendation, sir?
I recommend that we adjourn this work session meeting.
Very good. Board members, a motion. I'm gonna give it to Mr. Clausen and a second by Mr. It has been moved by Mr. Clausen and seconded by Mr. Flaminio to adjourn the meeting as presented. This is Shirley.
Yes, Mr. Clausen.
Yes.
Mr. Romeo,
Yes.
Ms. Lorenzo,
Yes.
Ms. Salazar,
Yes.
Ms. Lee.
Aye. Motion carries. The board adjourned at 3:19. Will you please mute us? Mute the meeting.